position. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my fish, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I bring it down, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I never change. That's in my blood, I never change. That's in my blood, I never change.
It is Friday, July 15th, bright and early here at Jeffreys Bay on the Eastern Cape of South Africa. Stop number 9 of the WSL Championship Tour. And we are looking at a potential finals day here. It feels like it could go down today. The surf's still firing. There's still big sets rolling through as some of those quarterfinalists in the men's division get out there and get themselves a taste of the conditions. Connor O'Leary on his way to another big finish this year and charging up the leaderboard, looking sharp. Sammy Pupo has an opportunity to crack his second CT final in his rookie season. What a run he has been on. And as you can see, there is still plenty of action out there in the lineup. A lot of energy yesterday afternoon, and it's still rolling down the point here at Jeffreys Bay. Rides still over 250 yards, Pete. And the competitors are absolutely buzzing, as we are, my friend. Great to see you once again.
Good morning, and what a day it is. I mean, this condensed format has made things really cool. I mean, we've had 3 days of competition, most likely going to be running today, and this condensed thing, we just get this momentum going. We get to do the entire event in this pumping swell. You think about overlapping heats as part of the criteria now, which is, again, giving us the opportunity to finish in 3 days. It's just incredible. It's
amazing, and what we've seen in this race for the WSL Final 5 is some surfers outside that mark really starting to push hard and really gaining some momentum and knocking some of the big names out of the mix.
It's so true, and that's why I think this is just so exciting, the way we've changed up this tour and made different parts of the year so stressful and less stressful. But man, I mean, we come to J-Bay for a certain reason, and when you see the conditions like we had yesterday, the last 2 days actually, and even this morning, we're in for a big treat.
What about this guy, the West Aussie phenom, Jack Robinson? He has looked very comfortable in this lineup. Not looking so comfortable here at the keyhole at the moment. He's going to have to contend with some big set waves as he punches through to the lineup. But this guy's chasing a 3rd CT win this season. Unbelievable. Let's get caught up and get the official word on what's coming our way today. It's a beautiful Friday. Good morning, Laura Enover.
Good morning, everybody. It is a stunning morning here at Jeffreys Bay. The swell has not slowed down. Travis Loki from Tours and Competition, what have you got for us today?
Morning, Laura. Yeah, it's still pumping. Heaps of swell still around. So the plan for the day is to kick off with men's quarterfinals, followed by women's semifinals, men's semifinals, women's finals, then the men's finals. Should have our champions crowned around 2 p.m. today.
Finals day, baby. So what are we thinking about the swell? We're going to see this swell keep pushing through the day?
Yeah, the swell should stick around for most of the day. It's slightly going down during the day, but there'll still be heaps for the finals. A little bit of wind to deal with today. A little light devil wind this morning, turning into a super light onshore this afternoon, but should make it super rippable out there, so it'll be a great show.
Absolutely amazing. Can't wait.
Enjoy it, Laura. Looking forward to chatting throughout the day, but the quarterfinals are set for the men, the semi-finals for the women. Let's have a look at the finals bracket for the fellas first. Jack Robinson up against Samuel Pupo in that first heat, Pete, but we mentioned it yesterday afternoon. It feels like with the surfing we've seen from each of these contenders, that everyone's got a pretty good shot at it today.
Yeah, I mean, big heat for Sammy Pupo if he's looking to try and find himself cracking that final 5, because he has a chance. He's coming down. He's in that top 10 picture right now. So big heat for him against Jack Robinson, obviously testing himself against a surfer who has been on point. You know, and then the next quarterfinal, Italo Ferreira, Kanoa Igarashi, really important heat for Kanoa.
Oh, some real talent down that bottom side of the draw, but I was super impressed with Italo yesterday. I think he's given us one of the fastest, most high-impact turns on that outer section. The judges devoured it and threw him a big number. And if he can maintain that kind of form, he'll be hard to beat for sure. But we are getting excited about this first clash. Jack Robinson, the current world #1, closing in on Felipe Toledo.
All eyes on red. Jack Robinson. Beautiful tube tuck.
And the board control is unbelievable from Jack Robinson.
Yeah, it's motivating. You actually got to be careful. You don't get too excited. So you just stay cool one by one and just get it done, yeah.
So refreshing to see a rookie on tour surf this place like a veteran.
Surfing is crazy, you just never know what's going to happen, so I just got to keep the hope alive and just trying to surf.
How good and quarterfinal number 1 is set. The competitors getting out there into the lineup. Jack Robinson just pushing harder and really just looking like he's going to be there at the Rip Curl WSL Finals at the end of the season with this huge performance here at the Corona Open J-Bay. But Sammy Pupo, he's not giving up on his chances at getting there too.
Both these surfers actually are kind of like the most improved award as this season has gone on. I mean, literally getting better and better, just a more confident. Obviously, the talent's been there for a very long time. I mean, they've been touted as one of the next, level of surfing in the professional championship tour surfers. And so to see them start to come into their own, as basically youngsters, it's incredible.
Yeah, it's a really good pickup, Pete. I think it's interesting with Jack Robinson because the surfer from Margaret River has long been regarded as one of the best surfers in the world. In particular, his barrel riding. He is so good in the tube. We've seen it even at this venue. But I think even since his CT win in Mexico last year, this guy's worked so hard to improve his rail surfing. He's cleaned it up a lot. And he still won an event before improving that kind of approach. So he's a different surfer now, but really it's what's going on between his ears that's got him into this position.
And I'm sure, even Sammy Pupo, same thing. It's just like literally after the final, that last event, he's just all of a sudden realized, hey, I belong here and I can beat these guys. And now these two get to surf in a quarterfinal at perfect pumping J-Bay. Yeah,
his brother Miguel Pupo too. He's down here watching on, and you just know that Sammy's a rival to the championship tour, has reinvigorated Miguel Pupo, and they are absolutely loving their time traveling the world together and willing each other on to these big results. They're having a great year, and it's going to be a special finish if Samuel Pupo can overcome the current world number 2 in this heat. We've got to give big props to the fans down here at Jeffreys Bay. They have stuck it out through the rain, through the cold, to cheer on Geordie Smith and the other South African surfers in the mix, but they've made a lot of noise for all the competitors. It's been awesome.
Yeah, I mean, just good surfing, right? They're celebrating that, which is exactly what most fans should. It's been a very special event for as far as the surf has been concerned. Obviously the surfing's been there too, but it's just, I mean, when you are looking at a schedule, you think about Jeffreys Bay, this is the type of surf you want to see for this event.
And we've got set waves rolling our way, and that was probably the most overused phrase yesterday because it was incredibly consistent. There might have to be a bit of a strategy adjustment. I don't think you want to maybe rely on those sets coming as frequently as they did yesterday, but it is shaping up to be something special. Finals day here at the Corona Open J-Bay, and we are now getting things underway. 35-minute exchanges through these quarterfinal heats. Obviously, each surfer looking for those 2 big scoring rides, but they can take as many as they want. But generally, at a wave like this, when you're looking to conserve energy, Pete, you're pretty selective with what rides you're going to take.
I mean, again, championship tour surfing is 35-minute heats. It's about getting the 2 best waves. The beginning of the heat is always critical. You see these surfers, they're battling each other deep up the point, trying to figure out who's going to get the best of the first exchange. It's nice to be able to get that awesome first wave. But it doesn't mean everything. We've seen it go back and forth in every heat, but it's about getting the quality wave.
Kanoa Garashi looking super chilled as he gets set or gets into the mind frame for a big battle with Italo in the second quarterfinal heat. But Kanoa's really pushing hard, isn't he? Came into this event in that 6th position, wants to push, and there is space available in that final 5 if he can get himself a big result. Griffin Colapinto out of the mix. We know that Felipe Toledo's already occupying one of those spaces in the WSL Final 5.
And you'd have to say that Jack Robinson's pretty much a lock as well. I mean, with that quarterfinals, I think the points are right there for him. And I don't know if it's official yet, but ultimately, I mean, he's going to be able to clinch his spot.
Yeah, he did come into this event even with a very high probability of clinching a position, even without a big finish here. That's how strong he's been this year. This guy, Ethan Ewing, he's having a breakout year as well. Just his surfing, Pete, it is of event-winning quality, especially on a right-hand point break. He's just looks so sharp. At different stages throughout the year, it's felt like Ethan's getting closer to that win. Sunset, he looked remarkable. Bells Beach, he just got robbed of any kind of opportunity. He didn't get waves in his heat with Felipe Toledo there.
And it totally feels like he has more to give us, really. I mean, especially at a wave like this. So we'll see how he goes in this quarterfinals, and he's got a tough one.
Well, here's an adjustment from Jack Robinson. And what I mean by that is he didn't wait for one of the bigger waves. He just looked to get things started, tucking into the barrel. And this one's going to swamp him. And with 32 minutes and 40 seconds to go, it's going to be the rookie hanging on to priority and picking the eyes out of the first set that rolls around the point here at Jeffreys Bay. And what a sight it is, Pete. There's not too many waves that, you know, you stand there at Super Tubes, you watch the wave to your right, and then, you know, you do the full 180-degree turn to see the end of the wave down the point. And yesterday, waves were going on for over 300 yards. There was waves that did make that connection right down to the very end, the bottom of the point. There's a shot of that reef. So mid-tide at the moment. And that's really where we're seeing, you know, I think this place come to life. The tricky factor out there at the moment is going to be the wind, Pete.
It is, you know, and there is the factor that it should turn around to a light onshore breeze. We just don't want it to strengthen above maybe 10 miles an hour. You know, anything underneath there will be fairly light, just a little ruffle. But it gets any stronger, it starts to affect the face of the wave.
We've got one former winner here, Geordie Smith, today competing in the quarterfinals. 2 victories for him. He has looked very comfortable on his road through this event. 4 surfers chasing their first CT win. We've got a world champ in the mix in Italo, and it's just going to be very fun to see what plays out here. We could have someone break through for their first win. That's always a special moment. But what's your feeling? Do you think it's going to be experience paying off today?
Man, you know, you'd have to say that experience plays a big role for sure.
Jack on wave number 2. It was just to throw away that first one, but he has been moving with a great pace. His equipment's looked very sharp throughout the event so far. He really hasn't skipped a beat, linking his turns together brilliantly, riding high on this one to get down the line. Seen him throw some big airs as well, and he might be lining one up down the line. Here goes the big float, and opts out of the finish. But he's kicked things off, getting things moving and not sitting there and getting too patient from the outset. We'll see if that works out for him, but just over 30 minutes to go. There's waves standing up on the outside once again.
The patience game for Sammy Pupo may have paid off here. But, you know, the swell has matured a bit, so the interval is tightened slightly. We don't have the same strength there, but you can see that there's a little less time between waves. Generally, that means the consistency is going to stay up.
Sammy Pupo is going to get the first opportunity to throw a big punch here and maybe put some pressure on Jack Robinson in the first quarterfinal of the morning here on finals day at the Corona Open J-Bay. Samuel Pupo lining this one up through to the inside, grabs the wall, pulls into the barrel, super deep, won't come through this one. And he'll head back out into the lineup now without really taking a big advantage in that opening exchange. But he might be able to get back to the takeoff zone and get that priority.
It is a key element right here, especially you know, on finals day, getting those high quality waves. It felt like a great opportunity for Sammy Pupo to really put some pressure down on Jack Robinson in that situation. But you know, with the conditions, you still feel like there's going to be some barrels out there, and you know, both these surfers seem like they're kind of sitting there waiting for something like that to happen. Ultimately, I feel like, and a quick look over his shoulder, it feels like maneuvers are still going to be key. I mean, yeah, mixing it up, finding the tube in there, but it's not the ultimate. This isn't a barrel riding event like, say, Pipeline or Chopo. It's a mix of everything. And performance level of maneuvers are going to be, I think, they'd be the trick today. You got to be able to pull it together and link those big maneuvers to.
Well, let's get Luke Egan's thoughts. He's a former winner here at J-Bay, winning a specialty event, the Dream Sequence, back in the day. Luke, great to have your company. And what are you seeing out there conditions-wise?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, the conditions are looking really good. Swell's probably turned even more south. We saw a massive set early this morning, just foam out the whole bay. But the thing for me is the wind. I'm standing here looking directly at the point, and the wind's just got a little bit of north in it, and I think it's going to make the barrel really difficult this morning in these first 2 quarterfinals. So, you know, the strategy is going to have to change. It's not going to be like the barrel riding yesterday, the big calves and then pull into the barrels. We saw Samuel Pupo then pulled into the tube, and there's going to be some ribs in the face. And this isn't a super hollow barrel, so it's a little bit almondy. So when we do get this wind out of the north, it's threatening to come around to the west. I can feel it in my back now, but this morning, I think these guys have got to stay away from the barrel and just concentrate on that lip. And if you see the silhouette too, that lip's a little bit bumpy because there's some north in the wind as well. So these first few quarterfinals are going to be really tricky.
Your thoughts on Pete's statement about these two competitors being the most improved surfers on the championship tour this year, Luke?
Absolutely. I absolutely agree with him at the moment. He, yeah, for sure. Samuel Pupo's just, you know, he's probably done the most in a short amount of time. You know, as Pete mentioned, it was from Mexico last year, but Samuel Pupo, I feel like it's been like 3 or 4 events where he's just clicked, and again, another guy that just seems to be calming down and in the clutch moments trying to keep everything just really smooth and quiet in his head to get out those good performances, and gee, it's working.
It sure is, yeah. For me, Pete, it was amazing having Pipe as the first venue, especially for the rookies, knowing that that cut was looming. I think it really sort of put them in an attacking mode at Pipe. They really charged and went after those big results. Joe Chianca, absolutely brilliant at Pipe, but also Semi Pupo, I think he probably rode some of the waves of his life in that event to get that big start.
Yeah, and what a start it was, right? I mean, and you have zero expectation of what he's able to do out there. I mean, knowing that he's a rookie, we just don't know that he's had a ton of experience. I mean, Pipeline is one of those lineups that is so hard to even get good at, because every time it's good, you know, it's hard to find a wave. I mean, the locals are taking all of the best waves, so really practicing is very difficult.
And I think the difference is when it was at the end of the schedule and these newcomers to the tour had been beat up in competition all year, the confidence was zapped, and that sort of took away from the performance a little bit at times. Here we go, Jack Robinson, wave number 3. The best he's banked so far is a 2.5. So we're really waiting for one of these competitors to get things started here, and Robinson might do it on this ride. Nice tube to get started, out onto the open face, holds that rail, deals with the bump nicely and tucks in once again. Man, this guy can find a tube. Up into the lip, nice hook off the top. And he has just clicked with Jeffreys Bay this year, had solid numbers throughout. And just when he's looking a little lost in the lineup, he finds his place, and it's right there in the tube.
And it's crazy stuff, right? As soon as we're telling him, stay away from the barrel, you know what? The Grom's going to say, I'll show you, right? It's just crazy. Those were 2 beautiful barrels, you know, and deep, big hollow open wall. Gotta love it for Jack. He is the best, one of the best tube riders in the world. Even touted that at like what, 15 years old. And here he is on the championship
tour. He was certainly building a reputation at that age, but it's just amazing how well he can find it. You know, you understand it, Pete, it's instinctual. You sense that energy when you're riding that wave. You start to see what it's going to do when it hits that shallower section of the point here. And Jack was right where he needed to be, and at no point did it look like he was not coming out of those tubes. You just know he's going to reappear.
Yeah, well, there's the big roundhouse cutback, which we haven't seen a lot of here at this event. This wave definitely down the line, but again, perfectly placed in there. The one section that he's going to be able to go deep from it, he does it, completely disappears from view, and then sets it up again. And that's why he's such a great barrel rider, is that he senses it so much earlier than everybody else that he can set it up, and he does it, you know, better than anyone. It really is. And he also had a very strong maneuver after those 2 barrels, the roundhouse cutback on the outside, but then see how he sets this one up. He pumps into it with a ton of speed, knowing that you have to go through that section very quickly. And you see, again, that was the setup all the way from the bottom turn to be able to stall through that one, and then this big, strong turn here. So this is going to be a great score for him.
So good. Jack Robinson, 24 years of age, and he is just looking incredibly sharp out here at the moment. Just brilliant in the pit, and yeah, that's going to be a really solid score, you'd think. How great is that drone vision looking into the tube here? You can tell that there's still quite a bit of energy out there, quite a bit of water moving, and still more sets rolling down the point here. Samuel Pupo is going to have to find a response here in the opening stages. You don't want Jack to build that momentum. He's, you know, the impressive thing about Robinson, I think, Pete, is that yes, he's had a chance at getting into the final 5, but when I looked at the schedule, I was thinking Pipe and Sunset is an opportunity for him to get into maybe the #1 position, leaving the first 2 spots. And then later on in the year, obviously, Tahiti could have been a chance to solidify his position, but his success at some of the other venues, G-Land, we obviously had him pegged for a big result, but it wasn't classic G-land and the barrel riding, while he did have some tubes, he really relied on his turns to get the win there.
Oh, no, absolutely did. I mean, there was, again, the occasional barrel, but ultimately he did it on his backhand. He was clutch as all can be. I mean, he had several events where he's been able to just pull a wave out of his hat. I mean, incredible, just full Guru Yoda style to be able to every time get the opportunity to be gifted a wave. I mean, Brazil, same thing. He had the opportunity at the very end of the heat, almost felt like he had turned it, but he's been having that kind of thing happen for him. He's literally Yoda.
Also, just you know, finding real growth in his surfing. I know he's only 24 years of age, but you know, it's pretty remarkable just how far he's come. Always kind of had the airs as well, but really has, I think, just cleaned things up nicely. I think refining his equipment too and getting away from sort of barrel riding boards and getting onto some high performance stuff.
No, I mean, again, the switch to the sharp by Marcio Zubi has been magnificent in what he's been able to achieve manufacturing surfboards. He's changed the life of many a professional surfer on this tour. I mean, Kanoa Igarashi was one of the first ones that were able to kind of make that switch and that adjustment to his style of surfing. And, you know, again, Jack's been able to do that, got several of boards under his feet, and he settled on these. This is the ones that the Marcio Zubis are the ones that seem to be working for him.
Yeah, Marcio Zubi and Brendan Leckie as well, doing some boards under sharp eye. And I know Jack's been leaning into his designs as well. 21.5 minutes to go, 7-point ride. And now just hunting under priority, looking for something better than that 2.5 to put some real pressure on Samuel Pupo, but he's going to kick out of this one.
I like how they've left a little bit of room. You know, I still feel like there's more to give here. A 7.0 for Jack Robinson's double barrel and nice turn. It feels like there is going to be, you know, more opportunity throughout the day and even in this heat.
Well, let's have a look at the updated rankings, the live rankings here on finals day at the Corona Open J-Bay. But some serious movements, some solid results for some customers that were knocked out in the round of 16 as well, like Callum Robson climbed up a position. Connor O'Leary, he'll continue his climb, Pete. But there is some space there at the top end.
And then Sammy's sitting just outside of there. But again, you look at that 30,000 mark. I mean, he's just right there, like 28 or something. I don't know exactly the number, but he's sitting there with in striking distance. But he can't get left behind in this heat. He needs to get a solid wave right now.
Ethan Ewing and Kanoa Igarashi, they're going to be fun surfers to focus on in these quarterfinal clashes. They really cannot afford to trip up now, but Italo's going to have a fantastic position to maybe stitch up one of those places and maybe leave it only the 2 spots available going into the last event.
Yeah, I mean, and how cutthroat is that? You know, and I don't know if you've seen any of the images that came out of that last swell in Tahiti, but man, it was as mutant as it gets at that wave, and it's a spectacle. It's one of the, you know, 2 wonders of the world, literally, you know, as far as surfing goes. That wave is just, oh, it's a mutant.
A lot of storm activity down south at the moment, generating plenty of wave energy, and the southern hemisphere is just getting absolutely smashed by big tall walls, and we've seen it here over the last few days, and hopefully we're going to continue to see it throughout finals day here at the Corona Open J-Bay. But what a start for Jack Robinson, and I think we've got to get another look at that right and just the read. The cool thing about Jack's approach out here is that he's not indecisive about what the wave is going to do. He kind of goes to work and threads it all together. I think at different stages with the less experienced surfers here, Pete, we see them almost waiting and sizing up what's going to happen. Jack really did link this ride together nicely, and look at the bump that he's dealing with.
Yeah, and I think a key to that success of being able to understand is the fact that he reads things just that extra second earlier than anybody else. So he's always looking, he's just that much more forward in regarding to what the wave's going to do. You know, that read you talk about, I mean, he sees it so early. You know, there's so much that goes into, you know, just before you even catching the wave to set yourself up, paddle into position, put yourself in the right spot to catch the wave, then sets it all up. And then this kind of stuff, that literally that cut back to hand drag, he saw that there was going to be another barrel section there, and he wanted to be in the perfect timing to be able to get in behind it, which he did. And that's that sense of reading things just a little bit earlier than anybody else.
Well, both these guys are really looking to join an elite group of surfers who came here in their first attempt at a Corona Open J-Bay title and got the win. Mick Fanning, 2002. Joel Parkinson as a wild card in 1999, his first CT win. Kelly Slater in 96. and Mark Occhilupo in 84. So, you know, there's a trend there too, isn't there? Good success for the Australian surfers.
And
also,
also,
if Jack Robinson can get on that page.
You know, young surfers actually coming in here and winning this event, right? It's the wild cards have been that way.
Here's Samuel Pupo on his first proper effort with a big wall standing up. Couple of nice turns. Great variation always with this guy. And at different stages, I do see just shades of Toledo in his approach. Super explosive, has that extension in the arms. And as we mentioned, an amazing assortment of maneuvers you can throw at these big walls.
And just an incredible acceleration, right? I mean, similar to what we see from Felipe Italo is that he has this incredible way of just squirting out of his bottom turns and his top turns and all of his maneuvers. He has this quickness that is, you know, just a little bit faster than his competitors, and it's a point of difference. Take a look at the replay here, and this was unfortunate that this wave ran off. You know, this was an important priority decision by him to get a number that's going to kind of, you know, rival Jack. And unfortunately, the wave shuts down after this. Wasn't able to finish this wave. And you know, thinking about the judging and the way they've been putting it together, they want to see a complete ride in order to get bigger numbers, you know, into that very good range, into excellent. You need to complete the ride from top to bottom and give us like a wow moment, you know, some moment in that wave where you're like, wow, that was incredible, to go excellent.
Yeah, really a good answer there, a wave that he needed, but he'll likely need more because Jack's going to get rid of this 2.5 at some stage. And I don't think that Sammy's ride's going to measure up to the barrel riding expertise that we saw from Robinson earlier on. 4.83 for Pupo, and Jack is on the outside with 16 minutes to go, sizing up another ride here. Just gets into this one. And the first priority, get as much speed as possible so you can lay into this big first section. Nice transition hit off the top there. Keeps that down the line flow, back out in front of it now. Draws on that rail, holds it from the top of the wave right down into the bowl. This wave doubling up, moving through to the inside. And this is where Jack has read the wave so beautifully as he drives up into the pocket once again. Nice high line re-entry, and just finding a little bit of fins free action as he dropped out of the lip.
Really cool, good read once again. You know, not overcooking the final maneuver there, just making sure that he's going to ride, get that second number in the books, doesn't want to fail that final maneuver. The outside carve, I mean, there was again, such a great read because he raced it, and yet the maneuver he does to keep himself momentum down the line, that kind of upward carve was so smooth. I mean, generally you'll see a little rail hitch at some point, but he didn't have that, just carried that speed all the way down the line. So nicely done. And then a good solid finish.
Where's one on the head? That'll wake you up.
Thinking about a wow moment on that wave, probably nothing really substantial there, so that'll suppress the score. Don't see it going as high as a 7, but it's a good backup. Definitely better than the 2.5.
I guess, you know, if you can match that 4.83 for Samuel Pupo, there's a little bit of pressure in this ride, and there's certainly some points on this outside section.
Well, and that carve was the one I was talking about. You know, he was able to get the arc in there and keep that speed down the line, which he had done, and then that beautiful down carve in this double up section to set it up. And then this was that final move. You know, he didn't overcook that one, just the full lip line, carried the speed through it, right up and over, little airdrop to finish it. So a pretty dynamic finish, and you know, it's going to be a good number to back up the 7.0.
There it is in super slow-mo. It's, you know, his timing has improved so much, Pete. Real subtle touches on the lip there, and you know, it's a section that's tripped up a lot of competitors, but Jack just so switched on at the moment. And you know, he got a point on Samuel Pupo's 5.83 there, so it's now going to put him in a great position. 5.83 for Robinson, and the requirement for the Brazilian now is an 8-point ride, an excellent score with 13.5 minutes to go.
Love the jet ski assist this event. It's being used. You know, the reason why we're not speeding all the way on the outside like we usually do is the fact that we're trying to keep the wake down. So it's just a kind of a slow roll, which is perfect because it's just still going to give you the same amount of time getting out to the lineup, but it gives you that time to rest and recharge, especially with some of the breath work we've seen Jack Robinson been doing this season. You know, that's a perfect opportunity to do that.
It is finals day here at the Corona Open. J-Bay Jack Robinson leads quarterfinal number 1 with a 7-point ride and a 5.83. We'll see if Semi Pupo can fight back right after the break.
Yeah, you want to win the titles and stuff, but you know, I really look forward to the performances, having some good battles of guys and bouncing off each other. Then you're putting on a show for everybody. And then that leads to the event wins or the titles, whatever it be. Then that comes after that.
We're trying to create these ocean guardians that will go into the township, that will represent the oceans, and will, you know, be the ones fighting for it.
We're here today for a surf therapy and environmental education program with the WSL Pure grantee J-Bay Surf Alliance.
There's so much awareness being spread with this little program, from mindfulness to cleaning up the beach and ocean. It's an amazing program, and it's just the first step to making a big impact.
I kind of like what people talk about it right now, you know, like the fastest surfer, you know, like the unpredictable guy, you know, like kind of like that, and then that's something that I know that people won't forget for a long time.
The Corona Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona. This is living. Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency, official tourism partner of the Corona Open J-Bay.
Welcome back to the Corona Open J-Bay. The waves are cooking. I'm out here in the water, beautiful sunrise happening. Pretty critical conditions. The face of the waves are not easy to ride. There's a little chop on it, a little bump, and it's coming across off the reef. Tide's still draining out this morning, so the paddle outs are getting intense. We should see some scrambling on the rocks, but out the back, we see Jack Robinson just on fire right now, staying on his roll that he's been on throughout this year. It's been so impressive with 2 wins already. We'll see how this one goes for Semi Pupo, if he can get back in the driver's seat. How's it looking up from up in the studio, boys?
Oh, it's the best set we've probably had all year. It's just got the most unbelievable view of this lineup. But what we're picking up on, Strider, is that texture on the water. We've surfed this place with that light north wind. It's really hard to sink the rail. But Jack Robinson just seems to be ironing out all those creases with his read at the moment.
Yeah, you know, he's figured out everything he needs to. He's just understanding the environment so well. He really does know how to just push through those little bits. He's watching him come up the face. He's feeling every moment, and we can see it in his surfing. I love watching it. You know, it's going to be the challenge today for most of the surfers, because that wind is it's forecasted to come up even more. So they're going to have to keep an eye on those bumps as they come up the face. And even in the lip, when they go to do their turns and all that chop's coming across, they're going to have to push super hard off of one and not in between them, because when you go to turn in between, you catch the rail coming out of it going into one. So they're going to have to figure out exactly where to place that board.
Strider, we didn't get a chance to pick your brain about this incredible quarterfinal lineup that we have here for the Corona Open J-Bay, but what are you looking forward to watching in these quarterfinals? Which heat stands out to you?
I want to see, honestly, Kanoa Igarashi just rising to the occasion. I feel like he's one of those surfers that is in world championship form, and he's one of those guys that could be after a world title, and I feel like we're going to see him take to the air into that win line.
Ooh. Oh, it's going to be fun to watch.
Big call, I like it.
We've got so much to look forward to. Heat number 3, it's going to be the battle of the form goofy footers, or 2 of the form goofy footers, I should say. Yago Dora and Connor O'Leary both been doing some of the biggest backhand, just absolute smashes here on big, tall sections. And then heat 4. I know the local crowd, Peter, are going to be very dialed in on what happens there, because you've got Geordie Smith going up against Ethan Ewing, who, much like Geordie, just his surfing works here on these long walls and looks beautiful.
And you know, Ethan Ewing being sitting just inside of the final 5 on the rankings right now. In order to solidify that, this would be a big heat win if he can get through Geordie and get into the semifinals. That'll, you know, solidify a spot going into the last event of the season.
Jack Robinson trying to get rid of a 5.83, taking a chance on this one. Looks down the line and doesn't like what he sees, so he's going to get out of there. A couple of pretty decent numbers already. But that last ride really worked out nicely for him, bettering Samuel Pupo's best wave, and that ups the requirements substantially.
And I don't know if you noticed, but he didn't put a lot of emphasis on catching the bigger set waves. He was more, putting himself closer to the point, and so he could have those steeper sections. Those waves that move in closer to the reef, at this mid-tide, are going to have that steeper face on it. And that wave, definitely very speedy and hard to do big maneuvers on it, but he read it just perfectly and was able to really surf that wave to the potential of what it was, 5.83.
Well, with 8 minutes to go here, let's take some time to reflect on Jack Robinson's performance at G-Land. He just come off a win at Margaret River. He got the win over John Florence, which we know at Margaret River is a very difficult thing to do. But again, Pete, if there is a hint of a barrel, Jack Robinson will find it, and he doesn't get fearful of not exiting tubes. He puts himself there deep. He's got the technique to muscle his way through the tightest of tubes.
Yeah, and as I had mentioned before, he's just a magician in regards to summoning waves, and I think that there's something to be said about just having that clear mind and, belief that all of a sudden that wave's going to come for you, because this season he literally has been given the opportunity to turn a heat at every single moment that he's had it, and whether he turned it or not, ultimately he's been given the opportunity, and I just don't, that's kind of the magic that happens with certain surfers that he's starting to develop for him. Kelly Slater, Tom Curran, kind of magicians of just all of a sudden summoning waves at certain parts of the reef.
Well, he's got the belief. He's got the belief in himself. He's got the belief that those opportunities are going to come his way. He wills it into existence. Big on visualization, and yeah, he's seeing a big result for himself here at Jeffreys Bay this year. But you mentioned that, in those moments where he needs a score, he's been able to pull it out of the bag, and he did it in the opening round against the impressive young wildcard here, Luke Thompson.
It's been literally, each event he's had those opportunities. He's been able to turn. Brazil, he had the opportunity in that G-Land win. It came down to a last wave once again. So, yeah, he's the last-minute heroics. He's been able to turn it.
Just over 6 minutes to go here. He hasn't got this one in the bag stitched up just yet. Samuel Pupo is certainly capable of putting an excellent number on the board. Needs an 8-point ride. I guess the big danger for Sam at this point is the fact that Jack is still hanging on to a 5.83, and it's going to be difficult for Sam to get 2 rides in this amount of time. So if Jack improves on the next exchange, Samuel's going to be in trouble.
Well, it's interesting they let that wave go by, not seeing a ton of potential, and then unfortunately they go over the top of it, and that was the one wave set.
I would be horrible in this situation if it came to wave selection. Every wave looks fantastic out there to me at the moment. Obviously, though, in competition, Pete, the competitors are looking for something quite significant, something different in a ride here. What is it that they're after?
Well, I think that, we touched on it because it changes with the tide, I think, and obviously the wind conditions and all those things. Like, if it's windy, generally the second wave of a set will be a little bit cleaner just by the virtue of that first wave kind of, pulling the sheets clean, as Strider likes to say. And that's true, because that second wave could be it. But sometimes, what we just saw on that right there was no second wave. So it really is about just feeling what it's happening at the tide and what the swell is doing, all of those elements you need to be tapped into.
It is describable what the surfers are after out here, but a lot of it's just innate, and it's instinctual. And as surfers, you, over time, feel the energy of that swell line, and as it approaches, you size it up and you look down the line, and you get a feeling that wave's going to do what you want it to do, or you kind of go, yeah, it's not really kind of shaping up at the moment the way I'd like, and that's before it even caps and breaks.
Yeah, and the best of the best, right, are the champions, are the ones that have that feeling that even if it's a new venue, or they haven't had a ton of experience, they still have this innate feeling of reading the ocean and understanding what's happening and being able to execute. That's why we always talk about how the local, generally are going to be so good at events, is because they've had so much experience in there. But if you think about just having that ability to read the ocean and then tons of experience on top of that, you put yourself in an unbeatable situation.
Well, we love Tyler Wright's post-heat interview when she progressed through to the semi-finals yesterday. She said with each session she's taking in the data, and she's banking all that information. And like I said, it is describable, the wave that you're looking for out there. But I think when someone gets into Jack Robinson's mindset, it becomes instinctual. You don't have to think about the information so much. You can run on that feel, and typically that's when you get on that roll.
Yeah, and that's when the process all of a sudden we can just surf, and that means just surf is you're being in the moment. You don't have to think about what this wave's going to do or what, you know, what do I have to do for a score. It literally just starts happening instinctually.
And I love that when the surfers actually get to their feet and they elect to get that right. I think the same can be said about variation on the wave. I think that it becomes about picking the right turn. I don't think the surfers are constantly mulling over in their mind, I need to do a different move right now. I think in the back of their head they're aware of it, but ultimately it becomes about reading each section and giving the appropriate turn to each of those critical sections of the wave.
Yeah, the data collection's been already processed. You know, at that point you get it through in the times when you can just sit there and meditate or whatever, and then all of a sudden it's the clearness that you carry once you're in the heat.
Well, we've got 2 regular footers in this one, but we can watch Italo, who's really given us the best single ride for a goofy footer, in my opinion. I know Yago's had some beautiful hits, but Italo's speed in his high-scoring ride on his run through to the quarterfinals on that outside section was so impressive to me.
It's a significant difference, you know. There's the Yago and the Connor and even Nat have put up a big number. Those waves were a more paced approach. That's where Italo has this ability to just do that same type of maneuver, but doing it a little bit faster. And it's a difference, and that's why he's into that quarterfinals.
Looking forward to making that comparison between the backhand approach and the regular footers in that next quarterfinal heat. But right now we're watching Sammy Pupo, the Brazilian, loading up. So much speed, goes for the oop, gets lost in the breeze. And he's not going to stick it. And he really put it all on the line with that first maneuver. He wanted to start with a bang.
Yeah, he did. He needed to. And I think it's good. That's what these kids are going to bring to the table, is this spontaneity that you know, the veterans are not going to have. You know, utilizing that wind blowing up the face, that's the type of maneuver you could see these surfers using that wind up the face like that. You can get that alley-oop and spin, and he looked like he had the board planted to his feet. I'd love to take a look at the replay to see exactly what happens and goes wrong, but everything looked pretty darn good. He almost landed it.
Strider, you were looking into that one and watching that wave reel off down the line. Did he miss a lot of opportunity as this wave went by without him?
Oh, yeah. I mean, these waves are rolling off another 400 yards, I feel like. Every wave's just unbelievable. Actually going by me now. They're going all the way past Salas, which is this inside section, which is just incredible that these waves and the angle that they have keep going that far down the line. I mean, it's unbelievable. So it's an interesting thing, though. A lot of these waves, as you can see somebody rolling in now, you know, it's not the most perfect scenario. There's wide ones, they're coming back on themselves. They've got these like double ups in them, and it's really a hard lineup to read right now. But out the back, you see another surfer looking at one. So, oh, he goes to the air again, and then Jack's behind him trying to follow it up. But these waves that are coming in wide, they're really hard to read.
Well, the Australian is going to be on his way to the semi-finals with a strong performance here in the quarters. Doesn't even need this last ride. Samuel Pupo put it all on the line on that big individual turn on the outside. And that was really his last shot at it. That insider was probably never going to get him into the excellent range. But a very composed performance from Jack Pete. He got busy in the opening stages, but then found the wave he was looking for. Wave number 3, he turned it into a 7.
Yeah, that's a great job by finding the barrel, which we didn't expect this morning. You know, Sammy Pupo wasn't as close as I thought he was when we saw the slow-mo there, but ultimately, good result, another quarterfinal for Sammy. But Jack, you know, again, just too hard to beat.
He's having some kind of run at the back half of the season, and we'll see how he fares in the semi-final. Stay with us after the break. The 2019 World Champ, Italo Ferreira, hits the water.
So, you know, you want.
You know, I love this wave. I feel like it suits my surfing.
This is a big, thick barrel, and he's going to go right through the big section. Surfing under the Japanese flag, he's going to go into a big section here. Skatey rail drive.
And Italo's not done with it just yet.
Just try to pick the best wave and surf, you know, and that's what I did. So I'm super stoked. Let's go for the final days, and I'm super excited to get one more, and let's go.
Last time we were here, Italo got himself a second place finish, and he is looking to go one better in 2022, but he's got a tough draw up against Kanoa Igarashi. And these two featured heavily at last year's Olympics. Italo got the gold medal, and Kanoa finished up with a silver medal, and now they're going after a semi-final place, and the winner of this one's going to take on Jack Robinson. It's going to be a tough road through to that final for all the competitors who've marched through the quarters today. But this is going to be a lot of fun, Pete. It's going to give us the opportunity to see the different approach of these competitors, because this was always an event that was really dominated by the regular footers, and what scored very well here was those big frontside carves. But I think in recent times, it's the big backhand hits in the pocket which have kind of surpassed that. Yeah. So Kanoa's going to have to really surf tight to the pocket here to find an edge over Italo.
Agreed, and mixing it up too. I think that at least the forehand, you're going to have the ability to mix the big carves with a barrel here and there, and just showcasing the top, from the very, again, choosing a wave that's going to give you an outside section. The mid part's not going to be too slow, and then a good solid finish.
Well, here we go. Quarterfinal number 2 getting underway with Kanoa Igarashi. Big tail drop float, and he's not going to stick it. Was trying to land on that toe side rail so he could transition and keep that speed to get down the line, and must have hit a bump, and he's been knocked off, and Italo will get a chance here. Big drop out of the lip for him. So controlled in those moments where he's falling out of the sky. But he doesn't link it through to the inside.
Yeah, Luke had mentioned how, the maturity of the swell. So these storms move basically from west to east as they move underneath the cape here. And as those, the direction's going to change, the maturity of the swell, the interval will change. And so it's a little more south today, which again pushes it onto the point and actually makes this wave a little bit faster. And I think that's kind of what's happening today slightly, because that outside section moving very quickly. I mean, those guys knew that type of maneuver is what they wanted to do. They wanted to go, above and over the top and use it as a maneuver to keep the momentum down the line. And both surfers basically caught behind by just trying to push it.
You got to push it. And Kanoa Igarashi, it feels like he's warming, Pete. We've seen him sort of enter that, that zone where he just clicks into a event-winning form. Only really once where he's been that dominant right through a finals day series, but big mistake there, falling out of the lip. But like you said, both competitors sitting pretty damn deep on the point here.
And again, he's up there, and you can see the waffle. We're still got some waffle today in the morning earliness, but yeah, falling with the lip here, and to see if he keeps his focus. Yeah, it's a tough one. You're just trying to land with all that speed and a little choppy in the transition. So mistake there for Kanoa Igarashi.
I guess you don't want to go into full maneuver recovery mode and try and ride out of a turn that's not a major turn. It's really about landing with some drive, and it felt like Kanoa was trying to do that.
Yeah.
And he just didn't find that soft transition that allowed him to drive back out onto the open face. But it's fun talking about those big rail turns and the backhand surfing and how well that's scored in recent times. I think the frontside carve kind of got a little bit forgotten there for a while. And then I think John Florence really put it back on the map in Margaret River and sort of set the benchmark for what you need to do if you're going to turn in an excellent score with rail turns.
And it was the thing about what he was able to do, John was able to do, is he changed where that carve was happening on the wave. He goes more vertical. It's almost like he's going into an off the top, and so he's actually carving into the most critical section. So he's starting his carve earlier than in the past of going out and more on the face and having that arc. He's able to do it in a much steeper part of the wave, almost like the backhanders. And why the backhanders have had that advantage is that they're able to stick that heel edge and push it into the more vertical into that that steeper section. So it looks super dynamic. And, you know, John was able to do that style of turn on his forehand.
I was really excited just looking at the final 8 surfers in the quarterfinals coming into today, just because there is great points of difference in all their surfing. Jack Robinson's really focused on some of the barrels out here, as well as having strong turns. Italo on his backhand explodes through the lip, sets the tail free quite regularly. Yago and Connor have just been all power, and then the rail, just perfection of Geordie Smith and Ethan Ewing we can look forward to in quarterfinal 4 as we see Kanoa up on his second ride. First wave didn't count for anything, but this one is certainly going to be a decent start to this quarterfinal clash as he drives up into the pocket once again, mixing things up by grabbing that rail, hit a couple of bumps, but finishes it off nicely with a solid hit there. He's not done with it, reconnects with that open face, gets one more little fin hit in.
Complete ride, top to bottom of the point, you know, in the competitive area there. You know, didn't leave a moment of wow for me, so I don't feel like the number's going to go too high, but ultimately it's a complete ride. It's going to be the best number of the heat.
Also kind of split at the end and give him that big exciting section to either hit, commit to. So he is probably not going to get the biggest score, but it's certainly going to be the best number of this heat so far, Strider.
Yeah, it was super impressive. You know, we talked about that chop in the face, so we saw him kind of catch the rail on a few moments there, but he pushed through it, and that's what you have to do. It's an interesting, brings up an interesting topic of the front hand and the backhand, and how that you're going to be able to lay on that rail hard enough to push through. We saw Kanoa do it on the backhand. You get that in the lip pivot, but you also have that kind of blind spot in the eye line, and you got to do that turn down into the bowl and hopefully not catch your rail as you do it. But Kanoa going by me now, big smiles, looks like he was psyching to get back out there. Can't wait to see the rest of it. It actually has a bit of a glass off happening right now, so we could be lucky and have some smooth surface through this heat.
Well, Italo's going to try and find some on this ride. Drives up actually through the whitewater. Doesn't really tee off on the first section though, so at this point he's really just in transition mode, waiting for that first big major move as he just paces himself. Now lines up this steeper wall. Good blast there. He's going to drive up into it again. Bit of foam on the face, no dramas for the 2019 event runner-up, and he's going to finish on the inside, and that'll be a good reply to what Kanoa surfed up earlier on.
You think about the end of that ride, much stronger for Italo. You know, the beginning part of that ride, Kanoa felt like he had the advantage on the outside section, so we'll see where the judges put the emphasis. It feels pretty even Steven in my eyes, but these scores kind of very similar. I don't know how much separation we'll see what the judges see, but very strong finish for Italo. Just that outside stuff is a little bit more transitional, like you had mentioned. It was just more kind of setting up that inside section. And he was fortunate that that section did come up, because I was looking at it over my shoulder, and it loaded up and was able to get 2 maneuvers. Felt like he maybe only going to get 1 major move there, but he ended up getting 2.
Feels like Italo's warming towards a run at a second world title this year, Pete. A couple of semi-finals in El Salvador and Rio, and eyeing off another place in the semis here. But, you know, while he didn't get that first turn quite right, he made up for it down the line here.
He did. You know, again, these are more transitional moves, not a steep section or not, and he sets it up knowing there is going to be this 1 major section, executes a beautiful turn there, and then, oh, look, I got another section, and just loads up, carves through the lip, lands easily. So that 2-turn combo going to be solid. Take a look at the outside work here for Kanoa. And I like the pickup for Strider saying that there's a little glass off, because it does feel that way. Beautiful 2 turns there with just this big layback hook. You know, he got a little stuck there, but he was able to drive through it. So the outside work feels pretty strong. You know, this way where you talked about the split in half.
Yeah, nice hit there to finish. He really made something of nothing. Luke Egan watching on. Luke, good performances already. Jack Robinson into the semis. He'll take on the winner of this one, but it's fun to look at the backhand approach of Italo up against Kanoa Igarashi.
It sure is, Ryan, and I'm liking Kanoa as well. He's just got that hold the rail carve. I haven't seen him do that in too many other locations other than here. So doing his homework and bringing some variety with that really strong hold the rail carve. We saw him gather a lot of points with it yesterday and trying it again against Italo. But that two-turn combo of Italo on the inside, just waits till the wave's super critical, steers that board straight up into the light water, that last little super steep part of the water, tight to the curl, and just places it there and then takes the air drop. And you know, we've seen him win before with that combination of turns that he's bringing out in this quarterfinal as well.
Yeah, he's looking really strong. Solid numbers starting to roll through for Kanoa. And he's going to take the early advantage in this heat. It feels like he'll likely win that exchange too.
Yeah, I mean, right now you can see it's going to be probably a full point, which is huge in this situation.
6.83 for Igarashi, a 6-point ride for Italo. Just on 23 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Let's hear from our first semi-finalist. Jack Robinson is with Laura Anova.
Yes, Jack Robinson into the semi-finals, just saying that it was a bit hard out there this morning, bigger than you maybe expected waking up here at J-Bay, but what was the strategy, because you made it work?
Yeah, I went out in the free surf. It was so hard to get off the rocks, and the waves are solid, but yeah, it's good. It's kind of my style, so yeah, I'm happy we got waves to finish off, and hopefully have a good day. And
just saying that, you know, you got a lot of cuts on your feet. Your feet are cold. First heat of the morning. How do you, adapt to that?
Yeah, a lot of guys don't really like the first heat. It's kind of, you're not really in the mood for it, but you just, you're here to surf, so yeah, let's go and do it. And yeah, just got to be comfortable, right? It's yeah, the waves are pumping. There's a beautiful sunrise. I was just enjoying the moment out there.
Well, congratulations. You have officially clinched your spot in the WSL Final 5, Jack Robinson.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, we keep working for it. Yeah, try and go into that as in the best position I can. So just keep working.
We're going to see you at Level Trestles. Congratulations.
See you soon. Okay.
Robinson goes from 3rd to 2nd at the buzzer. See the Australian move on to the semifinals. Come on! Woo! Put it on the put it on the line. Bang!
That was crazy.
Jack Robinson wins at home. Speed jam off the top for Robinson. One of the best tube riders in the world. The champion of the Quicksilver Pro G-Land.
Jack Robinson has officially clinched his spot in the WSL Final 5.
Yeah, you want to win the titles and stuff, but I really look forward to the performances, having some good battles with guys and bouncing off each other. Then you're putting on a show for everybody, and then that leads to the event wins or the titles, whatever it be. Then that comes after that.
We're trying to create these ocean guardians that will go into the township, that will represent the oceans, and will, be the ones fighting for it.
We're here today for a surf therapy and environmental education program with the WSL Pure grantee J-Bay Surf Alliance.
There's so much awareness being spread with this little program, from mindfulness to cleaning up the beach and ocean. It's an amazing program, and it's just the first step to making a big impact.
I kind of like what people talk about it right now, like the fastest surfer, like the unpredictable guy, kind of like that, and that's something that I know that people won't forget for a long time.
Surfing was my way of fitting in. I felt like growing up, being an Asian in America, you're gonna stick out no matter what, And all of a sudden I just became the cool kid, winning contests and doing surf contests. All this attention. And there was like 7 or 8 brands bidding for me. There was a moment where I was like, wow, how can a company invest money in a 12-year-old? This is getting really serious. And then I just became the main source of income for the house. And yeah, I felt that.
You can catch the first season of Make or Break on Apple TV+. And Kanoa Igarashi is featured, and he's out there in the lineup at the moment, featuring heavily in the quarterfinals. He's up against Italo, who's going to really be a tough customer to overcome here. Italo's looked so sharp on his road through to the contest, but It's felt like Kanoa's been building through this draw, Pete.
He has, and understanding what the situation is for him. There's only 2 events left. This is a very important event for him. He's got Italo ahead of him, and right in the next couple quarterfinals, Ethan Ewing. Some long shots there as well. So this is an important event, important heat. If he can find himself into the semifinals, he's going to get himself some big points.
Let's have a look at a replay of Italo's ride during the break.
Ooh, little struggle there at the beginning turn, but no worries for him. He gets around it. And then just a quick fall. So nothing going there. 1.6, I think, for Italo. Now this way. Ooh, beautiful arc there. Little point of difference with the way he used his arms through that turn. And then again, using the layback. And another beautiful carve. This is a great wave for Kanoa Igarashi on the outside. He's been able to do the maneuvers on that outside section, which is very important, and see what he gets on the inside as this one loads up. Another beautiful layback snap. Pulls it off, no worries. And could be getting a little bit bigger than his last number.
I think so. And there it is, 7.1 for Kanoa. And you could just tell then, Pete, just how well he read the sized up the sections, just hanging on that bottom turn for a long time. Really clean surfing, just a great connectivity between his maneuvers, and that's going to put him in a strong position. Italo needs a 7.93 now.
He's showcasing his maturity here too, because it'd be easy to try and force some maneuvers there. And he eased through all of those big maneuvers. So very paced, good approach to J-Bay. Love what he's doing right now, and he's got a solid lead, although there's still plenty of time with 18 minutes for Italo to turn this one around. And a 13.93 two-wave total. We think that Italo is very capable of that, and he can usually do it at a very quick amount of time.
Well, both of these guys really struggled here at Jeffreys Bay in their first few efforts at the contest. Kanoa Igarashi was embarrassed by his performances. He actually took a trip, especially down to El Salvador, camped out for a long period of time just to work on his flow and really work out how to bring his variation to big, long right-hand walls, and it paid off big time. He used that assortment of maneuvers to get his first CT win.
Yeah, that's right. And when he went to Bali, I mean, that's a long, cupped out right. He was able to link his maneuvers and really mature his surfing to the point of now being a title contender. I mean, he was touted as such, but now to actually perform as such is the big difference.
And I think Italo, had a similar thing going on. Even though he is from a right-hand point break by Formosa, he actually, I don't think, has had the opportunity to surf on a wall this tall, and it took him a while to lose that double pump bottom turn and that disconnect between his maneuvers. And since he's found it, obviously he's gone on to a world title, and he's looked so brilliant through this contest. He's up once again here. And it's a nice looking wall. It's got a good pace to it, and it's starting to stand up now. And Italo, you can see, just hangs back and waits for this wave to do its thing. Some steeper sections coming his way at the moment. Oh, a little wobble there, but he's going to hang on to it. Drives up into the lip, and there is a well-timed hit, and he sends it into the lip, but can't ride out of that final maneuver. And it's interesting, isn't it? Whenever you see a competitor trip up at some stage on the wall here at Jeffreys Bay, it seems to be very hard to recover and complete that ride.
And not only recover, it's so in focus, right? You see it. This is a wave that you want to see. None of that happening throughout the entire ride. And there was 2 moments. Matter of fact, the final finish move, he was able to recover, and the maneuvers were solid. But that little bobble just makes you feel like, oh, okay, it affects the score just ever so slightly. And then obviously at the very end, not completing that ride. I mean, he finishes that wave. He's in contention. He's going to have his best number of the heat, but instead now it's just going to be a mediocre number, and he's going to be behind.
15.5 minutes remaining here. More sets rolling our way on finals day. If you've just joined us, the winner of this heat's going to take on Jack Robinson, who overcame Samuel Pupo in the first quarter. We've got a lot to look forward to this afternoon, or this morning, I should say. Up next is going to be Yago Dora up against Connor O'Leary. And then we're going to have Geordie Smith taking on Ethan Ewing in quarterfinal number 4, then straight into the women's semi-finals. It's a world champ fest.
It is.
On the women's side.
You've got that first one, Tyler Wright up against Steph Gilmore. That's all those world titles in that. Then that bottom half, you got Chris Amore and Tatiana Weston-Webb. Chris Amore having a very challenging quarterfinal heat that she was able to persevere. As we watch the replay here, outside work, You know, nothing super dynamic, but just nice, great flow. You mentioned how he's had to work on that. There's the first stumble in this wave, but it actually put him in a good position for that maneuver. And then the finish, just not as strong as he would have liked. He would have right out of that, and all of a sudden we're going to see a pretty good number, but instead it just comes in as a 5.
Yeah, it put him in a good position for that maneuver, but he would have liked to have gotten out of that one a little earlier so he could properly tee off on this. And this was almost a similar wipeout than the one we saw of Nat Young, which was just hectic, in a word. He got completely smashed on his equipment. It's lucky he didn't break his board or his ribs. But Italo goes down there, 14 minutes to go, and that wave's really going to count for nothing.
Yeah, it isn't. I mean, if he's going to take Kanoa out in this heat, he can't hold on to a 5. Sorry. I mean, unless he gets a 10. But you know, that's a lofty goal. Although each of those capable of it.
He sure is. Yeah, brilliant when he gets going. Just that lightning fast in transition in the backhand. But you know, we'll set the tail free. He can surf upside down. He has amazing power. Obviously, trains the house down.
And then you think about his aerial antics, and that's just something that, I mean, it got him on tour. You know, when we were hearing about Italo for the first time on the QS, it was something where he was just able to go above the lip on any section at any time, backhand or forehand, and that got him on tour. And then he had to kind of work on his flow, I think, at that point, and that's what you touched on, and he's been able to do that and became a world champion.
Yeah, he's had a number of wins with those airs, as we see Kanoa hammering down the line, looking to get rid of a 6.83 here. Nice looking wall, big jam there, great timing. The wave's going to stretch out. For a moment, he's going to roll with it and just see if he can get back out in front here. But this one is now starting to actually get away from him, and he gets out of it. But those first 2 turns were solid, and a real shame he couldn't find that connection to the inside, because it was looking like it was going to be a very strong ride.
Oh, he's calling for something here. I don't know if you know, cord broke. So I know that situation. Had that happen to me last night.
Oh, Pete, I'm sorry, mate.
Yeah, just shocker for.
That is a shocker. But we've got a broken leash, it looks like, Strider.
It's looking like, for me, I don't see any other part of the equipment there. So a broken leash probably. There's a lot of water moving over the reef right now, and it's super shallow in there. And with that, the water moves really fast over the reef and just bangs across. And he just did the pin drop. And as he pin dropped, I think it rips the board through. And when you get that tension on it like that quick, it can just pop it. And it's unfortunate, because underwater you can hear and feel the pop. It's a little ting, and you're just like, no. And that's what's happened. But it looks like he's going to, he's going to get in. He's going to jump off the back of the ski and just go for his, he's pointing to where he wants to go, to the ski driver at the moment, which is a luxury at this point, because driving the skis in here next to those rocks with those double ups coming and all this water is very dangerous. So it's really gnarly in there.
Oh, heavy.
We just watched the grommet drop a board here.
He was trying to do the right thing. You know, there's a good chance if he doesn't pick that board up, it gets bashed up anyway.
Yeah, no, that's what happened to mine.
Pushing it into the rocks. But Kanoa Igarashi, this is a real shame. He was on his way to a solid score there, Pete. He had a couple of big turns on the outside. But the broken leash is going to give Italo the opportunity he needs to get back into this exchange with just under 11.5 minutes to go.
This is where the training the house down comes into play, because he's going to have his team basically down there, probably putting a new leash on there. He's asking for some information, but he's coming through the keyhole there. And this is going to take, what, 5-6 minutes?
Yeah,
probably
sure.
in time?
It's depending on how fast you run. Take it easy, Grom. Don't run too fast. But yeah, he passes that board on there. And Kanoa Igarashi was pointing straight to the keyhole at the top of the point. That's where he wants his caddy to meet him to get that new leg rope on and get back out in the lineup. Just on 10.5 minutes to go here.
So the security guard's going to bring him his board, but again, he's going to need a leash change at this point. I mean, if he wants to ride this board specifically, he's going to have to change that out.
Yeah.
Pick up the leash, guys.
You know, you want to have a good look at that board too. Make sure that there's, you know, no dings in it that are going to affect the way that thing performs.
Well, fins first off would be, buckles, anything that's going to, affect the flex of the board. But mainly, it's fins. A big hole in the board, though, no worries. You'll ride it with a big hole.
Just over 10 minutes to go, and uncontrollable circumstances here for Kanoa, Luke, and really it's going to give Italo a great opportunity to get back in this heat.
Yeah, for sure, but Kanoa's coming past me right now, and he looks pretty poised. He's looking at the ocean, just checking what's going out. I can see the fin must have nicked the leash right there at the back there. So his caddy will be up there. He doesn't look, he looks like he's composed. You know, if he can get out with a bit of a break in the sets, there's a big set coming through now. So my call is that he's going to get there, he's going to calm down, and he's only going to kill a few minutes with this mishap. So I think he's going to be back out there and okay.
Well, it's already been a couple of minutes too, but Italo did have to duck dive some pretty big set waves out the back then too, Pete.
He did, you know, no opportunities for him to pick up. But Luke, if you're still listening in, is there anyone down there for him in regards to an extra board, or how's that going to work out for the leash?
Yeah, there's someone at the keyhole waiting with a board and a leash. So, yeah, he's stopped running now, so we'll see what happens. It's just, there's a big set coming right now, so I think he's just taking his time. He's realising that he can't jump on the rocks right now and go. As we see Italo on a big one on the outside.
Oh, big turn off the top too for the Brazilian, as he glides through a transition hit here. Now looking just really to size up a big finish on this ride. And he is trying to chase down this score.
Here's the double up.
7.93. This thing's doubling up now as Italo climbs up into the pocket again, bashes it, falls out of the sky. And again, goes to the lip, and he hangs onto it. And there is the double fist pump. And that's exactly what he needed. A couple of big sections. And just falling out of the sky. And he will make the most of this free lineup that he's found, with Kanoa having to go in for a leash.
That's exactly what Italo wanted to have happen for him right there, especially with that section on that. He's been the one who's been able to just find those waves with that load up on that inside section. We saw it yesterday where he was able to turn a wave that was pretty mediocre through the mid part of it, and then getting those two solid moves out here. And again, that's just happening. This time he gets the outside work done. I mean, that was a beautiful backhand hook. He sets up this next section here by carving it back, but waiting for the steepest part of it, tags it once again, gets some drift. So two solid moves on the outside. This feels like the best wave of the heat. Again, needing a 7.93 to turn it. You know, there's a question there. He's asking the judges. I mean, here, this mid part is the only slow part, but he's loading it up, or he's not loading up, but he sees that it's going to load up, and this is the meatiest section of this wave. Too beautiful. This one here specifically is just hammering that section with so much speed through the carve. Crazy stuff there.
And he gets out of there. And have a look at these final two turns. Big section, and we know how much damage this has done to people over the course of the last couple of days.
And so commitment and degree of difficulty is usually looking at the section you're doing the maneuvers, and that one had so much water in it, and he comes out with speed and then goes straight into the second. The two-turn combos. Look, this one's going into the skyrocket. He's going to turn the heat.
Strider is a goofy footer. It must bring a tear to your eye.
Yeah, just a little bit. He just went wide, gave me the fist pump. Actually, it was emotional. The guy's on fire. And I just wanted to like talk about the girth of the waves on the inside here as they stand up. You see him rolling down the point. There's these big, huge walls with the mushy part on the back of it, the really big ones. And to actually think about those things, then they load up on the inside. They stand straight up in front of you. The wave looked like it grew twice as big. It's like just ridiculously thick. And he's just put his board right up into the meatiest part of the lip. And that is just so much commitment. You know, he's a little guy, but he's strong in stature. But geez, man, that thing just looked so radical when he hit the bowl and he fell out of the sky. It was just like, whoa, it's just pure commitment. And you're landing onto just basically dry reef. The tide's going low still over here. It's just like that inside section. And right where they're hitting it is that solid piece of the reef that's just like basically sticking out of the water when you hit it. So insane commitment on the inside here.
First 9-point ride of finals day. Got a feeling we can expect more, but Italo jumps up into the lead, gets the number he needs. And now it's Kanoa who's after a big number. A 7.91 is what he's chasing, and he's just getting through that keyhole and getting back to the takeoff zone now.
Oh, and this is critical because right on the left of your screen, you're going to see Italo come into the frame, and this was an important part of this heat, being if he could get out there and get priority, Kanoa Igarashi giving himself a chance. He needs a 7.91, fully capable of doing that. And the ability for him to get out before Italo gets priority is just a key part, because with 5 minutes to go, this is going to be, this could be the heat for Kanoa.
It could be a shot at a world title too. It's, you know, it's do or die at this point. He's going to have to execute. And, you know, if you want to be a world champion, you've got to beat those world champions. Italo's showing just how composed he can be in these high-pressure situations. 9-point ride on that final wave. And now Kanoa just getting back into the lineup. But, you know, what a challenging position to be in, to have the lead, break your leggy, have your board wash over the rocks, and then have to do the big run around, and now compose yourself. You know, as Luke Egan said, he was poised as he ran up the beach, but he still hadn't punched through those set waves and got himself into the lineup.
Yeah, but now he's there, and he's going to give himself the opportunity to probably get priority because of the positioning he was able to. I mean, it takes one wave, pushes you back 5 yards, and all of a sudden this is a different heat.
Well, he got priority, so that was something
huge.
that worked in his favour here.
Huge. And again, but you think about Italo too. He only is carrying a 6, so he can improve pretty easily, and he probably will.
Well, Kanoa now just taking a moment to just inspect his board.
This is what makes champions, though. You know, these kinds of situations, to be able to persevere through the adversity of breaking his cord. Again, positive signs is he's out there with priority, and he's going to give himself the opportunity for the 7.91.
Yeah, it looks like there's some waves marching our way too. It doesn't look like one of the bigger sets, but you know, just based off the consistency in those set waves, you'd really hope that he does get a shot on a solid wave here in the final stages. 3.5 minutes to go, and you know, we're really sensing that this is Kanoa's time to make his move towards that WSL Final 5. Italo, you know, even if he bows out in the quarterfinals, is still going to be looking the goods. He's had a great run of events, and yeah, we'll see what unfolds here in these final 3 minutes. But you know, Kanoa's heart, he'd have to be keeping it under control at the moment. It must be jumping out of his chest.
Yeah, well, and that's where this is where you get tested in those true real-time moments. You know, how do you respond in a situation like this? And we'll get to see here soon, because I can see there's a few lines right here, and it's going to come down to what is he feeling? How is he going to be relaxed like he was earlier, or is he going to be frantic? You know, and I think that's where you see those champions figured out. You know, in those moments that you need to perform. You know, the last second heroics, those things really truly make a champion.
We knew Italo was going to be hard to beat here on finals day today, just based on some of the surfing that he did through those earlier rounds, Pete. But that was a really solid combo on a steep wall at the end of that last ride,
and well rewarded.
On the line.
Yeah, I mean, every judge went 9. You know, one judge threw a 9.3 at it, but everyone else right in the 9-point range. And well deserved. I mean, that was the biggest, you know, wave we'd seen ridden in this quarterfinal number 2.
Here we go, movement on the outside, and this will be Kanoa Igarashi's shot at it. He's taken off on the first wave of the set. He's seeing some potential down the line here. Nice lip line float to get started. Plenty of speed to use on this section. Rips one through the top of the wave, and now loads up a whole lot of speed down the line. He's got to get a couple more big hits in here. This wave not as tall as what Italo had, so he's got to surf out of his skin as he drives up into the pocket one more time. Going to those rail turns, big layback jam, and pacing himself as this wave steepens. Another nice hook, but now there's a bit of foam on the face that he's going to deal with, and I think he still needs the big finish. Driving up into the tube, and he's going to come through this one. Throws the hand up, and still going. Bit of a layback jam there, and now just pacing himself for the finish. Climbs the roof, needs to stick it, hangs on to it, pumps the fist. 7.91 is the requirement. Did he do enough?
Oh, and yes, I think he did. I feel like it's just enough. Very fortunate for Kanoa. Choosing that wave looked smaller because there were some waves behind it, but ultimately Italo didn't pick up any waves, so he stuck outside with nothing with 50 seconds to go. So, I mean, that was a choice he had to make, and it felt like it was a little bit of a smaller wave, but it gave him a great line, and it'd be difficult to me. I mean, it's definitely better than his 7.1, right? So it feels like to me it's going to be turning the heat, but see what Italo does here.
Well, I'm going to say it again, more sets coming. And Italo is swinging. He's pretty deep on this section, though. But there is enough transition for him to get that speed. He's going to opt out of this first one. And he might have time to get into the wave behind it. But we're waiting on the numbers to come through for Kanoa Igarashi. You know, and just reflecting on what we saw from Italo earlier on, I think he had the bigger turns, but Kanoa got more space to link his ride together. And he did find the tube on the inside as well.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be the 9.
A lot more variation.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be the 9. It's a 7.91, and it feels like it's better than the 7.1. I know that they're going to be, this is the perfect time and opportunity once again where you're going to see the judges have that ability to look at all of the waves in this heat to be able to do a nice comparison.
What about the composure though, Pete? I mean, that was devastating to lose your leash when you're in control of a heater against a world champion, have to make that huge run up the beach and lose so much time. That was really impressive, and he showed a lot of nerve there, Luke Egan.
Incredible. Like, he ran past me and he was just, you could see he was just calm breathing and just running up the point. The whole length of Jeffreys Bay Supers, like, he ran up here. See this keyhole, there's a low tide at 10:50 today, so there's a shelf at the end of this and it's all sharp oysters, so it's not a clear passage. So Kanoa's run across the side of the rocks here, jumped in, got over the dry dock area and got back out and got that wave. That was incredible. I could just see, he just seemed so calm, and to get out there and get a wave and have an opportunity to take the heat, wow, that's blown my mind.
Oh, he read that wave so beautifully too. Just as we were saying earlier on, Pete, the wave selection, just it's instinctual, and he took that first wave of the set. The ride came together beautifully, and he really did flex that repertoire, that amazing range of moves that he can call on. And the numbers starting to roll through, and it looks like it's going to be enough to turn the quarterfinal heat and get him a place in the semifinals, an 8.33.
Awesome stuff. I mean, it felt like it was enough for me to, and all 5 judges had it just enough. So incredible performance there. Such great composure for Kanoa Igarashi. He's found himself into the semifinals, and most likely he's going to work his way into that final 5 picture.
Unbelievable. What a great heat by 2 incredible talents. Italo putting up a 9 and a 6, but Kanoa getting the edge with an 8.33 and a 7.1. He's going to take on Jack Robinson in semi-final number 1. Stay with us. Big heats coming your way. Up next, Yago Dora and Connor O'Leary. And we're going to bring in Paul Evans and Rosie Hodge for the call.
Finals day, baby.
I feel like I'm learning how to push myself a bit more and commit to, doing bigger turns, doing harder turns. Yeah, I feel like it's slowly working. It's not quite there yet, but yeah, it's getting there.
Yago's starting to really throw down some of the best surfing that we've seen in this heat. What a combination, and he celebrates, and for good reason. That was impressive surfing.
I just really love this place and this wave, and don't have any pressure on myself. I just want to use this opportunity to practice on these waves and get better and better.
Finals day on the Eastern Cape of South Africa. Swell absolutely pumping once again. And we're all set up for quarterfinal heat number 3, Yago Dora against Connor O'Leary, the all goofy foot clash. And the drama just ramped up in that previous quarterfinal. We are anticipating another banger of a heat here. Paul Evans in the studio alongside Rosie Hodge. And another heat that we've been looking at these two and seeing what they've been able to do throughout this event. Conditions humping out there. Can't wait for this one, Rosie.
And the action has been insane. Just watching these last two heats unfold, I'm so stoked to be watching this all goofy foot affair. In my mind, Yago Dora has been a standout throughout the competition. Kanoa O'Leary, he's been asking more of himself, but here he found himself in the quarterfinals. Is this where he can click into gear?
Yeah, massive opportunity here. Quarterfinal stage really sets up for a huge finish, potentially go all the way. Think about the year of Kanoa O'Leary. 10th place coming into this one. Actually, in those live rankings, clicked up to 9th right now, and he's seeing some of those surfers just ahead of him in the ratings kind of fall away in the previous round. So huge opportunity for him here.
That is such a truth. I mean, that opportunity, that door of opportunity really creaking open for him. Let's have a look what he got done on this wave. Beautiful top turn connection, a lot of spray. I like the fact that he was able to come from behind on this wave, really set up that first turn so nicely. This is where he kind of has to renegotiate, regather his speed, and hits that lip line. I think we're going to see that coping really come into play as we see the wind kind of clock around this afternoon. A lot of lump and bump to negotiate as that northerly wind is still humping through the lineup. Oh, that turn right there, just such a Kanoa O'Leary staple, and again shuts the door closed on that wave. So that two-turn combo right there, beautiful, impressive surfing. Yago Dora has been so impeccable with his wave selection. This one has a little bit of froth on the face. Does he find that little double-up section that we love to see through the impossible car park section? Very milky on that wall. Beautiful connection on that last maneuver, and then gets axed.
Well, dramatic scenes in that previous quarter-final heat, and Italo Ferreira might have sustained a little bit of damage. Luke Egan, he got an update on the situation.
Yeah, Italo limping up the beach and sitting on the steps here, holding his hip and his back, so hopefully he's okay, but really feeling it at the moment. Maybe he got slammed down on that inside at the end, or got washed over the rocks. I didn't quite see it, but Italo definitely in pain. He's actually... yeah, it's not looking good, actually. Hopefully he's all right.
Severe discomfort there for your 2019 world champ. And let's get a look here, Rosie.
Yeah, he got absolutely flexed on, and we know that the surfers have been getting rinsed. Let's have a look. I mean, that lip just collided with his ribs. So the impact and the water moving right now, that can cause a lot of damage, bodily damage. So hopefully Italo is okay. I'm sure he's going to get seen to by some of the amazing medical staff. But man, these guys have been on such a hot run, and they do give it their all. So hopefully Italo is okay. You see him taking the deep breaths there, or trying to get a breath in.
Well, when he reflects on that heat, we're hoping that he is all good, no lasting damage. One thing he can't be accused of is not putting everything into that quarterfinal. A huge 9-point ride for the big hits down the end on a massive wave. Kanoa Igarashi able to get the nod with some clutch surfing right at the end of that one. Italo putting body on the line. The heaviness of this wave, we've seen damage to leashes, boards, surfers getting hurt. There's a lot of power out there, Rosie.
Yeah, and you just see them kind of getting the assist there. Poor Italo, you really hate to see the athletes limping out of the water, but this guy, he's always giving it his everything.
Italo Ferreira bows out at the quarterfinal stage, get some medical attention to him, and hope that he's all good to go for the South Pacific. As we'll pick up live action, here goes O'Leary. And he's got a big section in front of him, just kind of points those arms down the line, telegraphs where he wants to go. Big hit off the top, whip from him, and then so low in the bottom turn. Another really nice slice at speed. Beautiful hit from Kanoa O'Leary. It gets hung up high. The board just gets stuck in that lip. It's moving fast, it's thick and it's powerful, and he goes incomplete.
He does go incomplete, but the work that he was able to do before that is just such a beautiful thing. That wave really had that clean ball. There wasn't much texture on it, so he's able to do that clean surfing and really knifing into those maneuvers. And I like the maneuver choice too, showing that variety and showing that punch as he releases, you know, that footwork and that power from his stance.
Well, we saw in the interview that we had with him yesterday, he really wanted to up his performance in all sorts of ways, decision-making and surfing itself. Let's see how he goes about that in this heat. Unfortunate not to get a finish on that wave. But starting off with that 6.83 early on, so getting the nod in the opening exchange in this one. Yago Dora at the moment just has that 4 and a shot at the semis at stake here. Really high stakes at Jeffreys Bay. Again, beautiful conditions. Sun's out as well. Wind's still clean for the moment. Might get a little shift in direction throughout the day, but right now it is looking pretty dreamy out there still, Rosie.
Yeah.
Let's go down here from the winner of the last heat, Peter Mel, is with Kanoa Igarashi.
That's right, and what an entertaining heat that was. A lot of stuff to process there, Kanoa, but really the very end, holding your whatever that is, to be able to produce on that last wave, amazing stuff. Tell us about it.
Yeah, wow. I don't know, that was some kind of higher power. I felt like there were so many things kind of going against me in that heat, and somehow I was in a situation where so many things happened, but I only needed a 7-8, and I was so tired from running, and to be honest, it wasn't even the running. I was getting so pounded the whole heat, and there was just so many sets, and then with that, when you break your leash, you kind of lose your flotation. So I was just kind of like drowning and rolling around on the rocks, and that's what kind of got me really tired. But yeah, and then coming up and running, the running part was kind of where I got to recover, and then all of a sudden I was back in the water, and I had 3 minutes to get an 8. So, and then yeah, the wave came. It wasn't exactly the wave that I wanted, but I just wanted to have a shot at it, and that's all I needed.
Talk about the paddle out, because there was that moment where you needed to get priority, and there was he was paddling out at the same time. Did you see that situation? Did you notice that you had to be out there before him?
Yeah, that was huge. That was a huge moment in the heat because, oh, this piece of fiberglass just got away. Because I knew that was the only way I was gonna get a shot. And I just wanted to get priority, and I was so gassed, but it was just like, you know, this is it. You know, if I make the heat, I'll have an hour and a half to recover. So that's all I was thinking. You know, I just wanted to give my last effort there, and that was grit. You know, that was everything that you train for, and it was all for those little moments. You know, you don't get pushed to your back against the wall very often, but when you do, you need to know how to bounce back, and that's kind of how I felt there. And coming up against Italo, he's Italo, so. I have so much respect for him, and I really wanted to put him against the wall, and he did the opposite. But yeah, I'm really glad that he went my way, and yeah, 2 more heats.
Last night you would have been knowing how important it was for you to produce on finals day for that final 5 picture. I mean, what were you thinking about last night?
Yeah, I need to make this heat. You know, I haven't been looking at the rankings at all. It's really unlike me, actually. I guess I've just been so obsessed with you know, really just focusing on myself, and really wanted to do my best surfing, and you kind of you spend all your energy towards that one goal, and but I knew that Griffin lost. You know, I knew Italo was I think he was in the top 5. So yeah, wherever I can beat these guys, and the sooner I can come up against them, the better, because you know, it kind of leaves the question out of having someone else have to beat them, and you can kind of just put the powers in your own hand, and if you lose, at least you lost to the guy that deserves to be in the top 5, and if you win, that means you know, you're taking other guys out. So yeah, I guess, you know, it's those heats are super important, and you know, those are the kind of heats that I thrive for.
Awesome stuff there, Kanoa. That's what champions are made of. Good job there. Clutch for Kanoa.
Yeah, brilliance from Kanoa Igarashi. Resilience too, mental and physical. Asked a question in the closing stages of that heat, answers emphatically. He set himself up for a semi-final with Jack Robinson. Cannot wait for that one, as we'll pick up live vision right here of Yago Dora. Finishing off a wave, decent looking ride for him, and he just kept plugging away at it, Rosie.
He did. I mean, it was a little bit flat through that midsection, but as it got to the inside, he stood up and really committed to some solid turns.
Dora looking for a number 667 right now. Still plenty of time to go in this. 23 on the clock. Bombing sets coming through. A little bit of that's kind of feathering energy to the slip line out the back. It is pretty solid out there, and we've been talking about the power of this wave and what it can do, and all sorts of things happening. That runaround has been a feature. It's maybe not a question of if, it's when, and surfers are going to break leashes. They're going to have to swim in an awkward place where they didn't really want to be. It's difficult getting back out as well with the rocks, but really interesting to see Kanoa. Not only did he have to sort of time the sets to get back out, he also had a paddle battle to get priority to get that score. So what an achievement to be able to do that.
I think we're definitely just getting a glimpse of these guys' characters. These athletes are really revealing what they're made of in these big moments. Kanoa, just such a mammoth effort from him. And just so that awareness, too, of what's going on in the heat. Even though your energy's being depleted, he knew that he wanted his board at the keyhole. He needed to make that beeline to get that priority. So just so impressed with all these athletes. I'm sure all the Groms out there being aspiring pro surfers are taking this all in and seeing what they need to do if they want to be at this top level. So Yago, this is what we're talking about. This beginning section of the wave didn't really offer him much. He doesn't get too critical. And he's just waiting for this inside section because that's where it really starts to grow fangs. He waits on the bottom there, meets that lip line. That's also just a little bit hung up there, but that turn right there, searing. Here he really meets the opportunity and the velocity of this wave. He just gathers that speed, which is such a beautiful thing on that backhand. You can see him just starting to talk through these turns. Wow, that angle right there just shows you what this ocean is capable of and what Yago is having to do to match this power in order to complete these maneuvers. That lip is so thick, Paul. There's just so much water there. He gets that weightless feeling and lines it up straight away. You see his eye line. He's like, okay, I'm completing this. I'm over my board. What's next? Just a beautiful commitment from Yago Dora. This is going to be an amazing wave for him and see him skyrocket into the lead.
Excellent surfing from Yago Dora. Judges agree. The number comes in 8-5 for Yago Dora. So goes into the lead in this one with a big number. There's the spread from the panel. Meanwhile, we saw that severe discomfort from Italo Ferreira. Let's get an update from Luke Egan.
Yeah, Italo's in with the doctors now, and he's in a lot of pain. He's holding his right hip. Doctors are treating him right now, and yeah, hopefully it's not too severe, but everyone's working on him, and yeah, hopefully he's all right, but he's got some pain in that right hip and in his back, and he's laying down and the doctor's treating him right now. So let's hope Italo's not too serious and he's good to go for the next event. But yeah, he's hurting right now, so hopefully everything's all good.
Whenever the surf ramps up in terms of size and power, does ask these questions physically of our surfers. And not only getting knocked out of competition, Italo Ferreira has to deal with a bit of pain here. Let's hope he's all right. The medical team going to work on him. Best possible medical care available for Italo Ferreira. But Rosie just putting so much into that. Talked about the passion from him. We know all about what he can do surf-wise, but it means so much to him to compete, and he's willing to put his body, you know, put it on the line in order to get a win.
Yeah, I'm just watching this. I mean, don't you just want to scoop him up in your arms and wrap him in some cotton wool? Because you're just looking at, he's looking so tender. He's just fought such a valiant effort. So really think about Italo now. I know he's being seen to by such amazing people on our staff. So yeah, rest up, Italo. You're amazing. We're proud of you. And yeah, hopefully it's not too bad and he gets into Tahiti.
Meanwhile, out in the water, a serious move made by Yago Dora, getting the 8-5. And you think about that wave, just kind of the energy of it and the intensity really ramped up at the end of the wave. Like, started off a little bit going through the motions, and whenever we see that, particularly, well, at any stage of competition, but getting into finals day, and if you can finish really strong, those maneuvers couldn't really get more critical than that, and judges no choice really but to go excellent.
Yeah, and he's had such a beautiful connection with this place. I mean, every heat that we've seen, he's been gifted these beautiful, beautiful waves, and it's been what he's been able to do with them. Yesterday, he had that double barrel where he really had to like huck his body under the hood, and the way that he's been able to read this lineup has been so impressive to me. And yeah, just the calmness about him too. He's such a cool cat, such a cool custom-made pro. You saw, you know, Jack Robinson, his dad Leandro has been coaching him, so those guys have been sparring partners on the road.
Connor O'Leary, slightly smaller wave here as he goes down the line with tons of speed, just kind of S-ing through the opening section and setting up a little quick pump off the bottom, flick off the top from him, drives into a bottom turn, arrives at the lip late, does it pretty well, and this section will just grab his board here. We'll just have to be a little patient, and that runs away, so not really the answer back he would have been hoping for on that wave. Connor O'Leary, we talked about his appraisal of himself and what he wants to do and what he needs to do, and right in that position where if he wants to move up the rankings, this is crucial for him to make it through this heat.
Definitely, and you mentioned it, that live leaderboard. I mean, right now, these last two events, that's where that opportunity is. Those waves that Connor's been looking at, I mean, I think that's my only kind of critique for Connor is that wave selection. Because the surfing, I mean, he's one of those guys that's able to turn a really average wave into something pretty cool, but it's like, get on the right waves. There's time. You've seen Yago Dora, he's just posted the 8.5. Find something that's going to give you that opportunity to overcome your competitor.
I know after his round 1 heat, which he did get through right in the last minute, his coach, Doug Marsh, had some pretty choice words for him. Doesn't mince his words, very honest appraisal from Dog, and Connor himself knows exactly what he needs to do to be right at the very pointy end of the elite competition. He'll feel his surfing is very much worthy of a place in the top 5. Does have that almost kind of unique skill set, can do some turns that not really anyone else is doing on this tour. But right now, he needs to find himself some quality waves. The wrong end of an 8.5 at the moment from Yago Dora, but loads of time left. Connor's got the 6.83 locked in as well. And I just wonder, as we get down towards, what, 16.5 to go in this, you've really got a feeling like the next quality set wave that comes through, and the priority with Yago Dora, a clutch moment in this, a clutch moment in the season, penultimate event of the year. Surfers ahead of Connor, names like Miguel, Callum, knocked out, John also injured and not competing. So an opportunity if he can get through this heat, but he's got a heat on his hands, he's got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, that's such an interesting thing just to look at those rankings. I'm wondering, you know, if Connor was kind of looking at that coming into the quarterfinals day, because, you know, when you back on those rankings, you almost feel like you have nothing to lose. You almost don't give yourself a shot. But then as things come into a clearer focus and you see the competitors ahead of you starting to fall out, you start to kind of bring up your expectations, the pressure starts to build. So I'd like to see Connor just really make the most of what's in front of him right now.
All sorts of drama happening in and out of the water. Strider, what's your view on it?
Yeah, you know what? This inside section, I just wanted to note all those big scores coming on the backhand on this inside section. Italo compressing in the lip, vertical, upside down. We saw Yago really finishing off the wave strong on the inside. And that's where the meat of that score is coming from. Everything's happening on that inside section. And, you know, the criteria is to hit that wave and get critical in the most, critical part of the wave. So, and that's definitely the most critical part of the wave, over those rocks on the inside there. So they're giving big scores for really attacking it and like basically putting it all on the line there on the inside. With getting hurt, if you hit the lip and you're all committed, and you're coming on you, to control the wave is hard.
All right, thanks, Strider. So we'll get another look here. And this beautiful, incisive surfing from Yago Dora on a big wave. That combination, just beyond vertical, up into the lip. And so polished from him. And just on the flip side, that conversation about Final 5 and pressure and all those situations. Yago missed the first 5 events through injury. Can't make it into, even if he got 2 wins, he wouldn't be able to make it into the top 5 to go to Trestle. So surfing without pressure. And he's just able to put in performances. Waves are pumping. He loves this venue. And those guys are dangerous, right? When you're surfing without a real need to go somewhere, you can just bring out your best.
Yeah, I mean, Yago at this point of the season has different goals, and you think about, for him, the first day that he really started training for the 2022 season is when he had that unfortunate injury. So right now, I mean, everything that's happening in these events for him is just such a confidence builder and such an amazing opportunity for him to climb up the rankings and really put himself in a great position for next year.
Heavyweight clash of the Goofies right now sees Yago Dora in the lead, still just under 14 minutes to go. We can get a break. More live action on finals day in Jeffreys Bay real soon.
Acho que a minha marca para deixar no surf profissional é essa quebra de fronteiras, assim, não importa um brasileiro, é um australiano, é um havaiano, acho que é um oceano e...
I went on a trip with my dad to Sumatra when I was probably 14 or 15, and as soon as I come back from that, I pretty much didn't want to play footy anymore, and all I wanted to do was surf, so... What I've been riding lately? My own model.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my
my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Men's quarterfinal, number 3, out the water right now. Yago in red with the lead at the moment from Conor O'Leary. And here goes the Brazilian, whipping his first turn. So loose, that board looks in the pocket here. And these really tight transitions. And then you just see him just kind of squirt that bottom turn and accelerate so easily towards the lip. Just checks himself there. Driving off the bottom hard again. And another set up turn. This is where it gets juicy on the inside, where we've seen some really steep critical sections. This is where we saw Yago go excellent with a combination of maneuvers. What's he got for finish here? Looking to get rid of a 4 as a backup score. Just turning a little under the lip, snapping down in the pocket. And it will look to finish through here. He'll just drive to get speed, to attack the lip with speed. And nice use of geometry there. Work the angles and finish up.
Yeah, nice one from Yago. Obviously using his priority on that one, looking to give the 417 a flick. I think he's going to do that. Yeah, just going through the motions on that wave. Nicely completed inside maneuver.
Thinking about getting a backup score on the board and being a little pragmatic. Maybe don't necessarily go and wait for another excellent number. Just improve on what you got. And judges have wasted very little time throwing in a number. He gets a 6 for that. So that sets up a legit total for him. 14.5 for Yago. And a question now to Conor O'Leary's with priority. We talk about the decision making. That's going to be key for Conor right now. 7.68, the requirement for the Australian. Let's get another look at Yago.
Yeah, just great to see the speed that he's able to gather. That surfboard looking so whippy under his feet. Going through the motions. Watch as he kind of make sure that he stays low when he's going through those lumps, through the face. Gather speed off that turn. I like that little kind of speed check that he's able to do, waiting for this wave to stand up. I think he used the word juicy, and that's exactly what this wave is when you hit that inside section and it starts to get a little bit more shallow off the bricks. You can tell though, like when you're looking at this angle, we're so used to seeing that wave really kind of lurch out at you, and this one didn't have that same kind of power through it, but the way that he was able to clean up that last maneuver, I think what Yago's really good at is really telegraphing his maneuver before it even happens. He knows how he wants to compress his body to meet the lip line, and it's just so cool to watch the way that he's able to navigate through the tough sections, but also the speed that he gets in order to complete those maneuvers is so impressive.
That beautiful easy on the ice style as well, with that kind of tall, slender physique. It just looks so natural in full flow, and the direction of travel for Yago has been really good since he came back from missing those events. 17th at G-Land and 9th in El Salvador, semi-finals in Brazil. He's on the up and up, Rosie.
Yeah, he's done so incredibly well, and just like the moments of brilliance that we've seen from him. El Salvador, he did a crazy inverted aerial maneuver, and he said that's the first time that he's done that move since he's been injured. So he's stepping back into that kind of that athletic form, and I think when you come off an injury, I mean, to regain your confidence, to really not be afraid to re-hurt yourself, that's a hump to get over.
Well, he certainly looks in fine form in this event so far at Jeffreys Bay, and he's put in some decent numbers already in this third quarterfinal. Looking for a spot in the semis to take on one of Jordy Smith or Ethan Ewing. Unbelievable matchup for our fourth quarterfinal. That's coming in just over 8 minutes time. Cannot wait for that matchup. Two surfers really just outstanding at this wave, and in pumping conditions on finals day. That is going to be a scintillating encounter. Thoughts remain at the moment with the task ahead of Conor O'Leary right now, a 7.67. needs to find himself a decent wave. He needs to start strong and finish strong, Rosie.
And I like the situation for Connor, because I feel like, you know, we saw it in El Salvador when his back was up against the wall. He absolutely clubbed a wave, got the score north of excellent. So I think when Connor really can focus, pinpoint focus, that he needs a great wave and the brand of surfing that he's capable of doing, I think it's going to be cool to see Connor's next exchange.
Jordy Smith making his way down for his quarterfinal heat with Ethan Ewing, of course, a former two-time winner here, and an absolute legend in this country and all around the world. So after perfect heat here, 2017, 210s. He's got 6 CT wins under his belt. And he's looking at a shot in the semis. Needs to get past Ethan Ewing, though. Meanwhile, in live action out in the water, your heat leader, Dora, with some work ahead of him down the line off the bottom, and just speculatively throws one up, which goes a little soft. He'll go incomplete on that wave. So from under the priority of Conor O'Leary, just finding something and deciding to have a go, see what came down the line. Not loads in terms of points for him on that. And O'Leary will sit there, stew in his juices, so to speak, and just think about that quality wave that needs to come and what he's got to get done. It's a pretty decent number as well. The high 7, Rosie. In some ways, like you said, it's not really, you're not in two minds about what you know. You need a really good set wave and need to surf it really well.
Exactly. I mean, it really comes down to quality wave, quality maneuvers, and that's you know, Conor O'Leary's bread and butter. So let's see what he can do. I'm so looking forward to this next quarterfinal, though. Both these surfers have been my favorite to watch throughout this event.
Getting down to this stage on finals day, obviously we're looking at informed surfers. So that ever crucial wave selection just feels more important than ever. And you think about the experience of Jordy and everything that he's been able to do down here, down the years. That's going to be crucial for him as we watch him make his way out. And definitely a case of haste, not speed on those rocks as you pick your moment. You've got to navigate your path through the keyhole. Also time it with the sets as well. Kanoa did that really, really well under tons of pressure. That second quarterfinal to get that nod over Italo Ferreira, get the score he needed at the end of that heat. The finals day really has been delivering so much thus far. And where are we? Just 9:20, so we're just past breakfast, really. We're looking at a massive day here.
Oh, look at Jordy just getting a little bit stuck on the rocks there. There's lots going on in those nooks and crannies. There's muscles you got to be careful of, that they can slice your feet up, and also in the crevices, urchins that are lurking. So you got to be pretty sure-footed.
You're not selling it to me, Rosie.
No.
It doesn't sound very comfortable.
No, I mean, hey, if you want to surf one of the best waves in the world, there's got to be a little bit of a challenge to get in and out. And you actually, you know, growing up in South Africa, you have to work your way up to graduating to surf super tubes. I mean, you start down at Albatross, the Point, Kitchen, Windows, and then when you're ready, you make the pilgrimage to super tubes. So you don't just paddle out and without a bit of a challenge.
Jordy Smith taken to the water, under 5 to go in this. O'Leary's had a relatively quiet heat in terms of wave count, just the 3 waves ridden. And he needs something here. Still looking for that 7, 6, 8. There's Connor. Lines approaching. And I wonder how many more sets we'll see between now and the conclusion of this heat. But it looks stacked and pretty corduroy to the horizon right now. And Conor O'Leary will be well aware of the task that he needs. Also Yago Dora right behind him, breathing down his neck with a lead in this. And he'll also look to get a wave as well and try and improve on his 6 or even his 8-5. Dramatic moments with so much at stake here. O'Leary really wants to get a big result, semis or better, to move up those ratings, those live ratings. As we mentioned, 9th coming into this heat, 10th coming into the competition. Quarterfinals a decent result, but he needs a little bit more where this came from.
Yeah, the moment is now. We are seeing those stacked lines. We're seeing that still got about an hour and a half of tide to drain out. So we're seeing it with that tide, though. It has kept the faces relatively clean, and haven't seen the devil wind factor in too much for these surfers.
Yago just having a little probe around on the inside from under Connor's priority. Might have a sniff at this one. Yago Dora is up, pulls the trigger, a smaller wave, but it's nice and steep, and he's got a bit of speed. What's he got for us here? He'll punt. Wow, massive backside full rotation, lands on the roof. It's so smooth. And that's something that you don't necessarily see loads at Jeffreys Bay under priority, going the big air. Meanwhile, here we go. This is a key wave here for Conor O'Leary. 7.68 the requirement. And Conor O'Leary waited a long, long time for that wave. He will be disappointed with that. So, wow, under 3 minutes now. And Yago just showing us so many strings to his bow, Rosie.
How versatile is this guy? I mean, what haven't we seen from him? Incredible barrel rides. We've seen him, you know, rail surfing de jour. And then he's able to kind of take off on this ugly looking wave and do that full rotate, no grab. I'm just like, wow, just so blown away with this guy. He's just such a cool customer. That was insane. I mean, for single choice maneuver, I mean, the air of the event guaranteed, but watch the way that he lines this up. He really is utilizing that wind to his advantage. It blows that board onto his feet, and he's able to really just create some aerial antics that are insane. The way that he was able to land on that lip line too and negotiate riding out of this move, just so blown away with him. I mean, the six flat that he's got on his scoreline, I think this is going to go north of that.
Almost a little surprised look on his face. Unbelievable board control. The body not really moving. There's no flapping, winding up the windows in the air. It's so stylish and controlled and technical and really entertaining the crowd. Ethan Ewing got a good view of that as well as he was paddling out. Let's see where it goes judging-wise, but we talked about someone surfing without the pressure, and it's certainly what it looks like.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. I mean, he's not going to improve much on his scoreline, but still, I mean, the way that he was able to read the wind and how it was going to stick that board to his feet, I think he'd been looking at past contests here and really figuring out how to take advantage of the conditions at hand.
Well, that is how you compete from under priority, improve your backup score on a wave that, relatively speaking, for the quality on offer here, didn't look like he had loads. Gets the 6.5, nudges up his total, flat 15 for the Brazilian Yago Dora, and the requirement now for Conor O'Leary, 8.18. So he gets half a point more difficult for Conor, and he waited a long time for that last wave as well. It didn't happen for him, and once again, with that priority, but not a lot of time left, 40 seconds for Conor to find himself an excellent wave.
Yeah, I think Conor's rattled at this moment. He did wait a long time for that wave and took off on just such a sus-looking wave, and then Yago to throw down that aerial maneuver. I'm sure he's just kind of shaking his head at what's kind of he's been surmised in this heat, and Yago's just been on fuego, and you can't take anything away from the guy. He's been unbelievable. So going to see him in the semi-finals, and can't wait to see who he comes up against.
Now Conor forced to go something here, looking for an excellent score. He'll stand up on this and just have a look, just stomping on that tail to stay in the pocket. And let's see what it provides for him first. Nice hit with plenty of body in it too. And again, it's nice and physical. And he goes off the bottom hard, just slicing one. Thinking about that excellent number, the sort of wave that you need at Jeffreys Bay to go there. Doesn't feel like this is providing it. And he'll look to bring this in, so a quarterfinal finish, no disgrace at all. However, big opportunity. He was there, relatively had something of a shocker in this heat. Got a good wave early on, the 6.83 since then. Been a little out of sorts and it's been contrasted with the fortunes of Yago Dora, who's looked so good out here. Looks like a man who is enjoying his surfing, enjoying his competing. Conor O'Leary will wrap this up, look to bring it into the keyhole. A quarters finish for him, but well done to that man, Yago Dora. Solid performance from him. We'll go to break. When we come back, an absolute cracker of a heat. We'll see Geordie Smith take on Ethan Ewing, finals day at the Corona Open. We'll be right back.
look to the lineup for the opening round of Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, and decided to come here early. I haven't spent too much time here, and there's a lot to learn about this wave, so stoked it's kind of paying off now.
You know, everyone always says, you know, J-Bay is an amazing wave to surf, but to surf it well is really knowing it the best, I think.
Geordie speeding and Geordie carving.
For me, I just kind of stuck to my guns and go with what I know.
A clash of the Style Masters out in the water right now. Our fourth quarterfinal of the Corona Open J-Bay 2022. We'll see Geordie Smith of South Africa, the veteran two-time winner out here, take on Ethan Ewing, 5th in the ranking coming into this event, right on the cusp of Final 5 qualification. And an absolutely scintillating matchup. Rosie Hodge, cannot wait to see these two go at it.
Dripping with style. Both of these guys have been unbelievable. Geordie yesterday in his post-heat interview, he was giving away all sorts of tidbits and cheat sheets on how to surf this wave. I was really surprised when he kind of just gave away all the secrets.
I noticed that actually when he's doing his interview, like, no.
Yeah, I was like, no, wind it up. Shut the trap, no, stop. Yeah, I mean, everything that he said, catch the medium waves on a bigger size, like the second wave of the set, like just, and even talking about what we can expect throughout the forecast. So, you know what, Geordie's just here to surf and do his job, and he does it so well here at Jeffreys Bay. He's up against Ethan Ewing, who's been unbelievable. He spent time free surfing this place, getting to know it, so it's cool to see these two guys clash.
Certainly feels like he's at that stage in his career, Geordie, but doesn't necessarily feel threatened by anyone else. So he's really just surfing against conditions and the waves and his own kind of wave selection, all that sort of stuff. Cannot wait to see this one go down a bombing set. We'll catch these two inside. Absolutely solid. It's been really consistent this size now for, what, a couple of days. We've just seen absolute bombs come out of this ocean and light up the point here. Really interesting on the wave selection, particularly from Geordie with all of that experience in a heat like this. And we have talked about these conditions and the offshore not blowing quite as hard as the last couple of days, but right now it's still looking really clean out there, Rosie.
It's definitely looking so contestable. I mean, you're never going to turn your nose up at this. Look at this. I think we're seeing these bigger sets probably hit the lineup 2 or 3 times in a heat, and then there's those in-between waves that really look fun and have that bit of juice and power for these surfers to unleash some beautiful rail work. We saw Yago go to the air in that last heat, so the opportunity to do all kinds of surfing is out here today.
35 minutes for our quarter-finalist. First couple will tick away without a wave surfed in anger. You get down to just over 30 on the clock. Geordie Smith taking on Ethan Ewing for a chance to take on Yago Dora in the second semi-final. So we're just looking for our 4th semi-finalist right now. We are setting up beautifully on finals day here. An absolute treat to be back at J-Bay after 3 years out from competition here. And it has not disappointed us in terms of the swell. In terms of the performances as well, thinking of performances, this guy right here, just pressure-free surfing, a free hit, relatively speaking for him. And he is expressing himself in all kinds of different ways on this wave. And we talked about the goofy and that conversation, the goofy regular clash as well. Yago Dora doesn't look like any advantage to be back to the wall out here.
Oh, definitely, and we have seen that. I mean, Aki won about 35 years ago before we saw another goofy footer take it out last year. I mean, 2019, Gabriel Medina. So there hasn't been much goofy foot success, and I feel like the script has been flipped at this event, especially seeing the goofy footers get the lion's share of the excellent scores.
Let's dive into our deep stats powered by Hydro Flask for Geordie Smith. A glittering career from him. Those 6 event wins. An unbelievable number of heat surfs as well. 500 heats for Geordie Smith. And just an incredible career. Represents South Africa. And a legend around the world.
Oh, definitely. I mean, everyone is so proud and so excited to see this guy competing. He does have the support of a nation. I mean, a 56.6% career heat winning percentage, that's pretty good. That's really good. I mean, over 50% of the time he's going to win the heat. So that's dangerous for his competitors when you look at those numbers and how consistent he is.
Geordie Smith so dialed in with where he is with his surfing, his competing conditions as well. You've seen him in his interviews, he's been making it through heats. He doesn't seem to be too surprised or rattled by anything in particular. He's got a really good eye on the forecast and what's coming up. He was talking about today and saying, yeah, it might be some shifts in the winds, but he was very much ready to go out there and do battle. No waves ridden still in this one. We saw a big booming set come through. It's interesting you mentioned before about him giving away a few secrets to competing at J-Bay, but yeah, like we were saying, I just think he's so sort of comfortable with where he is. He's not really too worried about that. I don't know exactly where his motivation is coming from, obviously, but you feel like it's just in his own performance. It's kind of what he's surfing against.
And also maybe it's like, hey, this is, he's making it look easy, right? And like for other competitors that maybe felt a bit lost in the lineup and looking for those quality waves, it's almost infuriating to see someone have such a casual, confident approach at a wave. Here he goes.
Live action, Jordy Smith takes a wave and clicks off the top for a setup turn. You can hear the crowd getting into voice as their man sets himself up for a run down a Jeffreys Bay wall. Jordy Smith pumping off the bottom into the lip, just clips it and just kind of glides into that recovery bottom turn, looking for another section. It's not forthcoming. A little pin drop exit for Jordy.
Yeah, probably not the wave that Jordy would have been wanting to open up with. You know, just kind of one of those relaxed feeling going through the motions, but nothing impactful. And we have seen, you know, when you start with the bang, it really sets up your heat so nicely. So Jordy leaving Ethan out there with priority. We've seen those big sets clean through the lineup. I think we're going to see those medium range waves now start to head the way of Super Tubes.
Ethan Ewing up the top of the point. We'll get a number to come in for Jordy. Maybe something mid-range-ish. Didn't really uproot trees on that wave. Not a great finish for it as well. Just keep the score down. Jordy just easing himself into this quarterfinal. Gets a low number of a 3.33 for the moment. 26 minutes, 26 and a half to go. So plenty of time in this for these two to fire up. But interesting to see by this stage of competition. We've already surfed a few heats. I mean, in Jordy's case, he surfed loads of heats out there, but wave selection maybe being a little bit more selective by surfers. They know what the good ones are going to look like. They've got much more of a feel for the kind of rhythm of this swell, and that's going to play in their wave selection, Rosie.
Yeah, we see Jordy, we've been talking about it. This is, for today, this is a subdued wave. Looking at what he was able to select and kind of just looking down the line the whole time. I think he was really hoping for this one to hit the inside section and double up. This thing just runs away. So small score there for Jordy. Ethan Ewing, he's so dangerous because if you think about what he is focusing on at the moment and the way that he's playing the game, he's been so smart. I know in Hawaii, he spent a lot of time there learning the lineup. Here at Jeffreys Bay, spent 9 days before the event really getting to know the place. He's got Duncan Scott, a local, giving him all sorts of insights into the break. And here we see a lot of lines on the horizon. Let's see how he utilizes that priority.
Corduroy lines steaming in towards the famous, iconic point break at Jeffreys Bay here, and Ethan Ewing out the back with that priority. It's been pretty selective. 10 minutes gone so far. Hasn't seen anything to tickle his fancy. Let's see what he makes of this set as he'll spin around in position. You see that water draw up the face, and Ethan Ewing is up and riding here. Meaty looking open in section for Ethan off the bottom. And there's that carve with style back down into the pocket. And a bit of a wall in front of him here. He'll need some speed. He's got plenty of it. Ethan Ewing just floating over that lip, re-entry, and gliding down, recovering in the white water, snapping himself back into the pocket to set up this section in front of him. Bang, really nice knifing turn, sharp into the lip. And Ethan Ewing, you'd have to say, in terms of that opening exchange, with the nod.
Yeah, this guy does not fall. He is so steady on his feet. It's insane to see the speed that he, the velocity that he goes through his maneuvers with. Yeah, that's something that really stands out to me, is the fact that he doesn't burn or wash off any of that speed before he sets that rail.
Ethan Ewing just getting a little bit pressed by the white water. We talk about the power of this wave. Of course, it is a point break, so you have loads of paddling to do to hit the channel, but you can get caught in there. And just negotiating that, we have our jet ski assist, but we're really talking, what, 2 knot speed limit, something like that, for our skis to take surface back out, not wanting to wake up this beautiful lineup. Here's another look at Ethan.
Ethan just placing that maneuver there, that down carve is so beautiful. Stretched out wall in front of him. He kind of takes his time to meet that right there, just the projection that he gets. If ever he was going to fall, it almost looked like he was going to do it right there, but he gets that weightless feeling. He is just so good at controlling what the wave is handling, sending at him. He never looks kind of behind the wave or rushed or kind of in 2 minds of what maneuver he wants to do. Just see him on a swivel. The axis that he has over his hips, always in control of his maneuver choice. Beautiful way to open up this heat for Ethan Ewing. There you see his feet just do a little bit of a shuffle, gets that weightless feeling.
I feel like the only real danger for Ethan Ewing is making things look too easy. Plenty of difficulty in that maneuver. Judges agreed, give him a decent number, 6.83 for Ethan Ewing. So a good way to open things up. And you think about his year, able to get semis at Sunset Bells, Margaret River too. I wonder how a win would change things for a surfer like Ethan Ewing. He's definitely got the pedigree to deserve to win events. And how many times have we seen that in the past? Get that first win and the floodgates kind of open. Think about his general sort of personality, the way he is. It doesn't seem like that super fun guy. He's pretty serious and strictly business. A win here could be huge for him.
Extremely focused. I think you're so right about breaking that seal and then everything, the floodgates. I think it's going to be multiple wins for Ethan Ewing, and he's been kind of knocking on that door throughout this season. Like we said, he's been doing a lot of hard work to kind of solidify his place on tour, and also looking at that top 5 picture. I mean, it's so cool. This guy, in his career, you thought he was going to have this easy run and everything was going to come easy to him. He's fallen off tour. He's had to re-secure his spot on the Challenger Series, and now we're seeing him really surf to his potential.
Yeah, that first year on tour, he surfed so well. He was losing heats with ridiculously high numbers. Always known about the quality, the pedigree that he's got, but maybe just getting a little unlucky in certain situations. This year, surfing his best ever, competing his best ever, great results, making those 3 semis. Would love to go further than that. Meanwhile, someone who's put on a great performance, shown us some style, all sorts of progression. He surfed brilliantly this morning in his quarterfinal. Yago Dora is with Peter Mel.
Yago, the battle of the backhanders in that one, an 8-5 in your score line. Was there any other moment in that heat where it was a big moment for you to turn the heat?
I don't know. It was just really hard to find a good wave out there. It was like washing through a lot, and then it was like in between waves that were too small or too big, and it was hard to get the perfect sized one. And you just had to like trust the wave all the way to the end, because I think the biggest scoring potential is the very end of the wave. So I just did that. I was not overthinking it. I just wanted to surf and do a couple good turns, and I knew if I connected with a good wave, I'll get a score.
You've got your dad, Leandro, and also Maddie Bemrose in your team here. What are those two, that dynamic? What does that bring for you?
Yeah, we have a super tight and really great vibes on the team. Jack's working with my dad, of course, so he pushes me a lot as well, and we have this tight team. It's my dad, Jack, Julia, and Bemi is here as well. So it's been super fun. We are staying in a really nice house, and we walk to the house to the comp site every morning, and it's just been good vibes, and we've just been enjoying the surf. The waves have been incredible, so I'm not really overthinking it. I'm just going out there and trying to perform.
Your last backhander in the draw. What's it going to take to win today? What's that important element you got to make happen?
Yeah. I don't know. I just want to keep surfing. I'll see what the next heats are going to have to me. So I just want to keep riding and not overthinking, not thinking, oh, I have to make this heat. I have to make this heat. I just have to go turn by turn.
Wow, it seems like Team Volcom's got the recipe going, because you guys have got it figured out. You're staying in the moment, so congratulations.
Thank you.
The quality of Yago Dora shining through off the back of a semis result in Brazil. He's through to the semis here. Who's he going to take on? It's one of these two. Ethan Ewing taking on Jordy Smith right now. The opening exchange went the way of the Australian. 6.83 for him. Several points better than Jordy's opening effort. You got a feeling Jordy is going to wait for a good wave and show us the best of what he's got. Let's pick up live action right now. It is Ethan Ewing on the inside, a smaller wave. Just a little suppressed in terms of the energy for the opening section. And there's a view as we see both of our surfers just absolutely caning down the line with speed. Ethan Ewing attacking the lip, recovers it, and just pumps to try and get around the section. This white water can run away from you, but the waves that have this little gap in the middle section, he'll just wait and see if it offers up much on the inside. It doesn't. And a kick out from him. It will be a backup score for the moment, counting What we haven't seen, Rosie, is Geordie Smith surf past him, so it looks like Geordie kicked out too.
Yeah, Geordie kind of got caught behind on that wave, and just noticing for Geordie, as Ethan was kind of climbing on the ski, Geordie was getting rinsed by the set. So Ethan, you know, got the better of the exchange, then Geordie got cleaned up by the set, and now watching Ethan kind of get the better of that exchange too, Geordie wasn't able to really utilize that priority. But watching that wave as it kind of went through our screen, it didn't look like it got that double up section that Geordie would have wanted on the inside section anyway.
These two has yet to really unleash, just in terms of the number of waves surfed in this quarterfinal. Just kind of using the jab to hold each other off a little bit. Ethan Ewing will improve his lead though, because we get a number here. It's going to count for him. Geordie will get a number as well. It'll probably be a relatively low one. He'll just have to wait pretty patiently. We talked about that experience that he's got out here with the wave selection. I think he'll be too rattled at all. We're still just under 17.5 minutes to go in a beautiful looking lineup. Speaking of the line, how beautiful it is. A man with an excellent view on it is the Was. What have you got for a strider? Well, we'll look to try and rejoin Strider Wazalewski, who's out there on the back of the ski shortly at the moment. We'll just admire this view of Jeffreys Bay. Blue skies on finals day, and our swell from yesterday, solid 6 to 8 foot on some of the bigger sets. It's still on tap right here. Wind conditions at the moment don't have that groomed brisk offshore that we had. Still pretty clean on the face, and we saw tubes early on from Jack Robertson. We've seen full rotation backhand airs from Yago Doro. Seen already incisive, beautiful rail surfing from Ethan Ewing in this heat. He's been treated to one of the world's best waves, putting on its best face for finals day. The Corona Open J-Bay, after a 3-year break, we're delighted to be back. Champions coming in the next couple of hours, Rosie, and it's all going to be a question of dealing with the nerves, dealing with the pressure, finding those best waves, but ultimately, got to show your best surfing.
Definitely, and it's also another thing is the rhythm of the ocean, and that's something that's so unique to surfing. It seems like right now the nod is really in Ethan's favor. Jeffreys Bay kind of slightly turning its back on Geordie at the moment. We've still got lots of time on the clock though. We know this guy is capable of turning things around, but I'd love to see him just get a little chomp at it, a little bite at the apple.
Yeah, the consistency of the sets from what we've seen in a couple of hours of competition this morning. Those bigger rogue sets, which don't seem to offer loads, they're breaking outside, and then maybe some of those prolonged lulls in between as well. Certainly a situation where you want to have your work done as early as possible in the heat, just adding that pressure to surfers chasing scores. Didn't seem to rattle Kanoa Igarashi too much. He was able to get a really good wave right at the end of his heat. And certainly if you can put that platform up early on, advantageous, able to surf with a little bit of freedom. Ethan Ewing, that number that he got early on feels pretty significant right now, the 6.83. Otherwise, it's 3s all round for Geordie. The backup of Ethan also of that order. Plenty of time yet to come. We're hoping for a little pulse in terms of these sets. Our drone fly past will show you what a perfect point breaks looks like from about 10 meters of altitude, something like that. That line of white water, just a perfect diagonal, Rosie. It really is one of the beautiful sights in the surf world.
It is. I mean, this is everyone's kind of favorite destination. If you think about where you'd want to go in the world to really experience something that's so spectacular, Jeffreys Bay comes to mind. I mean, coming from South Africa, whenever I travel and mention where I'm from, everyone's like, how good is Super Tubes? How good is Jeffreys Bay?
This one has yet to catch fire. Ethan Ewing, we're the better of it so far. Find out what happens in the back half of our final quarterfinal. Stay tuned.
Finals day, all Brazilian semi-final for the men.
First finals.
First final.
How are you feeling?
Amazing.
Team Felipe, Team Sammy. I actually want to jump under there with you.
My earliest memory of surfing would have to be just down 4 or 5 years old at my local beach, my dad pushing me into waves. The thing I enjoy most about surfing is the freedom, the peace of mind, the passion. It's what I do and it's what I live for. When my life changed, I'd have to say around 18 years old when I got third at this event as a wild card. I think it was from that moment on that it made me believe that there possibility was a place for me on this tour, and yeah, to go give it my best shot.
Let's hear it for your 2010 Billabong Swell.
First CT win was here at Jeffreys Bay in front of my friends, family, all the people that I've grown up in front of my entire life. Yeah, I didn't just kind of feel like I won it, you know, I felt like South Africa won in a way, and that was really special.
Rip Curl, Bells Beach Pro Champion.
Hurley Pro Champion.
And it is unanimous. A 10-point ride for Jordy Smith.
Jordy Smith and J-Bay, he is by far one of the best out here.
I think influencing the next generation and future generations to come is one of the most important things. That's kind of just been my goal, really, is just to be able to inspire people. And if I can inspire one kid, then I've done my job.
And welcome back to, of course, the Corona Open here at J-Bay. I've made my way down to the Oakley activation, and with that, I want to showcase these Air Links. This is my prescription glasses that keep me seeing the outside ocean there, and also reading a few books. As far as what they're launching here, we got the Sub-Zero, which is a new shade that they have just launched today. One of the best things that Oakley has been able to do is partner with the Surfers Not Street Children, where we're able to get surfboards to the kids all here in South Africa. Great partnership. They were here yesterday, 20+ kids enjoying the action. So this is it, finals day. We're able to get ourselves a champion at some point here. Let's send it back to you guys in the booth.
Looking good, Pete. And having a look at the lineup as we see some lines coming in. Have we got interest from our surfers? Just 4 waves ridden so far in this one. It's not been loads of action to bring you. Let's hope for a dramatic finish. Jordy Smith looking to put numbers on the board here. There's a concerted effort to paddle, puts him behind. And that's been a little bit the story of this heat. Been a little bit out of sorts here, Rosie.
Yeah, this is so uncharacteristic of Jordy, especially out here. I mean, it's just taken a long time for him to kind of wake up and stamp his authority on this heat. Definitely not what we were expecting as he watches that wave just rifle down the point without him.
Even paddling into it, it just looked like a few extra paddles than we'd normally see him take. Usually he'd be already standing up, driving into that bottom turn. He was still kind of scratching in. By the time he was able to get to his feet, we talked about how quick this wave runs away.
It almost seemed like it was more of a concerted effort to keep Ethan Ewing off that wave than Jordy had the interest in it for himself to dig deep and put himself in a position to really sink into that wave.
Ethan Ewing turns around and goes right in front of Jordy Smith, the heat leader. He's got the 6.83, wants to wash off the 3.2. He'll be patient at the bottom of this wave, set up a first turn, and then a sectional stand up in front of him. What's he got? He'll go carving and putting that rail all the way back into the whitewater. Smooth redirection from him. Another set up turn from Ethan, has a little look out the back. And he'll get an inside section here and surf it through. It'll stand up again on the inside into the lip. Ethan, really smooth. And again, still going. Slightly different line through that turn as he puts more pressure on the tail. And finishes off down right on the inside. You think about that 3.2 that he's got. Really good chance of improving on that.
Yeah, I think this wave is going to put Jordy into a bit of a soft combo. I don't think it's going to be a massive score, but I do think that it's going to just kind of tighten the screws on Jordy, and the way that he's had his heat unfold so far. Jordy's really got to pick up his socks and think about attacking the next wave that he's on.
Yeah, interesting. Just thinking about the maneuvers Ethan was doing there as well. It's been a little bit realistic about the wave on offer. Maybe don't need to go for nines and push too hard. And that kind of experience, we know what a great surfer he is, but just being able to compete well is why he's made those 3 semis this year. Let's have another look at these replays and see what happened for Jordy and then Ethan.
Yeah, so that was Jordy utilizing his priority, and then on the second wave of the set, Ethan's able to kind of glide through this whitewater section, and he's met with an open face to kind of do these carving maneuvers. This move, beautiful sweep roundhouse, not seeing anything critical up in the lip. You see that wave has that kind of shouldery tape off to it, so I don't think Ethan's going to get a massive score. He even kind of looks over his shoulder to see if there's something better that he could engage on. That move right there, a little bit better, but nothing where you're kind of going, okay, this wave's going to be a massive score. It's just kind of going through the motions.
And then behind that wave, we're seeing Jordy Smith getting caught inside there. So the paddle gets caught by an opening section. And then while your adversary is adding points to his total, you're getting waves on the head as well. It's not what he wants.
And Ethan's on the ski. I mean, this guy really hasn't had to kind of get out of second gear. He's been able to catch his waves, get back on the ski, avoid those big sets. So he hasn't really had to feel puffed at any stage. So, you know, you think about Ethan potentially heading into the semifinals, he's going to have a lot of energy in the tank, where Jordy's been taking these sets on the head. He's been out of sorts. So let's see if he can turn it around and really get stuck into this exchange, because right now he's been out of the mix.
Great look at the outline of that board there for Ethan Ewing. So we saw him on the back of the ski. That rounded pin, a bit more pin than round in the tail. It's holding in really well into these critical sections so far. J-Bay, and he's putting together a decent heat, a challenging heat in terms of maybe expectations coming into finals day. You're thinking you're going to go huge, you're going to go excellent, post big totals and smoke it, but sometimes that's not the way. The reality of the ocean and being a bit pragmatic, surfing to the potential of the wave. That's exactly what we saw in his last one. Crucially, not falling off, and he's got a pretty decent total. Jordy Smith just under 6.5, looking for a 7-8, Rosie.
Yeah, and you know, this for Jordy right here, this is the moment. This is where he can turn things around, because the 7-8, I mean, that's just going to be that dramatic finish. I think that's going to come on the last exchange, that we can see Jordy really use this as motivation. I think right now he's feeling frustrated. He's feeling that little bit of anger. So the next wave that comes his way, look out, because he's really going to have to start batting for the fences.
Now the high drama in our second quarterfinal, so Italo Ferreira get knocked out, also get injured as well. Let's get an update with Luke Egan.
Yeah, I've just looked into the medical centre at Italo. He's sitting up now, and I gave him the thumbs up, and he gave me a cheeky grin and a thumbs up back. But I think that floater that he did in mid-heat, when he just went just a little below the lip, as you can see there, and just airdropped down and lands right here, which is incredible, because taking that impact right there, he's landed on his hip at some point in that wipeout, and actually got a 9 after this wipeout, which is incredible. So he's had back spasms up his right side and into his hip, and he's looking good now. There's no further you know, he's not off to hospital or anything like that. He's sitting up now and he's feeling a lot better. So yeah, I think pretty exceptional to keep surfing and get some great scores after that wipeout. But I think it was just some back spasm after getting a heavy whack.
All right, thanks for the update, Luke. Let's rejoin live action right now. Jordy Smith chasing a number. 7-8 is the requirement for him, and he's up and swinging here. And he'll wait patiently for this one to stand up. Great looking section. He shoves forward on the board and pulls in, streaking through a section. Jordy Smith got some travel in that tube, but Rosie unable to come out.
Yeah, it's so hard to make the barrel this morning. It's not really holding open, and even at the best of times, it can be a little bit almondy here at Super Tube. So with that wind blowing up the face, there's no exit for Jordy. Man, you just really want to see him capitalize on something. I think it's such a shame when surfers kind of leave the lineup knowing that they left it all out there. They didn't really surf to their potential. They didn't fill the expectations of what we were expecting from this matchup.
Still just over 4 to go in this. Jordy Smith makes his way back out, where he'll meet Ethan Ewing with priority, top of the point. Ethan, a couple of numbers in for him to put his score of 11.5. It's not been a classic in terms of scores. It's all about making it through to that semi-final for a clash with Yago Dora, who lit up the previous quarter-final. At the moment, it is the young Australian Ethan Ewing. Let's see what Jordy can do, using that experience, using all of that winning form that he's had here in the past at Jeffreys Bay. He'll spin most of the way back out the top of the point on an inside wave here. Jordy Smith on rail, full roundhouse cutback off the white water. Don't see loads of them at J-Bay. And he'll rip a really nice smooth setup off the top. Now again, he's looking for the tube here, tucking in. Jordy Smith with a load of speed. Just as you mentioned, Rosie, it is tight in that barrel, and too tight for him to find an exit.
Yeah, just a little bit of a roadblock there for Jordy to come out of that barrel. And you can feel that kind of tension and that pressure. I think everyone on the beach has shown up here to watch Jordy, and you're definitely feeling everyone kind of hold their breath as Jordy takes off at the moment, just waiting for him to do the surfing that we're so used to. So hopefully, I mean, 2.5 minutes as we head onto the ski. Let's see it, Jordy.
A little bit of scoreboard pressure on him. It does tend to make you maybe try and just force the issue a little bit. The tube at J-Bay has been troublesome for some of the world's best. Tricky to get an exit when you're chasing a number down. You'd much rather be able to take on sections with a little more certainty when you're at the mercy of exactly how these tubes are going to finish up. Can be tricky. Jordy Smith still searching for that number 7-8, the requirement for him. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this priority with Ethan Ewing. And he might decide to go something as he has a little look at sets. Still marching in at the top of the point. And we were really expecting big things from Jordy Smith. He's not really had the waves. The waves that he has had, it's looked a touch out of sorts. Better from him in his last couple of efforts. If he's making it out of these tubes, he's well on his way to scores and just getting that momentum, but he's left it quite late, Rosie.
He has, but it's not like Ethan has put up massive numbers either. I mean, Ethan hasn't really done the kind of surfing that we've expected from him. So this heat really has seen both of these surfers a little bit off kilter.
Just over 90 to go. There's a look at a stacked horizon, lines flooding through. Our surfers will head a little wider and further out and hope to put themselves in a position to find one of these bombs. Let's hope they both get a wave as we go down for hopefully a dramatic finish in this, our 4th men's quarterfinal. Of course, women's semi-finals coming up next. Tyler Wright, Steph Gilmore, the first of those. Cannot wait for that clash. The other side of that draw, we'll see Carissa Moore and Tatiana Weston-Webb resume hostilities. Absolutely stacked women's semis. Let's stick with the men's quarterfinals right now as a set steams through. Let's see if Ethan Ewing with priority will find himself in a position to take off it, and he'll dip under it. Jordy is wider. He needs to go something. Jordy with a whitewater takeoff here. It's not an easy one. We'll see him stand up at the bottom of the wave. Jordy Smith, a section will just roll in front of him. And this wave will get a little wobbly. Will this one double up for Jordy? He's having a look here with a bit of modest interest at section down the line. Now he starts to prod and probe. Jordy with a ton of speed, big section in front of him, pulls in deep. He's absolutely flying, but that one will run away from him.
Unfortunate. What's that? 3 for 3 barrel attempts and unable to complete any of them. You see that disinterest from Jordy at the moment, though, that body language.
A relatively easy decision. He had to go that wave. He knows he's running out of time. Under 10 seconds now as he's on the inside. It will wrap it up for Jordy Smith, and Ethan Ewing will advance from what's been a toughie, but he's been able just to squeeze the juice out of it. Got that 6.83 early on. Feels like a big number right now. Tough quarterfinal. It's Ethan Ewing that will go to face Yago Dora, and that'll wrap things up. Jordy Smith, 2-time winner, bows out of competition at quarterfinal stage. Big result for Ethan. We're going to get a quick commercial break. Women's semi-finals coming up. We'll bring in Ronnie Bakey and Peter Mel into the studio. We'll be right back.
the two-time world champion Tyler Wright.
Grabbing that rail.
It's all or nothing at the moment for me.
The Australian, she gets the snap, leans into another big power carve.
Stephanie Gilmore, the virtuoso, has a beautiful looking wall. This one seems to be standing up nicely on the outside. It's a good size. Steph looks to set up the barrel, stops on the tail, gets the exit and back up into the pocket. Nice little slice off the top there.
I'm not happy unless I'm winning an event, so that's the goal.
Well, welcome back to finals day here at the Corona Open J-Bay. Here is the semi-final bracket for the women. And there is a lot of world titles in this first semi. 9, in fact. Tyler Wright will take on Stephanie Gilmore. What a clash this is going to be. Steph Gilmore putting it out there on her socials yesterday, saying that it was one of the best days of surf that she's enjoyed in a championship tour jersey. So obviously her motivation levels are going to be up. But Tyler Wright, it's all or nothing for Tyler from here, Pete.
So cool. This matchup is going to be great. I mean, they've surfed against each other, I'm sure, many, many times in different parts of their career with different pressures involved here. This is a thing where we're looking at Final 5 for Steph Gilmore. So this semifinal is important for her to solidify that spot. Tyler Wright, on the other hand, has an outside chance, I guess, right, if we could say it. She's going to do everything she can to take a win, all or nothing.
Yeah, she's been missing from the event too in 2018, 2019. Obviously, had some tough years overcoming post-viral syndrome. So Tyler Wright getting her first real shot at the J-Bay title this year and on track for that big result. But she has drawn the toughest customer in the mix in Stephanie Gilmore. Her form's just been undeniable so far, Pete, and just her read and her timing just on song.
It is, but I will say that today is a different day. Just after observing the last few heats, it is not like it was yesterday. It's a whole different deal. It's got a different feel to it, different direction, different winds, all of those elements. So it's an adjustment for all these surfers.
Yeah, well, that last heat, I was really looking forward to it. On paper, I think it was the quarterfinal match of the day. Jordy Smith up against Ethan Ewing, and there was a lot of anticipation. Huge result for Ethan Ewing, but it felt like someone just undid the balloon knot. It didn't go off with the bang. No one popped that.
Do you want me to?
That moment.
A little fizzer, right? I mean, that's one of the things that happens, unfortunately, when you see a round like that. But you have to persevere. There was a lot of sets in that heat. It was a lot of paddling.
And Jordy wore the majority of them on the head. But I think that Tyler and Steph must have been paying attention to that. It was tricky. You've got to be super selective. These insiders could be the go. And it looks like Tyler Wright's going to swoop on one to get started here. She's just really been clicking into that amazing form that saw her take back-to-back world titles before injury stalled that run and those competitive results. But at Bells Beach, she was electric. Great variation in her approach. And she's really looking to kick things off with a bang here. This wall's going to provide some great scoring opportunity down the line here. She looks to line up that floating re-entry to finish, and it's a clean start.
Very clean, and especially since that wave choice gave her the opportunity to do the maneuvers all the way down the line. That wave provided perfect canvas.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to the quarterfinal heat that Steph surfed against Gabriella, though, and Stephanie didn't bother herself with the insiders and getting that quick start. She was ultra patient. She kept her eyes focused on those bigger set waves. And didn't she surf them well yesterday in the quarters?
Oh, she sure did. And then again, we talked about how awesome she is when she gets that quick and early start in the heat. The confidence builds, and she always, once she gets a good solid wave at the very beginning. So if you're going to try and trip up Steph Gilmore, you got to get her very early in the heat.
You're watching two of the greats out here at Jeffreys Bay, the Corona Open J-Bay on finals day.
Watching this replay here of Tyler Wright again. So the choice of wave here, much smaller, not a major set wave, one of the first waves of the set actually. But you can see the cleanliness of it and the fact that she's not rushing. She's able to do these maneuvers, just waits off the bottom, sets it up, and she's not pressing down the line, which we see a lot of these waves do that. So a good wave choice here to get those maneuvers done. I mean, the only thing that would hinder this score slightly is the fact that we didn't see any really super wow moments. She didn't really lay into a turn, really, in the entire wave. But the idea was she fit in like 6 or 7 turns. So it's very, very solid and a very easy paced wave for her.
Yeah, well, the judges loved it. 7.33. It's a really positive start. I mean, yesterday, Stephanie Gilmore, she was patient on the outside, but she would have heard from the onside announcer that Gabriella Bryan only dropped a small number. So she was,
never pressed. Yeah, this is
not under
now.
pressure. This is a real pressure building number.
Yeah, it sure is. 7-3-3, and she would have seen her take off on that wave and realizing, yeah, it's not that big of a set wave. We'll see. But factoring in 7-3-3, in the good range.
I mean, obviously, you want to be able to adapt and know what your situation is out there, but sometimes I just think Steph should surf with earplugs in and not listen to what the onside announcer has, because if she just focuses on getting those good moves done herself, she is so hard to overcome. Her surfing is, we've said it a couple of times, so refined. It's iconic. It never falls out of fashion. That rail work is really hard to come up against, but at the moment, much like Geordie Smith in that last quarterfinal for the men, Steph's having to do a lot of work just to hold her position at the takeoff zone.
Yeah, and like I said, it's a different beast today. There's going to be these types of sets, which aren't the quality waves. I mean, they'll push wide and they'll move all the way down, kind of outside of the contest area. So the best waves are going to be up and close to the point, which means she has to sit here and wear these on the head.
What's changed today, Pete? Is it just the tide? Because yesterday there was real quality in those bigger set waves too, but today it feels like they're just pushing into deeper water a little bit.
It's direction change and maturity of swell, the intervals dropping. With that, you get these sets that kind of stand up taller. It's weird because a smaller interval swell sometimes will stand taller on the face. It doesn't have the same energy to it, so it's going to be a little easier probably to surf, because it's not moving as fast. But ultimately, a lot of those sets are breaking outside. They're breaking mushy. They're not any, scoring potential, just maybe cutbacks, and then it finally builds up on the inside. So you have to find these waves that are going to allow you to take off in the outside section, exactly like Tyler Wright just picked up, because she had the scoring potential right in front of the judges the entire time and earns herself a 7-3-3 and an early lead.
Steph Gilmore's just lost around 100 yards, I'd say, in that lineup, just wearing those waves on the head. So she's got to get herself back into a position to probably try and tap into a similar wave to what Tyler had. That's going to allow that complete freedom. And, I think those insiders are a little bit cleaner on the face. They're not hitting that bumpy water out there in the deep stuff.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, we saw it right there firsthand, Tyler Wright.
Yeah, 7.33. Carissa Moore getting set to hit the lineup. She had a marathon heat yesterday, a triathlon, had everything but the bike, but she might have gone on that in her warm-up prior to heading out. But a big jog up the beach after breaking a board paddling out.
Well, she wasn't there for the start. Yeah, it was a very tough start psychologically as well to be able to bounce back. I mean, she had to literally come in. The heat started as she was on the sand, but didn't let it affect her psychologically. She went out there and she made it happen.
She sure did. Current world #1, and the way she's been competing, it feels like she'll probably stay there. A very dominant season, but there is still a couple of competitors behind her on the rankings charging. 25.5 minutes remaining here. Let's hear from Ethan Ewing, who's just got himself through the quarterfinals, and it was a big matchup, Rosie.
Ethan Ewing, another heat win for you. It really seems like throughout this event, you've barely had to get out of second gear to make it through these rounds. How are you feeling energy-wise, and what do you have left for us for finals day?
Yeah, I've been kind of getting through heats, but I feel like I've got a lot more to give. Just that heat then was really hard. The conditions were like really, really difficult. There was a lot of paddling and duck diving, and couldn't find much. But yeah, I think I can go up a few gears in the next heat.
Coming up against someone who's been outstanding, Yago Dora. What do you make of that semi-final matchup?
Yeah, it's going to be a good heat. Yago's been on fire since he came back from his injury. So yeah, we had a heat in Rio, and he just got me. So yeah, it'll be a fun heat.
And this is such an important one for the Final Five picture. How relieved are you to be in the semi-finals of this event?
Yeah, it feels really good. The last few events I've haven't felt like I've kind of, I don't know, done my best surfing. So just to get to the semi-finals and hopefully kind of free it up a bit more in the next heat would be really fun.
You going to change anything heading into the semi-finals?
Maybe my board. Just depends how much the swell sticks around. But it's really bumpy out there, so yeah, I'll just keep watching.
Can't wait for that semi-final matchup. Thanks for your time, Ethan.
Cheers, Rosie. Meanwhile, out the back, we saw Stephanie Gilmore take her first ride. Didn't get a lot of points out of it. Tyler's up again with a clean face. Already has a 7.33, and we'll back it up nicely with this ride as she comes flying down the line. Still more wall to work with. She'll get a couple more turns done in here. This one's going to drop out, though, and she has to go into recovery mode. kind of loses that down the line flow, but quite a bit of work. Maybe not as big as the 7.33 there, Pete, but that was a solid score once again.
Yep, and with Steph Gilmore only going to receive a very nominal score for her first exchange, this is advantage huge for Tyler Wright. And if you're going to try and beat someone like Stephanie Gilmore, it's exactly what you need to do. Apply that pressure early, which she has done. You know, probably going to add a little less than the 7.33, you would think. Again, those bigger set waves, just so hard to find that section to be able to do the turn. I mean, this is an opportunity, felt like, you know, a little bigger wave than what we saw from Tyler Wright's first. And this section here, nice and steep, it's finally gets there and wasn't able to get the maneuver executed. And then realizing that that happened, didn't like what she, you know, knowing that the 7.33 there, and that's what that pressure being applied by Tyler Wright does, is all of a sudden you start making decisions based on that score. So she kicks out, Steph Gilmore does, and and then had to watch this, which was another pretty good number here for Tyler Wright.
Are you sensing that that wind's just backing off a little bit at the moment, Pete?
Fingers crossed. I mean, but then all of a sudden we'll see a puff. You know, during the heat, you see these little changes, at least the wave face. There was some pretty, I mean, it felt like it was pretty breezy, you know, on a couple waves in that last heat, and then this looks a little smoother. So yeah, just as we watch this beautiful technique from Tyler Wright, open those arms up, driving through. She keeps it low, that back arm, as she drives through. Different techniques in the way that happens. Driving it through, it lengthens that line down towards the bottom of the wave. Here, a mix-up where she puts that back arm back. That's what we call a layback. Little layback snap. So again, showcasing the variety there. Two different ways to get that snap done and being a major maneuver. You know, not super difficult in where she's been placing it, but super flowy. And it's exactly what she's been able to do here now with the number here, 2 numbers in her score line. It loosens her up. Now, all of a sudden, now she can go a lot bigger.
Well, these two have got plenty of history. We'll dive into that at some stage here in this heat. But Tyler Wright's just put a 5.83 on the board. I was going to ask you at the start of this heat, with that wind, we could see the bump, especially in the previous quarterfinal with the men. But it feels like it is cleaning just a little bit. But I just feel like with that bump on the face, it improves Tyler's chances here against Stephanie Gilmore. Steph really likes a glassy wall. That's when she really comes to life. We saw that yesterday. And on that first ride that she had, she just looked not quite as comfortable as she did in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it just doesn't have that same glide through that chop, whereas you could see Tyler a little more steady. She plows through it so much nicer through that sections. And I think she also picks her spots to do those maneuvers so nicely, because she's able to keep that speed, especially since these first two waves, she wasn't pushing too hard. She was just going through the motions, and still she was having some powerful moves there. So it's good work by Tyler just to pace herself in the seats. 20 minutes to improve on a 5.83. You'd feel like that's going to happen pretty easily. Pressure is just all on Steph Gilmore to execute on the next priority situation for her.
48 championship tour wins between these two competitors. 33 for Stephanie Gilmore, 15 for Tyler Wright. And Tyler, much like John Florence, has been sort of robbed of that opportunity to add to that tally over the past few seasons. So this is, you know, a big move from Tyler. She collected a victory already this season down at Bells Beach. Her motivation was as high as we've seen it since her world title years. She really went after that event. She verbalized that goal, and she got after it and claimed that win quite easily. And here it just feels like that goal's becoming a little bit clearer at Jeffreys Bay, and that the potential to get to the final 5 from 10th position coming into this contest is still alive.
Yeah, no, it is. You know, and I think the biggest change, I mean, personally, now she's articulating what she's been able to go through. I mean, it was very hard to get, she was guarded, you know, when we were doing interviews with her, and to get information on what she was dealing with, and you know, and now she's just got this clear presence, and she articulates everything so well, and she's open. You know, just a whole different Tyler Wright.
Yeah, and I think you know, seems very clear of what she intends to do when she hits the lineup these days too. I think post world title, there definitely was a few moments where you could sort of see her running through things in her mind while she was surfing, and that's gone now. Just running on that aggressive approach, and up once again, trying to get rid of a 5.83. Digs in on the first turn, and doesn't really like what she sees down the line here. This lineup's definitely cleaning up at the moment, and that could really work in Steph Gilmore's favour in getting back in this clash.
Yeah, it still feels like it has to happen pretty soon here, just in order to shift that momentum towards her. If she can get her the best number yet in this heat, and here's an opportunity, feels like, but not inside enough. So this one's going to go unridden, and it's a pretty clean wave here. Feels like that was an opportunity lost, because look at how it's cornering.
Yeah, a couple of steep sections as it makes its way through to that inside.
It's actually going to pick up steam more. Maybe not, actually. Feels like, yeah, it didn't have that steep section, so good choice there by Steph. Nice.
Thinking about these two, just as, obviously Steph Gilmore, the greatest of all time, matched Lane Beachley with the 7 world titles, but has more championship tour wins, 33. But both these competitors are amazing. Broke through as teenagers, getting wildcard opportunities for their first CT wins. Steph Gilmore, 2006, won at Snapper Rocks as a 17-year-old, cut school on her road to victory in that event. But Tyler Wright's first win is, it's in the history books. 2008 in Sydney, 14 years of age, she overcome the championship tour surfers and got her first win.
You wonder if that record will ever be beat. And these days there is some pretty young surfers who have been able, but competitively, I mean, she was so savvy at 14. Had surfed a ton of heats, with the family, trucking up and down the Aussie coast doing surf events. That she learned a lot from the older brothers, I think, at a very early age, which allowed her to have that win.
It was remarkable. Yeah, I don't see it, but I mean, we have seen some pretty incredible stuff from youngsters in recent times. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, obviously a big win at Haleiwa for her at just 16 years of age. But yeah, that's something else, a championship tour victory at 14. As we see Stephanie Gilmore up, this is an opportunity to get herself back in this heat. Only has a 1.67 so far. This is already going to outpoint that as she digs into a couple of turns here on the inside. Needs to finish this one off. This wall's starting to steepen, and Steph's going to have to pull through the back as this one stretches out and closes down.
Well, we have a nice comparison to look at from Tyler Wright, 5.83. Where does that measure up against it? Yeah, still not probably pleased with that last wave choice, unfortunately, for Steph. The wave shuts down. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen when you're taking off on that outside section. He feels like that one had a nice taper to it, and it was going to allow her to go all the way through the inside section, which it didn't. Take a look here at the replay. See, off the point, you get this push off the point like this with this direction of swell, and then the energy kind of feeds back at you as it goes down the line, and that's the kind of wave you want because it'll give you those steeper sections. Just here, she's setting it up, and this was finally that steeper section, but look at all the ribs in the face. She had to negotiate that, so she couldn't press as hard as she would have liked. Nice snap there, but then this wave loads up with energy, and she's not able to get around it, so just only about half the point being ridden.
And Tyler behind Steph had a good look at that one, but didn't quite get into it, but she still holds priority and still has the lead. That first decent number coming through for Steph at a 4.67, but she would have wanted a bit more out of it.
Yeah, she's still going to need 2 waves here in this 15 minutes. I mean, Tyler is going to get an opportunity here to build on the 5.83. Pretty confident that she would be able to do that.
Yesterday, the competitors were able to really size up what bigger set waves they wanted, and Tyler, I think, adjusted nicely. She's moving around this lineup. She's having a close look at some of these insiders, and she's up again here and coming around the section, sets her up nicely for that first big turn, cuts it down into the bowl, and now loads up that speed again to get back out in front of this wave. Just transitioning at this moment, flowing down the line. And this wave is going to slow up, and it's going to have a nice steep section, and she's going to draw off the bottom and now take a more vertical approach. Rips off the top there, extending nicely on that carve, kicking that tail a little bit. Wants the big finish through the inside now. As she again swoops off the top. Would love a high impact finish, and she finds it there on the inside. And she's not done yet, Pete. Gets another hit in the pocket there. So this is looking like it's going to put her well out in front now with just on 14.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, very safe to say that she will improve there. She's just so patient, waiting for that wave to transpire for her. Very smooth, utilizing that flow as the part of the criteria, needing to, carving her way through. And then when she finally got that opportunity to really have that scoring potential on the inside, she unloaded on 3 nice turns, and that was going to be what really turned that wave around into a nice average wave up into the very good range.
14 minutes remaining here, and this is just an interesting heat when you compare the technique and style of these surfers. Tyler Wright I think more of a modern day style, and it's allowed her to bring a lot of progression. But over time, she's really matured her lines and found some of that flow that Steph Gilmore is famous for, and she put it on show on this ride.
Yeah, and you can see that there is still a lot of bump on the face there, but doesn't seem to be affecting her. Equipment's nice and positive under her feet. She's placing in those turns with the speed that she needs to be able to execute those turns. You know, again, feeling this wave and realizing it and not working too hard. She's not frantic to get there. And then now this is the opportunity where it opens up, and there's that nice solid snap. You thought, oh, maybe it's over. Nope, she gets another one here to finish off this wave. So solid wave, and an improvement. This was exactly what she wanted to do to pick up that scoreline. It's important against Steph just to keep applying that pressure. Again, that technique of driving that arm down nice and low to the knee level. You know, some people bring it across their waist. Others will do, you know, above their heads even. Like that kind of a snap there. So that tightens the arc, you know, and you drive that arm through on the cutties. It's just, again, a variety and a different style of maneuver. But Dan, I get that last section there. It really sold this wave to the judges.
Yeah, and it looks unbelievably critical, which it is from the judges' perspective, especially when you're turning up into that bowl and then dropping out of the lip after each of those turns. You know, it really does just validate your positioning on the ride, and the rewards usually come off the back of it. And here is the number, 6.93. So didn't quite go as high as that opening ride, but she'll be happy with that, because the requirement has grown into a big one now for Stephanie Gilmore, who's after a 9.59, but at this point just wants a decent number to really get a campaign underway.
Yeah, and again, let's break down the total there for Tyler Wright's 14.26. She needs basically a pair of 7.5s. You know, and it's going to take two waves. The 9.59, you know, yeah, we always know that Steph is capable of a 10-point ride, but at this point, it feels like two waves still going to need to do it.
Well, a really well-constructed start to this semi-final clash against the greatest of all time for Tyler Wright here. And she is just so dangerous for those multiple world champions like Carissa and Steph, because she's unfazed by the big names and she can push hard. Just on 11.5 minutes to go here, Steph Gilmore will try and fight back in the final stages of this semi-final clash.
Trying to create these ocean guardians that will go into the township, that will represent the oceans, and will, you know, be the ones fighting for it.
We're here today for a surf therapy and environmental education program with the WSL Pure grantee J-Bay Surf Alliance.
There's so much awareness being spread with this little program, from mindfulness to cleaning up the beach and ocean. It's an amazing program, and it's just the first step to making a big impact.
My dream, my mission is to educate the world. What is going to be our world without cane forests?
Welcome back to the show. We've got the semi-finals for the women unfolding, with Tyler Wright leading Stephanie Gilmore at the moment. And the 7-time world champ has real work to do. She's after a 9.59 to get herself up into the lead. And she might need to chip away at this requirement and chase down a second score in the final stages here. But Ronnie Blakey with Pete Mel and Pete, it's been an unbelievable event. And these sets have been coming in at high frequency. And it's provided the surfers lots of opportunities to lock into big scores. But today's proving a little bit more difficult for the competitors to find those steeper sections.
Really cool to have a forecast come to fruition like it did. I mean, it was a week and a half out before the start of this thing, and it was on the maps that it was going to be here for the waiting period. And you never know with the oceans down here, to have it actually end up being the fun and epic 3 days that it's been has been incredible.
The surfers have loved it. our commentary team has loved it. Rosie Hodge back in South Africa, and it's delivering the goods for you, Rosie.
Hey guys, I found myself down at the Corona Protect Paradise Pledge Hut. Corona's doing so much to become sustainably responsible in the beach environment. It's so cool. If you're down here at site at the Corona J-Bay Open, come and check out this little hut and make your pledge for the environment. It's super cool what these guys are being involved with. So if you're here, check it out, and if not, you can always go online and click through the link and make your pledge to Protect Paradise. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rosie. Yeah, Corona becoming the first global beverage brand with a net zero plastic footprint, meaning that the brand recovers more plastic from the environment than it releases into the world. It's a great movement, a big goal, and doing good things. Great to have Corona involved with the WSL as we see Carissa Moore getting set to punch it through the keyhole here, and she'll be picking her moment very carefully today.
Well, and she's given herself plenty of time. You know, a lot of the surfers, they just press it all the way down to like 2 minutes, 1 minute. She's got plenty of time here, 7 minutes and 50 seconds. So she's going to get herself in position without too much worry.
Yeah, I think all the competitors learning a lot from what Carissa went through yesterday, and even Tatiana Weston-Webb's going to head out early too. It's a nice toasty day out there today, Pete. Really warm. Water's still kind of chilly, but as long as you keep moving out there in the lineup, you'll be okay.
The thing about, that warm weather too, which means that's the threat of the wind. When you feel that kind of warmer atmosphere, you know that onshore flow could be coming very, very soon.
Most definitely. Just over 7 minutes to go. And we'll see if Tyler Wright can hang on to this lead. Still hasn't gone into the excellent range, Tyler, but just a really well-constructed opening half to this heat. And the pressure's building for Stephanie Gilmore, because if she's going to turn this heat around with 2 rides, she's got to make a move really soon. Otherwise, she's going to be chasing that near perfect score, and we haven't seen anyone go that high just yet.
Yeah, it's true. Not that it can't be done, obviously, but yeah, it's just it adds that every tick of the clock adds that. It's so challenging. I mean, just the best in the world every time. It's so hard to get out right there. You risk bumping your fins and dinging your board. Pretty much you're walking away with a couple fractures on your boards and cuts on your feet.
Yeah, every single surfer who commits to that end section has hit the reef, hit those muscles, and is carrying a few injuries, minor injuries, lacerations to the feet.
They're annoying. They're like that annoying pain. It's not like can't surf pain. It's just ew.
And they kind of break off in the skin as well. I saw Gabriella Bryan scratching some of those muscles out of her feet yesterday. But just on 6 minutes remaining here, and as our competitors, we focus on them punching through the keyhole. Looks like they're going to get clean entry into the lineup. But we're really thinking about Steph Gilmore's chances of turning this heat around. And the more time that winds down on the clock, Pete, the less likely it seems it's going to happen, because today those bigger numbers have been very hard to come by with that texture on the water. And we know Steph likes to really flow, get those big clean rail turns happening, and it's proving difficult to hold that line through those bumps.
Well, there you go. So you think, what do you do? Do you take number 1 of the set? You're going to have to figure out that choice. To me right now, you're looking at this one. First wave definitely too small, but maybe number 2. Also, those are kind of moving down the point, so maybe not even an opportunity at all. We'll see what it looks like here for Steph. But like you said, you were saying, and I was always saying, you got to get it done now. If she's going to utilize 2 waves, this set is very important for her.
Well, potentially making a move to the inside here, but this wall is really stretched out. So it'll be a quick, racy ride if she's going to take it. Having to think about it, but no. Lets that one roll through. And you can see why on screen there. That thing is sectioning off really quickly.
Well, maybe an opportunity here.
Well, it's really starting to feel like it's going to have to be turned on one ride now. She'll definitely surf the next wave like she needs a near perfect ride to give herself the best chance at overtaking Tyler here. But weighing up her options, getting in position here. This is the 2018 Corona Open J-Bay champion, having a shot at a place in the final. Nice swoop to get started. Draws it right back into the bowl. It's a good-looking wall for Gilmore. Needs to get some big turns done here. Drives up into the section. Goes to that layback jam. And she is on her way at the moment. Just trying to maintain that connection through each of her turns and really draw on that flow to turn in the score required. Big section stands up here. Gilmore on the attack. Looks to set up the tube, tucks into the barrel, still going through this one. Can she punch through the curtain? It doesn't feel like she will. And she's been knocked off, and Pete, you know, it needed to be the perfect ride. She couldn't afford to fall off on it, but there is still 3.5 minutes to go, and that's definitely going to be her best wave.
It'll be her best wave. She's going to be fighting chance now, but right there, the clock at 3:19. She's probably going to get out the back with about a minute and some change. So right now, Tyler Wright, strategy-wise, sit there. Don't make a move. Wait for Steph to get out there and then control the heat, and then she could end up into the finals.
Tyler's a very savvy competitor. I don't think you get 15 championship tour wins and 2 world titles without making smart decisions when you're in this position. But Steph Gilmore really has given herself a shot here.
Yeah, she sure did. And you see this wave loading up with all that energy. It's this perfect type of wave here, to nice and smooth, beautiful layback gouge here, straight into it, just so much style. You know, it didn't get the finish on this wave, you know, to lift it to say needing the 9.59. Yeah, she pulls out of this barrel. A beautiful snap there, and then this inside pulls in. You know, she could have been traveling if she'd found a doggy door out of there. You know, we start talking about maybe getting the number needed.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like on the outside she did great work. You know, that board was just cutting corners beautifully and really getting back into the bowl. There was massive redirection happening in each of Steph's calves then. But we knew that she needed to actually get the big finish to really chip away at the requirement. But she is only looking for a 7.93. So job done. And now she's just got to get to that takeoff zone to give herself a shot here and really pray for a set with multiple waves in it.
Giving herself a chance. You know, right now, though, you think about that clock. It is ticking away. You know, what opportunities did she have at this point in the heat beforehand? She's not thinking about that right now. She's thinking about, how do I get a wave in the next minute and a half?
Yeah, it's been one of Steph's stronger performances this season here at Jeffreys Bay. Just looks so on. Really one of the standouts, and collected some unbelievable highlights yesterday in the quarterfinals. I love that performance. It was just so fun to watch. Just over a minute to go here. Those set waves, Pete, you can sort of get those indicators way off in the distance there at kitchen windows. You know, you often see those bigger sets capping. And Luke Egan telling us it takes about half a minute for those to get here. She's just got a minute. No, I'm not sure that there's any monster sets rolling our way at the moment, but there might be some medium-sized ones.
Well, you can see what Tyler's doing here. She's making her way down the point to make sure she can cover this next 40 seconds. Steph actually made the choice of jumping off a little early to give herself some space, hoping that maybe there was one of those bigger sets that moved wide, which was a good move. You know, again, create space from your competitor.
There's not a lot of height in this this set that's rolling through at the moment. 20 seconds to go. I don't know if there's going to be another opportunity for Gilmore here.
Oh, there's the cover.
Yeah, Tyler Wright making her move, looking out the back. And she knows she's unlikely going to replace the 6.93. So at this point, just cruising. And won't even get over the double up. And Steph Gilmore's not going to get another shot. Tyler Wright is on her way to the final here at the Corona Open J-Bay with a strong performance against the 2018 champ. Impressive numbers, 14.26. We're going to take a quick break. We've got semi-final heat number 2 around the corner with Carissa Moore and Tatiana Weston-Webb. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Rosie Hodge for the call.
now and let's go.
Carissa Moore, big first venomous snap from her at speed in a critical part of the wave, and another nice carving maneuver.
There's some pretty big names left in the draw.
Yeah, all those surfers are my heroes, and I hope to beat some of them.
Very dramatic as those fins disengage and she gets that weightless feeling.
Finals day at the Corona Open J-Bay. Straight down to business for live action. Tatiana Weston-Webb, backhand attack from her. Taking on Carissa Moore for a chance for a spot in the finals. And she's swinging hard on a really nice looking medium-sized wave. Ton of speed from Tati. Navigates some water off the bottom, a little slopey section here. She'll just be a little patient through to an inside. Maybe not loads on offer through there. Some decent work done, swinging out the back, and we're straight into it. Rosie Hodge cannot wait to see how these two resume their hostilities, the rivalries, and a lot up for grabs. A chance to take on Tyler Wright in the final.
Oh, that's such a good way to put it. As we see our first finalist, Tyler Wright. I mean, wow, just what a transition for Tyler. I mean, everything that she went through with the post-viral illness and then fighting back, finding herself for the first time competing at Jeffreys Bay, and she's into the final. Just so well done. But I love this matchup because, like you said, there's a niggling rivalry between these two women, and then that's what, as surf fans, we want to see this venom and what the potential of these women come to the fore.
Part of our new finals format means that it all has to be done in the water, and it was so close, wasn't it, last year? Tatiana Weston-Webb pushing Carissa so close, and the drama of that finals day left a little bit of a mark on Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's been pretty open about the fact she had some stuff to deal with that, and it's been a little bit of a recovery for her. Maybe not getting the early season that she would have hoped for, but right now she's on the cusp here. If she makes this heat, gets into the final, she will go to the South Pacific, to Tahiti, in the top 5.
Oh man, she'd be feeling so much confidence from that. And I do like, you know, her honest assessment of what last year did for her and how it took a toll on her, because really it is, these athletes are put in a high pressure situation, and we are right there, they're under the microscope seeing how they perform, and Tatiana did so well, and I think she learned a lot from last year. She's coming out with a stronger character and a lot more grit to herself.
Well, we talk about resilience, don't we, as a key attribute on this tour. More broadly in life itself, Tatiana Weston-Webb's got loads of it, and we saw a bit of grit too from Carissa Moore, who bit of drama before a heat started yesterday. She looked a little rattled, particularly as she was out the back on the ski without a surfboard, and the clock starting on the heat. She recovered well, took it all in her stride. An incredibly decorated surfer, dominant this year in terms of points, got that win as well. She's got the 5 world titles, defending champ here. She's got a beautiful looking wave. You just have a look at it, realize that one might go a touch soft, and it does. And she'll just let that go. Tatiana Weston-Webb will snaffle it up on the inside and go into a down the line, not really a bottom turn, just a line straight down the wave, hammers the lip pretty hard, but just the angle she came at that, unable to really get a completion through her lip line. Meanwhile, Carissa on the very next wave opens up, big snap on the rail from Carissa. And now a tight wall on the inside. Off the bottom, Carissa Moore. Really nice off the rail once again. So powerful, loads of control. And just eyeing up a section here into the lip. And she'll snap one. One will double up and she'll get out of there. Carissa Moore opening up strong.
Yeah, great surfing from Carissa. And it's, you know, when you see someone who's surfing just suits the style of wave that we're seeing at Supers, you think about Carissa Moore. She's won here in the past, one of 2 women that we've seen in the mix that have victories at this location. So Carissa's got that confidence. She knows this place well. And after yesterday, I mean, you know, the worst that can happen to you is kind of out of the way for Carissa. Now it's all kind of blue sky, and let's see if she can sail through with a bit of motivation. Opening carve from her, just so strong and stealthy as she looks down the line, gathers a lot of speed, burns a little bit of it off there at the bottom of the wave, swoops into that maneuver. Just so beautiful to see her board cut through this wave like a hot knife through butter. And then this wave kind of had that double up opportunity there, and she opts to take that high line.
Yeah, she was able to sort of laugh off that incident yesterday, talking about husband Luke getting his kit off at the water's edge, and she was having a bit of a giggle about it after. At the time, she was pretty rattled, and maybe it's something we see about Carissa. Sometimes she does appear a little bit like vulnerable emotionally for how good she is, for the amount of silverware she's won, for how dominant she's been in the sport. It's almost like someone needs to tell her how good she is.
It's almost like she's so relatable, though. It makes her so personable when you do see that vulnerability from her, because she has, she's so decorated and she's achieved so much. And to see her in those moments where you see that emotion coming out, I don't know. Yesterday, I mean, she went up a couple notches in my book. I don't know how that was possible, because I already have so much respect for her. But even chatting to her today, I was like, how did you manage that? I would have cried. I would have just been such a mess. And she said, you know what? The tears, they were there. I had to keep them at bay. She was feeling that emotion, and the way that she was able to reconfigure that emotion into pure passion at the end of a heat and come away with the victory, so cool to watch.
Oozing class is Carissa Moore, and looking at a spot at a final here to look to repeat her victory, a success 2019, and also big picturing it, back-to-back world titles coming last year. Love to go again for back-to-back this year. Quite a lot left to happen before that can happen, and this woman on screen right now would love to have something to say about that. Tatiana Weston-Webb, who looked vicious on the back end yesterday, and just the sort of audacity on some of those inside sections where maybe the numbers she was requiring and where she was in the heat against Brisa Hennessy, kind of forgive her to maybe sort of nursing it a little bit and just attack Rosie.
Yeah, it was so fun watching Tatiana yesterday. I was actually walking up, I saw Tatiana, I was like, great surfing, and I saw her filmer, Greg Browning, who's also an amazing surfer, and he's just went, I'm with this mad woman. Like, it's just crazy to see the tenacity of Tatiana, especially the smile on her face when the wave has a bit of juice and a bit of power behind it. She's not afraid to really put herself in the picture and get critical.
Plenty of sets filling in here at Jeffreys Bay, finals day, the Corona Open 2022. And plenty of time left to go in this one for it to fire up. 26.5 minutes on the clock. Early work from Carissa Moore, the 5.33, the best of it so far. A couple of quick snaps from her on a rail. She's got loads more than that to bring us. Let's check out some deep stats powered by Hydro Flask and dive into the numbers here as we see these matchups. And we see it's gone 10-6 in favor of Carissa Moore. I mean, her stats are pretty frightening when you look personally through her career. Her average heat score, the percentage of excellent heats, but Tatiana Weston-Webb does feel like one of those surfers who relishes the clash against Carissa.
Oh, definitely. And their most recent history actually happened right at the last event in Rio de Janeiro. And listening to Tatiana after she fell to Carissa Moore, she was extremely disappointed that she didn't actually get that win. So I think, you know, that stinging feeling that you can bring into the next event, and knowing that Carissa's had your number, that can be so motivating. I mean, when you look at this, you think about Carissa, the 5 world titles, the gold medal at the Olympics. Tatiana's coming in as that underdog, and how's she going to use that to her advantage?
Like you said, definitely does seem to relish that billing, Tatiana Weston-Webb. And she is scowling the horizon for opportunities right now. Nice and glassy on the sea surface, possibly telling us about a wind change that may come, but at the moment it's pretty smooth on the face down there, and we're still being blessed as this place is lit up by a pumping swell that's just marched throughout competition. As we got underway a couple of days ago, yesterday, massive throughout the day. Seen a couple of pulses this morning, loads of sets still on deck. Setting things up now as we get in towards sending a surfer to the women's final to face Tyler Wright. One of these two it will be. We'll know in 24.5 minutes time. Carissa at the moment just with that 5 early on to get a narrow lead over Tatiana. Priority is with the goofy foot from Brazil at the moment. The next move will be hers. In terms of a set wave, if it's a choice between the two of them, just thinking about some of those stats for Carissa Moore. Win percentage just shy of 70%. That's insane. Nearly 26% of her heat totals go in the excellent range. It's frightening, really, whenever you look at it. And if you do get a win over her, chances are you've surfed really, really well.
Yeah, you've got to really bring your best when you're coming up against Carissa. Like you said, she's extremely consistent this season with the number of finals that she's made, and finally getting that event win in Rio. Looking at the conditions right now, Paul, you know, we're seeing the tide is going to turn around. It's going to start filling in. The wind's also gone really slack. So this morning, this is probably the better of the conditions that we're seeing. Chatting to Ethan Ewing after his heat win, he said it is extremely tough out there. So it does seem like it's starting to improve, and hopefully the surfers can kind of find an easy route to find those better waves.
All right, we've got our first finalist for the women. We'll face one of these two surfers in the water right now. She's a two-time world champ. Her name's Tyler Wright. She's with the Condor.
Tyler, great heat out there. I mean, you looked like you had a plan, and it looks like you executed it perfectly. You chose some mid-sized waves, and was that part of conscious decision to make sure that you got waves that you could do those turns?
Yeah, look, like, it's one of those ones, like, you got to balance it out. The sets are huge, and they look good, and then there's those bigger sets again that just wash out the bay. And for the style of surfing that I would like to do, the medium ones were, and even not, I feel like my first wave was so small compared to the scale out there. So yeah, it was just nice to be able to open up, get some flow. But yeah, it's really, looks perfect, looks big, but it's so tricky out there.
You've taken a very measured approach. I mean, you said it's all or nothing, which it is the case, right? But you don't seem like you're hurried at all. You're just kind of taking it easy. Is that part of the plan?
Yeah, look, like, I think probably from the start of the event, I've had a few chats with my psychologist, and he's like, look, as much as I want to be all or nothing, I'm not really in a position to be all or nothing at the same time. My journey this year and for the last few years has been very different from everybody else's, and I'd love to be all or nothing, but, you know, every now and then I get reminders of that. No, I have to be very balanced and very kind of analytical in my approach, but also very connected and present with what I'm actually doing. And, you know, yeah, so it is, you know, obviously it is one of those things, like, I have to win to kind of make the 5, but at the same time, it doesn't actually have much to do with what I have to do to get there. So I've been in these sorts of situations a multitude of times when I was younger, and just pulling from that experience and great guidance from the team here. I feel like I've got really good support here and at home, so I'm really enjoying the process and my process, and honestly just being back in my process feels really nice.
What's the next hour look like preparing for that final?
Honestly, it was a little warm down, a little bit of food. I'm not feeling super crash hot today, so I think I got so many beatings and so much water up my nose yesterday that I've woken up with a bit of a headache, but it's part of the job, it's part of what we're here, and so yeah, just a little relaxed, stay present, do some breathing, kind of down-regulate my system before I start up-regulating again. Yeah.
Good job out there.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Pete. We had quick vision on a racing incident out in the water there. Let's hear from Laura Enova, get her take on it.
They reckon we're going to be too far away.
So we saw just vision of Carissa Moore taken off on a wave. Crucially, Rosie, priority was with Tatiana Weston-Webb. Carissa kicked out. It looked a lot like, well, let's check a replay right now.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, Tatiana had priority, and there was Carissa kind of crossing the line of Tatiana. I do think this is going to be an interference, but I don't want to speculate what the judges are going to call on it. But yeah, that pretty clear, pretty blatant when Tati did have priority for this wave. So super unfortunate to see it.
Drama early on in our second semi-final, an interference on Carissa Moore. You think about the letter of the law interfering with the scoring potential. Well, basically, the wake off the back of Carissa's board wiped out Tatiana Weston-Webb, and Carissa gets an interference.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate to see it at this early stage of the heat. I wonder what was going on there, because you look at Carissa, and she had committed to that wave, but it's, even though Tati was right in her island, it's almost like she didn't even recognize she was there, which is almost even more baffling.
Well, if there wasn't already enough spice into this matchup, there's a bit more added in now, and Carissa Moore with a job of work on her hands right now. Let's go down and see if we can pick up Laura Enova.
Hi guys, yeah, out in the water. Saw Carissa take off out the back, and Tatiana obviously dropped in on her. I looked at the priority disc immediately, and you know, it said that Tatiana had first priority, Carissa had second, and she did cross over Tatiana's path. So, you know, I feel like, I'm not sure if they've made the call yet, but it seemed like that could have been interference.
Yeah, they made the call. Is there interference? Just from where we were, Laura, it looked like almost just the angle of where Tati was. Maybe she was kind of in the blind spot. Carissa Moore, like, almost like she didn't see her.
Yeah, there was a wonky lump sort of when Carissa took off, and it just seemed like maybe, yeah, she just didn't see Tatiana. I'm not sure. We'll have to find out what happened there, or if she thought she had priority. But, you know, when Tati took off, Carissa did, you know, cut straight around her, and, you know, that's going to be really hard for her to hear right now because she had a good score and was right in this heat.
So Carissa Moore, not what she wanted in this. I tell you what, Tatiana Weston-Webb won't mind it one bit. Neither will her support crew, because a massive advantage for her now, Rosie.
Yeah, and like you said, if Laura looked back at the priority disc, it was kind of clear as day that Tatiana did have that priority. So unfortunate that Carissa didn't, because even if Carissa had kind of pulled straight on that takeoff and not cut the line of Tatiana, it wouldn't have been called an interference, Paul.
Yeah, really interesting as well. You see the line when Tati stood up, she almost just kind of tracked Carissa, didn't she? And headed down the line right behind her before she started that carve down, just kind of staying close to her and slightly baffled look on her face as if, what are you doing here? What's occurring? Really interesting stuff. Meanwhile, live action, Carissa Moore will have to dig really, really deep here. She got interference. She's got a decent looking wave though, and pushing hard on a rail. And an uncharacteristic error from her. She'd be forgiven for feeling a little bit rattled right up against it here. She's got the 5-3-3 locked in. And it's going to be really hard to get out of this, a priority interference.
And you see the lines in Carissa's scoreline there. So with that priority interference, you get no backup score. So she's relying on one wave to make it through this heat, which is going to be a tough ask. As soon as Tatiana amasses more than 10 points, that's going to be game over for Carissa Moore. So we'll see if that happens. Let's see if Carissa can fight back and keep this within range for herself.
Well, we've seen all sorts happen in professional surfing. Getting over 10 points, relatively straightforward task. We've seen a lot of heats where, for whatever reason, it doesn't necessarily manifest. Meanwhile, Carissa Moore will just keep surfing. She'll want to go as close as she can towards that 10. So she'll want to put up a biggest number as possible. But it is going to be tough for her. And of course, if Tatiana does get over 2 5s, it will be mathematically impossible for Carissa Moore at the moment. Right now, she's in the lead in this one. But what drama to start things off.
Yeah, that was incredibly dramatic. I mean, I think we built it up to the rivalry and what we've seen from these women before and how competitive it can get between them. Couldn't have predicted that would happen, especially so early in the heat. And then it's such a shame because you watch Carissa take off on that next wave and the surfing that she's doing is just so red hot. So hard to see someone get an interference so early on in an encounter.
It's one of the top intricacies of professional surfing, surfer-on-surfer competition, particularly with the priority, isn't it? Quite often we're just seeing two individuals kind of surfing and getting scores and surfing against the criteria, but actually there are incidents as well where the interaction of the two athletes becomes really significant. It's exactly what's happened in this one. Quick hit to Tatiana Weston-Webb, and looking like she wanted to hang on to some priority, so she'll go back into the lineup. So unable to put much on the board right now, and I just wonder at what stage, depending on, hey, we could get some big clean-up sets that wash through, maybe a long lull. I just wonder at what point, over 15 minutes yet, Tatiana will start to think maybe almost pressure back on her if she hasn't got into those double figures or even got the lead on Carissa.
Really good point, because there is still opportunity. There is still a chance, like you said, for Carissa to get a perfect 10, to maximize the scoreline for what she can do with that interference, and then for the pressure to really mount on Tatiana. Because at the moment, Carissa's had you know, the best wave of the heat so far with the 5-3-3. So her surfing is being rewarded. Tati's really got to you know, get the axe out and get above 10 points to push it out of the realm of possibility.
Cool heads required in this one for very different reasons. Tatiana Weston-Webb hits it really hard, gets the recovery. So much projection out of that maneuver, the momentum and the power of the wave, it just pushes her out of the flats. Doesn't get a second maneuver though, Rosie. So one quick hit from her. She'd have loved to get a runner just roping down the line with multiple maneuvers.
That maneuver was so impactful to me though too, and the way that she was trying to hold her rail and hold her line as the white water was coming at her, she gets obliterated. But yeah, she's on her way to really good scores if she's able to combo up those maneuvers.
Tatiana Weston-Webb will wait for a number 14 on the clock in this one. We've seen all sorts of drama for a variety of reasons. A lot of it's to do with equipment. People breaking boards, snapping leashes, having to swim up the rocks. At the moment, it's an interference on your 5-time and reigning world champ Carissa Moore that adds extra spice to this clash. Number in for Tatiana, just a 3-5. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, find out who's going to join Tyler Wright in the women's final. That's all coming up live from J-Bay.
I love the aspect of like bringing people together through food and just sitting at a table and talking about life. And I think that's really enriching to me because I really believe like we're here for connection.
Yes! First finals!
First final.
How are you feeling?
Amazing.
Team Felipe, Team Sammy.
We are in the iconic surf town of Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, for the WSL Rising Tides, presented by Pura Vida.
It's really special to just see girls coming from different backgrounds, different cultures, different ways of living, and we all have that sharing love of the ocean.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be a good inspiration, influence hopefully, and just really just having a fun surf with the girls, and that's what it's all about, and we're having fun.
You're extra fun. Like, the water is great and the professional surfers are actually cool.
It's really cool now that we're able to reach new audiences and be inclusive of everybody from all over the world. We took over the lineup, which is really cool.
High stakes on finals day in South Africa and no shortage of incident whatsoever. Let's pick up live action right now. And looking for a number is Carissa Moore, trying to defend herself against Tatiana Weston-Webb, who has a big advantage in the fact that Carissa does have an interference and will just score on one wave. So she'll need to go as high as she can to post something close to a 10 as possible for the task to be made more difficult for Tatiana. Really nice hit from Carissa to finish. And again, getting a fall and going incomplete. Tatiana has gone into the lead with her last wave. It was just a 3-5. It was enough to get her ahead of Carissa's score of the 5-3-3. And here she is again on a pretty decent looking wave. Stands up here. She's pretty patient, just slicing back. And then calling for the ski. She realizes not loads happening on the inside, but another decent chance of improving. And Carissa unable in so far 3 or 4 attempts to improve on the 5-3-3.
Yeah, that was it though, if she completed that last maneuver, because that was going to be very dynamic from Carissa. And in her body language and her surfing right now, you can tell there's that little bit of anger that's coming through. You know, thinking as we head into Tahiti and the final 5, the WSL Finals, you know, the little bit of scar tissue that Carissa could carry from this incident with Tatiana, if both of these women find themselves, well, and we know Carissa's going to be there, but if Tatiana shows up her place, it's definitely going to be something to ponder on as Carissa winding through this one. It's such a shame with that interference because her surfing is sizzling at the moment. This is such a cool wave to watch Carissa's brand of surfing on. The rail turns, I mean, it's unmatched from any surfer in the mix. I feel like on that forehand, the way that she's able to power through the different sections that J-Bay offers. Right there, if she was able to kind of ride clear of that white water, I think she would have improved on her score. Tatiana on the wave behind her. That move right there, so cool from Tatiana. Really what we've come to expect on her backhand. Attacking the walls of J-Bay, staying compact, staying light on her feet and agile. This wave kind of fattens out through this inside section.
Well, numbers in from the panel. Carissa does improve the 5-5 for her. As you mentioned, if she got that final turn, could have been well on her way to get the score she needs, which at the moment is 6-6-7. That's the combined total for Tati prior to her last wave coming in. So any kind of improvement will make it slightly more difficult for Carissa. Unusual situation where Carissa Moore was looking for 6-6-7 with that interference. Tatiana so far with 8.5. Just wait for this next one to come in, but unable to put huge numbers up so far. She is in the lead though, crucially. Carissa has been penalised. There's the number, a marginal improvement, 4-7-3. And now that requirement for Carissa Moore jumps to the 8-2-3. But nevertheless, seeing as you can only score on half your waves, relatively speaking, she's still in with a decent shot here, Carissa.
Yeah, how amazing would it be? I mean, for Carissa, the 8-2-3, when we think about how consistently Carissa puts up those excellent numbers, that's well within reach for her. Tati's not feeling comfortable at the moment.
You got to think this slow roll on the jet ski would be agonizing as well. If you see a set coming, we do see the sets a long way coming down the point here at J-Bay. See something coming through, you're on the back of a sketch, you expect me flying out there and just kind of cruising back out to the top of the point.
And also to think, I mean, the indicator as it hits there, you've got about half a minute before it really reaches the lineup where you can be in position to take off. So, you know, the jet skis have to kind of keep to that slow pace so the wake doesn't interfere with the set. So she's probably on there just wanting to kind of pull the throttle.
Yeah, interesting to see Tatiana with priority, pretty crucial, just over 7 minutes. So Carissa did ride the wave before Tati. Tati just called for the ski, didn't she, as she was kicking out and managed to get straight back out there. And Carissa maybe having to do a little bit of duck diving after falling off rather than kicking out. So just another little thing heading in Tati's favour. The main thing, of course, she's scoring on 2 rides. Carissa's only scoring on 1. 7 on the clock. Loads of incident, loads of drama. In our second semi-final, one of these two will face a 2-time world champ, Tyler Wright. Tyler, ominous in the fact that her momentum through this event, not a stumble at the start, but just not showing her best on opening day. And she's just improving and improving. It's all coming together, which is exactly what you want to take out events and ultimately win titles. We're still 6.5 minutes away from there. And who's going to face her? Here goes Carissa Moore from wide. Good looking wave to open up for Carissa. Hits it off the rail, looking for 8.23 to get ahead of Tatiana. She won't do it with that. Meanwhile, out the back in live action, a little bit of soap on the face from Carissa's wave as we see Tatiana Weston-Webb driving high, snapping in the pocket. And again, very aware of where Carissa is, particularly aware of how crucial priority is, particularly the way this semi's gone down. And Tati opts in to flick off and head back, get the P.
Yeah, I mean, Tati is still feeling like prey being stalked by Carissa at the moment because Carissa is there and still in with a chance. So fun to see how these women are playing the chess match of the heat so far.
Really interesting encounter. This one, Carissa Moore not hoping for it to go this way, but nevertheless, still in it, looking for an excellent number. I mentioned earlier, the percentage of her scores going in the excellent, they're alarmingly high, higher than anyone else on this tour ever. She's going to need to do that here. 5:20 to go in this. She needs to go something pretty special. At the moment, Tatiana is unable to get into double figures in 2 waves. Her scores have stayed low. The best has been the 4.73. Carissa's already got 2 5s. The unfortunate thing for her, she's only counting 1 of them. She does have that interference against her, Carissa Moore. 5 minutes to go in this one. And for all sorts of reasons, you just cannot afford to take your eyes off this. Surf being the real star of the show throughout the event here, Rosie, but also just in terms of the intensity of the competition, the rivalries, the significance of where we are in the season with second to last event, that final 5 picture, there's so much at stake. It's been really entertaining viewing.
It has been. I mean, even the way this new format has set up for surf fans, every single event has different kind of implications. We looked at the cut line, then you head into the next part of the season. It's been back-to-back events, and the guys vying for that top 5 picture. No one's seat has been safe. I mean, Carissa short up her spot, Joanne short up her spot, but there are 3 potential spots to be clinched for that final 5, and we saw Steph Gilmore fall out of the mix. Now we've got Tyler Wright on a hot run into the finals, so it's still yet to come into focus on who's going to fill up those remaining 3 spots for the women.
Dramatic second semi-final. We've got Laura Enova in the lineup. Laura, what's your take on it?
Yeah, I mean, Carissa's body language right now just looks a bit difficult. You know, she just looks like things just aren't working out. She's trying to stay positive, but even jumping on the ski, she's looking a bit slumped. You know, she is in with a fighting chance still. Tatiana hasn't broken that 10-point combination, and throughout the day, we've seen quite a lot of people not be able to get over the 10 points. It's quite difficult out here, like Tyler Wright was saying. You know, a lot of these sets are swinging wide, but there are some gems. So, you know, if Carissa can just pull her headspace together and breathe deep, she's capable of 8.2s, and she's taking off right now.
Here goes Carissa Moore. She's found herself a wave, looking for an excellent number. Still the 8.23, that requirement. Whipping a first top turn. She's got the bit between the teeth here. A ton of speed down the line as well. Just snaps that turn. Oh, almost looked like she was going to pull in. We're pretty tight. We can't tell what's happening down the line, but that one obviously running away, and that's not going to be the number again. She's got 3 minutes to get herself back to the lineup and get a wave, Rosie.
And what a story if Carissa does get the score after yesterday and then this kind of adversity that she's feeling in this heat. So, you know, Carissa Moore fans aren't writing her off at the moment. I mean, obviously, once Tati gets another opportunity here with 3 minutes remaining, every single wave is kind of coming into the picture. So still such a fun wave, such a fun heat to witness and to see the tenacity of both of these women.
Tati up the top of the point with that priority. And she'll just kind of remain up there. But just thinking throughout the event, how many times we've seen scores come on slightly wider waves. That'll be a hope for Carissa Moore. As Tati has a paddle, she can afford to do that while she's all alone. If she does lose priority, she'll just regain it again. Carissa is significantly down the line. She'll just hope for something of a wide swinger. One thing that we haven't really been short of is swell. We've had plenty of energy coming out the ocean here, and Carissa will be willing some of that energy.
And she actually opted not to get on that back of the ski, so she's really going to be looking as she paddles up the point for something of significance. Obviously, with Tati with the priority out the back, that's kind of her option right now, is to snaffle something on the inside and make it work for her.
Under 2 minutes to go in this. Tatiana Weston-Webb with the lead, with priority. Carissa Moore got slapped with an interference relatively early on in this one. Hard to figure out exactly how that came about. Any real explanation she didn't see. Tati was fairly obvious who had priority. And the Brazilian Goofy will use it right now. Opening turn from her off the bottom with speed. She'll just slightly nurse that maneuver under the lip a little bit. And then dealing with a little lump in the face, kind of dig that rail in just to put herself back in the pocket. Now it sets up for her, and she's eyeing something down the line. She wants some speed to execute here. Nice vicious snap, gets that projection, amplitude in the turn, and crucially gets a completion too.
Yeah, one of my favorite waves from Tati in this heat so far.
Waiting for numbers down here, and the situation could get significantly more difficult for Carissa Moore. If it's over a 5-2, 5-3, something like that, it will be mathematically impossible. Time running out too. We do have a wave coming out the back. Just want to see more of Carissa surfing, and she might get an opportunity here, whatever happens in terms of the scoreboard. As we see lines heading in. Carissa Moore trying to put herself in position. 35 seconds remaining here. And Carissa Moore will realize that one is slopey, a little white water, just kind of tumbling onto a soft section. It's not going to be the one she needs. Possibly another chance at this here. We are owed a score for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Decent chance of improving on her numbers. Carissa Moore will need to go this just over 12 seconds as she stands up in the white water. And it's not been her heat for all sorts of reasons. And that one goes a little wrong as she tries to deal with that powerful whitewater takeoff here at Jeffreys Bay. And it's great news for Tatiana Weston-Webb, who makes the final. She'll also head to Tahiti in the top 5 for the women as well. And she gets a crucial win there over Carissa Moore. Tatiana Weston-Webb will face Tyler Wright in the final of the Corona Open J-Bay. That's coming at you round about noon today here in South Africa. Dramatic moments, tons of incidents, still plenty of surf out in the water. A really enjoyable finals day. We've got more live action. Men's semi-final number 1, Jack Robinson, Kanoa Igarashi, right after the break.
The Corona Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona, this is living. Oakley, the official eyewear of the World Surf League. Hydro Flask, every adventure starts with 2 simple words, let's go. And Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League. go Jack Robinson. Nice tube to get started. Down onto the open face, holds that rail, deals with the bump nicely and tucks in once again. Man, this guy can find the tube.
The waves are pumping. There's a beautiful sunrise. I was just enjoying the moment out there.
Kanoa down the bottom, carving away, back foot slam. It's walling up and Kanoa will smash it.
Those heats are super important, and those are the kind of heats that I thrive for.
Men's semi-final number 1 of the Corona Open J-Bay in the water right now. We'll take a look at the bracket as we see Jack Robinson outstanding here this year in competition, taking on Kanoa Igarashi, who had a come from behind last gasp victory over Italo Ferreira. Another heat that was packed with incident and drama. Two outstanding surfers matching up for a spot in the final. Jack Robinson, really just incredible performances from him this season. A couple of wins for Jack, but apart from the wins, just his general demeanor is mighty impressive. His surfing very much on point. Kanoa Igarashi as well, someone who's been really, really solid the last few seasons, Rosie. A contender at any location around the world. He's had his event wins as well at J-Bay. Think about how that matches up to his skill set. This could be fireworks in this heat.
I love this matchup, and just noting this morning, Jack clinching his spot for the WSL Final 5. Think about the energy that he'd be feeling after hearing that news. Jack had such a beautiful heat against Sammy Pupo this morning. Barely had to break a sweat to make it through that one.
Also thinking about the Final 5, Kanoa missing out on that last season. And right now, this season, he's had to watch surfers like Jack get big wins, and these two came up together, and Kanoa so far competitively has been dominant over surfers from that generation. Surfers like Jack, it's been a little different this season. This is a great opportunity for him to do something about that.
I love it, and these guys, they've grown up together. They were part of that Quicksilver Young Guns conversation, so they've known each other since they were, barely 10 years old. So they know each other really well. They're really good friends. I feel like Kanoa, he kind of pours heats into milk and eats it for breakfast. The guy is such a competitive machine. He just thrives in pressure situations, and like you said, he really has had the edge over the likes of like Leo Fioravanti when it's come up to it. Jack Robinson, I like this heat on paper because both of these guys coming up together, both have had big expectations on their career, big shoes to fill.
Kicking off this semi with a big set steaming through, cleaning up our surfers. We see Kanoa Igarashi getting pinged back towards the rocks here on this famous point break at Jeffreys Bay. Jack Robinson on the outside, looking to hold down position. It's a decent sets up and offers him an opportunity to open up. Really impressive throughout his heats here. Well, both of those two have been. Think about Jack, he hasn't really looked like he's ruffled a feather. Sometimes we see people come with that little sort of late win or needing a score, been put on the ropes, having a requirement. Jack's basically put scores up from the beginning of heats and built from there, and it just feels like in terms of that, maybe even the mental energy you expend, it's been relatively easy for him to get into this semi-final. Hasn't had to put too much of himself across.
He's just been serene the whole way throughout this event. I mean, he barely cracks a smile in his post-heat interviews. Even when he heard the news this morning, you're like, you stoked? You happy? How do you feel? Like, can we get a bit of emotion? But he has been like keeping it so contained, keeping himself just in that kind of flat line. You got to check him for a pulse sometimes, but it's really cool to see him when he's competing, because I think that's when he really lets his energy out.
Grommets all over the world suddenly doing breath work in their bedrooms, trying to improve their competitive surfing, because Jack Robinson has had an incredible season so far this year. Do like to check out what those key ingredients might be. He seems very content with where he is in and out of the water. In the water, he's been really entertaining. He's on a wave right here in red. Jack Robinson opens up our first semi-final of the men with a little bit of froth on the face. And he'll set up a steeper section, which then will actually go soft and run away. So unable to do much on that. Kanoa Igarashi, he'll pick up priority. So Kanoa, after getting pressed a little bit and pushed back by a set that caught these two insides, will now go up to the top of the point. Think about exactly what he needs to do to get himself into this final. In the meantime, someone who is in the women's final is Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's with
that's right, Paul. I mean, we all want to know, that situation out there with the interference. I mean, you've had priority and you let it happen. Were you surprised by it?
I've had really close calls with Kristen in the past, I feel like, and sometimes I never like force the issue. But unfortunately this time she crossed in front of me and I actually fell on her wake. And it sucks to win like that. I don't like to win like that. I'd rather win, obviously, surfing really good. But, you know, it is what it is. It's part of the game. So.
Talk about how important this event was for you here, just to make sure that you can find yourself in that Final Five.
Yeah, honestly, like I said yesterday, I wasn't really thinking about Final Five. I just wanted to do some of the best surfing that I could. And, yeah, obviously this helps the cause, so stoked.
We'll let you get ready for the final. Congratulations.
Tatiana Weston-Webb will come up against Tyler Wright. Now sitting 4th in the ratings. She's pushed Lakey Peterson down to 6th place. She is thinking about taking on Tyler Wright for a final. Right now out in the water, big swoop on the rail from Kanoa Igarashi as he's waited for this wave for around about 7 or 8 minutes since the start of this heat. And a nice section here. And almost through that turn, just sort of letting go a little bit on the pressure with the legs and getting hung up. Uncharacteristic, Rosie.
Yeah, he's almost on the wrong side of those ribs on the lip. That the rail line was unable to be set by Kanoa. He gets kind of fluffed off the back.
So our anticipation at the moment will just sort of remain as we've seen a couple of missteps. Jack with a choice of a wave, which didn't produce much. And then Kanoa, a much better looking wave. It did look like a runner. He gets a little caught up. So these two still feeling out this lineup here. When we talk about perfection, and different people interpret that in different ways. It is a perfect wave, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's particularly easy to surf. And even at this stage in the semi-finals, still proving tricky to find the right waves for these guys.
Jeffreys Bay Super Tubes can leave you vulnerable, Paul. I mean, it is such a perfect canvas sometimes that you can really accentuate your flaws and then also accentuate your strengths. Kanoa, obviously, on that rail work is looking so good. But right here, you know, you watch him kind of line up this section. You see the ruffle of the lip there. There's a couple ribs, and he just kind of tries to set that rail line. He's on the wrong side of that lip line.
Kanoa Igarashi going down, getting himself a low number for that. Just a 2-1-7 for Kanoa. 26 to go for each of these two to look about getting 2 solid set waves and a chance to surf in the final. Loads at stake, as we mentioned. Penultimate event before we head to Tahiti. Thinking about that final 5. Felipe Toledo really dominant this year, bowing out relatively early competition here. He's been so good past years at Jeffreys Bay. Didn't have it his way this year. And opportunities for the other surfers in the pack to chase back at him. Jack Robinson sitting 2nd in the ratings at the moment. Out in the semi against Kanoa Igarashi. And looking for a spot in the finals. And with just over 25 minutes to go, why don't we welcome the GOAT into the studio? Kelly Slater, how are we feeling?
Hey guys, great. All good. Just been up since daybreak, since before the sun came up, watching the surf. It's been pretty spectacular how much surf we have around this year. You know, we've struggled a couple years here and there, but and we struggled almost every event this year, to be honest. But yeah, a lot of good surf this week.
You've seen more events out here than anyone else. Overall, the quality of the surf we've had this year, just relentless. It's been beautiful to watch and presumably fun to compete in.
Yeah, it's been great. We've had some really good years, notably over the oh, here we go. Sorry, watching a wave. Kanoa just shredding. Kanoa, you know, he's so lightning fast and his timing is impeccable. And look at this thing just racing. I'm not watching it live, but I heard the crowd go nuts, so he must have popped out. And it's a good ride. You can see that kind of east wind popping up, and with the current going down the point and that wind going against it, oh, it doesn't bode well for the face of the wave. It gets that sort of washboard effect, we call it, on it.
Robinson trying to push a little too hard there and goes incomplete, gets the wipe out. Kanoa Igarashi waited a while for a first legitimate wave, gets in the barrel, gets the exit. We heard the voice from the crowd there, fired up. And the first exchange, sort of proper exchange of this one, will certainly go the way of Kanoa Igarashi. He'll be on his way to a number here. He'll feel a lot better about things after a little bit of a tentative start in this one. But Kelly, just think about the season that Jack Robinson's had. We'll just pick up live for now. Here is Jack floating hard and high. And that landing was tough. And he just leaps off his board. So we'll get a completion there. Jack Robinson looking to fight back at this. We're due a number for Kanoa Igarashi. seeing Jack this year, a couple of wins. I'm not going to say a different surfer because we've seen flashes of brilliance before, but he's putting it all together. It's been really, really impressive to see.
Yeah, it looks like he's waving for a board too. He might have cracked his board. He kind of was throwing his hand up in the air like he was switching or something, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, I think you know, I'll just put it out there. Jack's really surprised me this year. The waves have been substandard on tour. We've had a lot of sort of bad luck with waves, and everyone knows that Jack is one of the best. Look at that landing, pretty hard on the landing. Didn't get really get the cushion of the foam on the way down, so he might have done something to the board. We'll see. Yeah, he's coming straight in, and luckily the tide's. There's enough water in the sets to push, even though the tide's low, coming into low tide right now. It's look, he's just going to ride up on the rocks. Wow. He just, I guess the board must be broken. He doesn't care. He probably doesn't need the fins. His leash is stuck.
Steaming up the rocks here at Jeffreys Bay at a rate of knots. Jack Robinson absolutely flying over these rocks. The leash is off. He saw that board break on the landing. As he tried to pump out the whiteboards, you could see the board wasn't going, and he will get that run on the sand here. The backup board should appear towards the top of the point at the keyhole. But Jack Robinson,
he's looking fit.
Yeah, he looks strong.
Yeah.
Let's hear
He's really put a lot of weight, a lot of muscle on the legs. You can see he's got really strong thighs. Putting the squats in, I think, but he's yeah, like I said, he's really surprised me this year because we all know Jack's one of the best surfers in the world in good waves and big barrels and charging. I mean, since for years and years now, he's charged on anything, and he'll pull into any barrel, and he's really at the top of barrel riding in the world. But I didn't expect the results out of him in smaller waves, to be honest.
We got Peter Mel down the beach for an update.
Yeah, I was talking about the crowd, man, because they really lifted him as he was just running up those rocks. Everybody was applauding him, and he has not stopped. He's just still sprinting up to the top. He wants this really bad. I love to see this part of Jack Robinson here. You know, he's so cool, calm, and collected, but then when it really matters, he's on fire.
Absolutely, doing the rock dance there. Really impressive footwork from Jack Robinson. And he knows he's also numerically behind in this seat with that number in for Kanoa Igarashi. Wants to get back in the line as quick as possible, waste as little time as possible. But Kelly, you would know as well as anyone, these rocks down here can be unforgiving.
Well, I'm not sure where he went either. It didn't look like he went out the keyhole, but you know, Jack kind of sees things differently, and he has his own ideas about things, and he's really put that's where I was getting with what I was saying before. He's really put it to work this year, where he's not the first guy that comes to mind in small waves. You think Felipe, you do think Kanoa, you think of Gabriel and Italo in those kind of fast twitch muscle waves, and Jack's really sort of shown everyone that he can win in any condition now, and it's probably you know, I talk as if I'm not on tour, but I think for all the guys his age, it's probably a little scary that he's figured out how to win in those conditions seemingly more quickly than a lot of his generation of guys. And so if he can do that when it gets to Tropu or the pipelines of the world, that kind of thing, he's even scarier. Because now he's figured out the heat pace.
Pete Mel's got another update with the board of Jack Robinson.
Yeah, well, as you speculated, definitely broken. As you can see, there's some glass ripped off the bottom, buckled all the way across. So damage to this board, unrideable. So I loved how Bemrose has at least 2 boards down here, which is good. Now he's looking at me going, where's this board? He needs it back here. So maybe we need the fins to put in the other one. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Pete. So not exactly what Jack Robinson wanted, as we'll just admire that footwork over the rocks, absolutely sprinting. Really sharp rocks here, Rosie. You mentioned all sorts of shellfish and stuff growing down there. He's not afraid of that.
You got to be pretty sure-footed, because there are those patches that have like the sharp muscles, and then there are the little barnacles that are closer together that are clustered that you really got to look for to get a bit of traction on the rocks, and also look out for the slippery sections. But Jack, I mean, this guy always seems to be like 3 steps ahead. I mean, he's looking at his footing and he's finding his way. But yeah, he's on like a different realm right now. He's not feeling anything.
The way he took off out of the water looked like a 100-meter sprinter. He was like going for it. He did back off a little bit, but that was impressive.
Somehow he's already out the back and on a wave and floating hard again, covering so much ground and trying to pump from behind the whiteboards here, which is never easy to do, even for the best in the world, and that one will just consume him. So his first attempt to come back scoreboard-wise at Kanoa Igarashi, relatively unsuccessful. One big maneuver for him, though, and hopefully, unlike his last big maneuver of similar ilk, doesn't break the equipment. Meanwhile, meerkatting out the back. Kanoa Igarashi going under a white water, does have priority. 18 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Kanoa, that 5.67. Jack with just a 3.77 is high, and that small number drops in. We've got Kelly Slater, 11-time world champ, in the studio to talk us through this first semi-final. We're culminating finals day on what's been an incredible event at Corona Open JB. Kelly, you mentioned been a touch unlucky in terms of surf this year. We go to prime locations in prime season. You're kind of looking at climate and how things generally work out with swell. Everything's in your favor, but everything has come together with this one. We've been pretty lucky at JB.
Yeah, we finally, everything has like built up to this point. It's like we paid our dues earlier in the year. I mean, obviously pipeline was amazing. It was probably, I was saying, the best pipeline ever from start to finish as far as every single day of conditions goes. Portugal, sunset was sunset. I mean, it was okay, but it wasn't anything special. And then Portugal, I would say, had one good day. And then when the final day was small but clean, and then you go down to Bells, we had half a good day. Margaret's, the final day was all right. I would say G-Land every single day was below what you'd expect, even in the best heats. And then it's just been a little bit of a struggle. El Salvador had moments, I guess. I wasn't there, so I can't speak to it, but it looked pretty tough at first. And then Rio sort of stepped up and went, okay, well, we're gonna have better waves in the last like 4 events right now. And but here we go. I mean, this is our golden opportunity, because this is one of the great waves in the world that everyone wants to surf, and everyone saw this forecast coming ahead of time and was kind of licking their chops, seeing that the wind was right. It wasn't going to be too bad at Berg winds, devil winds up the face. Yeah.
All right, 16.5 just under to go in this. Kanoa Igarashi, just a couple of waves ridden for him at the moment. Good enough for the lead. Jack Robinson, a broken board. Impressive running up the rocks, dry docking it. He's chasing numbers here. We're going to get a quick commercial break when we come back. More live action from the second semi. Kelly Slater in the studio. Join us right after the break.
Get the perfect gift for the surfer in your life. Go to WSLStore.com to get your official 2022 Championship Tour merchandise.
Yeah, you want to win the titles and stuff, but you know, I really look forward to the performances, having some good battles of guys and bouncing off each other. Then you're putting on a show for everybody, and then that leads to the event wins or the titles, whatever it be. Then that comes after that.
We're trying to create these ocean guardians that will go into the township, that will represent the oceans, and will, you know, be the ones fighting for it.
We're here today for a surf therapy and environmental education program with the WSL Pure grantee J-Bay Surf Alliance.
There's so much awareness being spread with this little program, from mindfulness to cleaning up the beach and ocean. It's an amazing program, and it's just the first step to making a big impact.
I kind of like what people talk about it right now, you know, like the fastest surfer, you know, like the unpredictable guy, you know, like kind of like that, and then that's something that I know that people won't forget for a long time.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, I should probably be like, oh.
Lost Tapes presented by Altanown. A pretty candid take behind the scenes at the 2019 season. The 11-time world champ Kelly Slater is joining us in the studio. And Kelly, a chance for you to put across some other sides and a look at things. People kind of like to think they know what's going on, what makes you tick, but kind of a real opportunity to go behind the scenes with you there with that series.
I suppose. Alec Parker filmed it. He's a good friend of mine, and we traveled together extensively. We shot some stuff here at J-Bay in the past. Actually, he was here filming when I broke my foot 5 years ago, and I just thought there's so many interesting people I see and places I go and things I get to do that we just thought, why don't we just start filming it? And we didn't have exactly a plan of how to put it out or what we're going to do with it, but So it's not like we misplaced the tapes. It was just that we were lost in, I guess, how we were going to put them out and when they were going to come out. So here we go. Kanoa, yes, I expect him to just fly down the line here, just kind of setting it up first. Here's a good lip, nice little variation. Instead of going up above the lip, he kind of went under and threw the back foot at it. And he's just piecing this thing together really nicely. It's looking outside, I can see the end of that wave. It's got a nice slow build to it. And he gets back in the barrel again. And I wonder if he's a little bit flustered. Good finish there. Great second wave. That'll probably be his best score. But I thought his 5.67 was a little lowballed myself. You know, especially compared to like Jack's 3.7 or 2.8. And when you start comparing the scores, that's really what you want to do, is score comparison. A lot of people get caught up in the number that comes out, but it's more about the relative score to the other rides. And Rosie, you may, I don't know if you were here or not when Andy and I had that final, but I reposted that heat the other day and asked people to talk about it and give their 2 cents, you know. And everyone's like, that last wave wasn't a 9.4 or whatever, and I'm like, I agree as far as the score goes, but in relation to the rides that were in that heat, the scoring I felt was correct. And yeah, obviously I'm biased, I wanted to win the thing, but I think everything was 1.5, 2 points high probably, yeah. Here we go, let's watch Jack and then we'll get back to how scores happen.
Live action here, Jack Robinson absolutely streaking down the line off the bottom. And a big searing rail turn off the top from him, holds the rail so long, a stinging hit into the lip. With game on here as Jack Robinson is tearing this wave apart. Had a little look mid-face there. The wave will just hang him up for a little bit behind some white water, and then he'll tag it again. And there he is, he likes it. He needed to get something going here. He's been a little short of momentum, a little drama with the board break as well. And he's back at this here, Rosie.
Yeah, that was great surfing from Jack. And pretty much the first complete ride that we've seen from him. A great answer back from Kanoa. But like you said, Kelly, like where does it fit in the context of the heat? The 5.67 for Kanoa, what's he going to back that up with? And how will Jack be rewarded for actually completing a wave now?
Yeah, well, the other thing about that, I think that's a fake claim because he got a lot of great work done up top. He surfed that wave really good to start, but the wave ran out on him. And watch the back half. So he gets a nice speed carve to kind of set this up. This was a cool move here, the biggest move of the wave, and then that nice carve combo. And here he just gets stuck behind for kind of a long time, and that really throws off the flow of the wave. He catches back up here. Gets one more hit, but you know, for him to, with the number of waves that and great rides Jack's had out here this week, that's maybe stoked that he got something going. But I think he knows that at the end of this heat, that's probably the wave he'll be looking to get rid of. But the first half of that wave was going into, you know, a really high scoring ride, probably an excellent ride. This thing right here, that transition. Sorry, Rosie, go for it.
No, I was just going to say that's the move that you picked out as really the impactful one. But then when he lands on that rail on that kind of third maneuver, almost just held on a little too long. That's why he got caught behind that section.
This one here. Nice carve, though. He kept the speed and the flow up there. But you can see the great thing about J-Bay on a rise, you can really cut back towards the whitewater. But like you said, as you pointed out, Rosie, had he not done that, he might be floating over the top of that thing with a ton of speed still and not got caught right there. So it was a little bit of a, maybe one of the very few misreads you see from Jack out here, because he's just been really on it with how he reads the flow of these waves. And you know, he's in the heat here. But if you're looking out at the lineup, for us, he just finished in front of the judges' tower. And let's compare that. So first turn from Kanoa, just kind of a setup. That was kind of a cool variation, a little lower on the face, but here goes a little different variety there. And then you can see how well this wave is setting up for him, but then he had to run and race, and we talked about that bump coming into the wave here. And kind of almost a half turn, but then he gets the barrel, and you can see how bumpy the face of the wave is. From this angle, you can't see how bumpy it is as well, but when you look into that sun on the texture, you can see it. They might not be. Yeah, see, they've gone 7.5 on this wave. So.
This exchange lighting up this first semi-final. Kanoa dropping hammers, getting tubed. 7.5 for him, big number. We're also getting a really solid number for Jack Robinson, as we just admire the end of this work here. Good enough to go close to the excellent range. Really precise from Kanoa Igarashi. The board control as ever, absolutely on point. The 7-5 puts further pressure on Jack Robinson, who replies with a 7-7 of his own. So, as you mentioned, Kelly, the start of that wave on his way to an excellent score, gets a little caught behind, does get a finish, recovers for the 7-7, and we're game on here. The requirement now, we're just over 8 on the clock. Jack only needs a 5-4-7.
Yeah. Well, just looking at that in my mind for Kanoa, he did a number of maneuvers, but maybe for Jack, the quality of moves that he was able to do, just edging up the score a little bit from what we saw from Kanoa.
Yeah, Jack got the better work done in a shorter period of time and didn't connect the end of the wave. I wondered, I thought they were going to pull back on that score, but looking at the replay, Kanoa had a long ride and he made it all the way in, but there was a lot of sections that were bumpy and didn't let him really set the rail. It was kind of like running and chasing back up to it. So I think the scores, I was going to say, I thought the scores after watching it would be very similar. We'll see. Slight at this point in the heat. Well, there's only 7 minutes left, but if there's 15 minutes left, you'd give the slight edge to Jack right now because he has the higher of the scores and he only needs to get a low 5 to win the heat or be in the lead. So interesting way this is playing out. I would think these conditions might slightly favor Kanoa because it's getting more sectiony, and Kanoa is really good on the back foot.
We've been really enjoying insights from Luke Egan all week here at the Chrono Open JB, and we're going to join Luke now. I believe he's got some questions for our studio guest, Kelly Slater.
Hey, Kelly, it's Luke here. How are you, mate?
Hey, buddy.
Just, you're one of you are the best ever out here at Jeffreys Bay. Had a lot of wins. The wins in the mid-90s, 96, I think, might have been your first one. Beat me in the semi-finals, actually.
Yeah, I think I had Taylor Knox in the final, maybe.
Yeah. But those early wins or later in the 2000s, and which was, can you remember exactly your favourite year out here at Jeffreys Bay? Just purely, let's talk about your performances and which one was your best. For me, the years you rode that Simon Anderson round pin for a couple of years out here, that was some of the best surfing I'd ever seen out on the point. But I'd like to, would love to know what you thought was your best year.
Yeah, I think start to finish probably 2000. Was it 3 or 5? 2000. Maybe it was 2005. But I rode a Simon out here 2 or 3 times when I won. In '96 I was riding a Simon, and then I got another one in the early 2000s, which I rode out here a few years in a row. I think I got second to Taj on that board too, before it finally kind of died on me. That board had a crease in it, and I fixed it at home, but didn't make it strong, so it would like bend when I rode it. But I use that board at wins out here and a bunch of other spots. But let's see this wave of Kanoa, see if it links together here.
Absolutely flying down the line is Kanoa Igarashi. Just kind of bites back to fade that turn and put himself in a pocket. And then the wave gets a little weird. Just kind of goes soft on him. So unable to do a whole load of that speed. Not sure if he got much work done out the back. 5 on the clock. Crucial moments in our first semi-final. At the moment, Kanoa Igarashi with the lead in this one. He's got the 7-5. He's got 5-6-7. The high score is with Jack Robinson. As we'll pick him up here on a decent looking wave, and he's got a spring in his step. He's got a ton of speed. And
well, he's picked a good one again. If I'm looking out to the ocean here, and this one has kind of backed off, and it's going to let him get right down line. And there's a whole bunch of different varieties of sections. Look at this thing. Sticks that. If he gets around this, he's looking at a giant score.
Whoa. 5-4-7 the requirement, Kelly.
Well, it was such a short ride as far as you look at this whole point, but he finished with a giant move. You saw earlier, you've seen Yago and Italo finish with those giant moves at the end of waves and get really big scores, get those excellent scores. I mean, I think he'll probably get the 5. He should get the score to move into the lead, and then the pressure will be back on Kanoa. The good thing for Kanoa is there's a shorter interval in the water. It looks like there's 2 swells in the water and plenty of waves.
Well, the one thing I know is Kanoa is going to be absolutely kicking himself because he utilized his priority on that junky wave and then had to turn around and see Jack, like you said, picking off a gem in this lineup. So, the mid-range score that's required, my initial reaction is that he's got that number. So, beautiful swoop through this one, Kelly.
Yeah, good start there, and you can see he's chasing down. There's a bunch of big warbles coming off the point, and here he kind of utilized one for a cutback. First 2 turns, nothing huge so far. actually almost got a little caught up there. There's a nice swoop. Used that and then combos it up to a big move he shouldn't even have made, and just stuck it. And I asked him yesterday. I said, "Who do you point to? Who are you pointing to on that claim?" But yeah, he did this 1-2 right here. Just he used all his speed up perfectly on these 2 moves, and almost was early there, and it dropped his tail out. Look at that. There's no way you're making that 9 out of 10 times, and he just sticks it clean, and he'll get the score for sure.
What did he say? Who is he pointing to? What was the reply?
He looked a little caught off guard, like I wasn't ready to answer the question.
Igarashi now on a great looking wave off the bottom. Igarashi, big turn through the lip. He's got some sections tumbling in front of him, absolutely motoring down the line.
And the problem with these big ones is they flatten out and go mushy like that. So you kind of got to wait at the bottom for him to steepen back up. But when you go to the bottom out here, oh, that was not what he needed. When you go to the bottom out here, you lose so much speed by the time you go back up. So it's a funny play. You always want to kind of be on the face to give yourself, on these bigger days, you can't really deep bottom turn out here because the face is so long that you're going to spend a lot of time going straight up to the lip, not transitioning onto the other rail before you get there, and then gravity just does the thing.
Huge number in for Robinson, yeah. 8.1 for his previous rides. He goes to the lead, 15.8 his total, and Igarashi now in the hunt for an 8.3, under 2 minutes to go. Igarashi has led this heat throughout, and he's up against it now.
Yeah, this has been, you know, a good back and forth battle with these guys. Kanoa, I don't think he's going to be able to get that number on that last wave, actually almost guaranteed not to. So, you know, as we wind down to 90 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't think he'll get back out and get another chance. Jack, again, he's just picking it. It's like he's visualizing his timing, the way the heat plays out, even, you know, probably spent a lot of time this past week kind of working out where on the rocks he could run out other than the keyhole. Because the keyhole on this low tide, actually, there's a bunch of rocks outside of it that make it almost impossible to get out quickly. Yeah. So it looked like he ran up further and found a little spot higher up on the rock that had a flat run out, and he jumped into deep water as opposed to like trying to deal with those rocks. And then you saw what that did. It put him in line for that first wave, and then he just gets right back out and gets kind of things went his way again.
Final minute in this one. Igarashi is against the ropes here. Well, we've already seen him come from behind this morning in a really tough heat against Italo Ferreira. He's going to need more of that, plenty more of that. He's on the back of the ski. There's not loads of time left in this one, just over 40 seconds to go. And Jack Robinson, who's had, well, a bit of a nightmare start of this heat, that broken board, and almost that momentum that he carried up the rocks, took that back into the water and just threw up massive numbers.
Yeah, he pulled a Carissa. He made it go his way, you know. I mean, I don't see Kanoa getting, I mean, he's got 20 seconds. He's on the ski. He's not getting a wave.
He actually pulled a Kanoa. Kanoa did that earlier this morning, and now it was Jack's turn to kind of get back out there, get the backup order, and get the big score. Kanoa did that against Italo this morning to turn the heat in a clutch performance.
Yeah, it's really like Jack can't put a foot wrong this year. He just keeps building on that momentum and good choices in heats and his wave knowledge, and it just keeps working out for him against the other person. He makes the better decisions, and he finds himself on those better waves with bigger scores.
Teflon Jack Robinson survives a threat, significant threat from Kanoa Igarashi. He's through to the final here at the Corona Open J-Bay. We're going to go to break. Going to bring Ronnie Blakey and Peter Mel back in for our second semi-final. Stay tuned.
Let's have a look at red. Yago Dora is going to get back into it. That's standing very vertically, and Yago Dora will attack it. 3 falls out and will survive a deal like that.
Meaty looking opening section for Ethan off the bottom. And there's that carve with style.
Yeah, this guy does not fall. He is so steady on his feet.
Bang, really nice knifing turn.
Who is going to be taking on Jack Robinson in the final of the Corona Open J-Bay? We're going to find out. It's going to be a battle between the goofy footer, the Brazilian Yago Dora, and the Australian Ethan Ewing. Both these guys have had incredible highlight moments on their road through to this semi-final clash. But it's been Yago Dora putting up the biggest scores. Ethan yet to break into the excellent range, but he has been putting together some solid heat score totals. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside a couple of world champions. Big wave world champ Pete Mel and the 11-time world champion Kelly Slater. And we're going to see Ethan Ewing get things started first here, having some kind of year, but still chasing that elusive first championship tour win. You'd have to like his chances here at Jeffreys Bay. He's got a nice clean wall standing up here. Big hook off the top. Nice power and acceleration out of that turn as he goes now to the layback jam on his way to a very solid start here in the semis. And the conditions only improving here on finals day as Ethan takes this one way down the line. And it looks like it's going to line up for a bit more on this final section too as he drives up into the lip and hangs on to the finish. Kelly Slater, that was impressive.
That's such good surfing. I don't know how you surf that way better. I mean, give him a 9. That was just so perfectly surfed. In the replay of that wave, we'll see that there wasn't a glitch anywhere. It was a mid-sized wave, great wave to get it started, and it just had such a nice pace to it. And actually, with this little bit of wind coming up, it was still glassy. And I don't know. I mean, Ethan's as good a surfer as exists in the world right now. It's really fun to watch him.
We touch on the style that is carried here as we watch Yago up now.
This is going to be a fun heat to watch because those big backhand snaps have been scoring so well and maybe in some respects more favoured than the frontside carves. But Ethan digs that rail in. He comes out with great speed. So Yago's going to have to continue to attack these bowls with that big vertical approach. There's another solid hit. Lose no speed and gets back into the pocket once again. And what a return to competition it's been. He had a nasty break similar to yours, Kelly, so you'll be able to really talk to that and just how difficult the recovery is when you have that Liz Frank injury. And Yago's just looked so on his run through to this point.
Yeah, these guys are both 2 of my favorite surfers in the world. These guys are awesome. Got them both on my fantasy team.
Oh,
as
cool.
You would.
You're still playing fantasy.
And well, we got a big group of friends that all play it, and we all bet money. So,
do you put yourself on your team?
Hey, of course, you got to back yourself.
Yeah,
you can't bet. You know, you can't do. That was Pete Rose's thing. You know, he always bet on himself.
They're good.
So,
let's have a look at the replay of this wave because you absolutely loved it, Kelly, and I could see you just shrugging, just going, "What more can you do with it?"
Yeah, I mean, so far perfectly surfed. Watch this variety and power right there. Carves it all the way back at the whitewater there, just lays the hammer down. Again, boom, look how clean the rail is and how good the fins are sticking there. A little bit different variety, almost a little tail throw, but it keeps the momentum down the line, almost like a layback snap would, where your shoulders are still aimed down the line. It cleans up again and boom, almost lets the tail loose there. Almost comes unstuck, but I don't know. I'm really interested to see where they go with this because that was such good surfing.
But his thing here is that we talked about why is he so special, and it's his extension through these carves. I mean, and all that water off the rail, he extends just a little bit more, and it showcases that searing part of it. He's accelerating through the maneuver, and he accelerates for a longer period of time. And this one here, I mean, that's just a beautiful. We've seen this layback snap a lot.
How good did that feel? How good did that one feel?
So alive. The extension is there, Peeper, too. The compression out of each of those maneuvers just to recoil. Look at the upper body rotation, and he always gets that full redirection of the board happening through these maneuvers. And I mentioned before, he hasn't gone into the excellent range just yet. His highest number in this event so far is a 7.93. I think he might be ramping up at the perfect time here.
Saving it for finals day, huh?
Again, I don't know how you really critique that. You just talk about how well he surfed that wave. Yago had a glitch in the early part of his wave, and he was always going to have to like really push to try to catch back up. Yeah, so we'll see. It almost looked like he was going to go for an air in this section right here. Like, well, what's he going to do? And he got a little confused himself and went, oh, I'll just do a floater. And now you can see he kind of gets some momentum going here and starts lighting it up. Boom. gets that back foot real heavy. And the good thing about the goofy footers, they get to come more vertical in the pocket like this. Bang, right up, sticks it on the tail again. Right here, gets a little bit of a carve back. And then I don't remember what the end of this wave did, but
I loaded up for him again.
Yeah.
So this is, I mean, great finish.
That's not far off of Ethan's score, you know. I think Ethan will get the slight edge there, but that's a great 1-2 combo for the first 2 waves of this heat.
Yeah, I just think there's a little disruption of the flow somewhat, you know, and Yago, I think he would feel the same way here. But Ethan, on the other hand, was just flow master. He's carried his speed so well.
Well, I told the judges to throw a 9, and the first one did, so we'll see where the rest of them come in. They don't usually listen to me Pete.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, you're at this point in your life, you're probably trying to figure out, hey, what's the scores, right? And sometimes you're like a little baffled by it.
Well, it's dropped, and it is that big number, the 9.07, Ethan Ewing's best single ride of the event so far. And I think he was really looking to just tap into something special in this semi-final heat, because it was a shocker as far as the quality of the waves in his quarterfinal clash with Geordie Smith. He never really got the opportunity to truly dig in, but he certainly did on that first ride.
Well, the 7.33 and the 9.07, Kelly, I mean, you're talking about how setting the scale and the comparisons between it. Do you feel like that spread's good?
I think that was good. I do. I think Yago started to kind of make some ground up as that ride went on, but it definitely wasn't in the same ballpark for me as Ethan's. I mean, that was probably the best surfing I've seen this contest. Maneuver for maneuver on the whole ride.
Very pure.
Love to get your thoughts on just the approach and just how well the backhand snaps have been scoring. This was an event that was dominated by regular footers for a long time, and frontside carves really kind of were powerful. Fast frontside carves were the recipe to success at this venue. But in recent times, obviously backhand surfing has really improved. But you know, as a frontsider, you
Goofy
really
footers have improved.
They have. They had to. There was so many rights on the schedule. But it could be said about the backhand snaps too at the left-handers that we've had on the tour this year. It's, you know, it's funny because a really good frontside carve, like some of the turns we saw Ethan do, you know, there's a difficulty in executing that maneuver and getting a big score out of it.
Yeah, you just forehand, you can't come as vertical into the pocket. You have to, it's just the way your body works. It's the mechanics of your knees getting low to the water, all that thing, all that kind of thing. And I actually feel, you know, some waves are a disadvantage for your forehand or your backhand, depending. And I feel like the Gold Coast is one place where it sort of has become more in favor to be a backhander at that wave, because you can come more in the pocket, more vertical, throw the tail out, get a little more variety in the turn. And forehand, you kind of get on this repetitive sort of lateral, horizontal kind of snap, cut back, and then it's hard to come deep off the bottom and hit the lip in the pocket and throw a lot of spray. Whereas on the backhand, you can kind of do both of those things. And yeah, I mean, obviously we've had Gabriel have success here. Owen's been remarkable out here at times. A few years ago, when Ethan was on tour before, when he fell off, he had a heat out here against Owen. And I knew how good, I could see the potential of Ethan, and I was out either free surfing or surfing my heat before, and I said, you know, you can beat this guy, right? Because you could see he had no confidence. I surfed against him in Fiji in June. We come here a month later, and I said, you know, you can beat this guy out here, right? And he's like, oh, and he kind of looked like a little bit of a deer in headlights.
Oh, you got Kelly Slater telling him that too.
Well, yeah, but I mean, because you could see it in his surfing, and it's like now he's reaching that potential. It's like maybe he didn't have that belief in himself. Maybe he didn't have that competitive drive or want it the same way he does now. And you can see, like, you don't go out in moments like this and put that performance on, that kind of surfing on, if you don't want it. And he looks really focused. And this, I expect Yago to not ride this wave very far, because I don't think it's going to peel very far down the point.
Well, he's sticking with it at the moment, hanging close to that pocket. Not a super tall wall, but he's going to attack it the best he can. And he's just been so on point with his timing throughout the contest so far. And again, he just gets that rhythm happening top to bottom. The wave did sort of split in half there for a moment, but it's going to go again. And he has got those big airs he can call on. He's loading up for something special to finish this one off, and just loses it.
Well,
just when he ramped up there, he just lost a bit of control.
He surfed the wave so well, and he made me kind of eat my words, but I think he knew, because the judges are really particular about the size of wave out here, and I think at most events, but that was a pretty small wave, and if he threw something giant and spectacular at the end, he could get that excellent score, but otherwise they pull back a little, because you just don't have the speed and the power on the smaller waves.
And this wave with that energy in a true proper J-Bay wall. You'll get the same height in the wave at the end of the ride as you do at the start. And when you get that one that taper off, it's sort of like you're shaking up the champagne, and then you just slowly let all the bubbles out instead of like knocking the top off it. But he's heading out. It's going to be a good number. It's certainly going to be enough to get him into the lead at this stage. And Kelly, I guess if you make a decision to ride a wave down the point here, that's got to be the goal. You've got to flip the script and get that seesaw battle happening.
Yeah. Well, look, you can see this wave's only just barely overhead as he took off, and so I thought he might just go down the line because he saw something coming wide. But look at this, bang, one after another. He just teeing off on this thing, and he couldn't help himself. He goes, well, I got the flow going here. I'll just keep nailing it. And all those turns were spectacular.
Just stabbed at it.
Yeah, and then, then he got over the double up.
Advantage with the back end, right? Is you're able to kind of just that last second go straight up vertical, and then that would have been a clean big method error. If you landed that, I would, you know, you don't see that very often. But again, right here, right at that moment in the pocket, you're able to just push it in the heel edge and go straight up.
Yago is a big guy with a lot of power. I think people kind of obsess over the airs, but there's been a real evolution in his rail surfing in the last year. And at, you know, different stages, particularly through that short season last year, he had some real confidence-building performances where he started to do his best surfing with the jersey on, something that every competitor on the championship tour strives to achieve.
For sure. And I think the thing about him, he's a thin, tall guy, but he gets his power from leverage. It's not from bulk leg mass, you know. He places the board in the right spot, and he pushes off, and he uses the leverage of the wave and the board together to create that. But Yago's incredible surfer. He's just so well-rounded, and he's going to outpoint his first wave. And I thought he was going to kick out of it. It didn't visually look like a very good wave.
How many points did you see in that wave?
I saw a 4.
And he's turned it into an 8.17.
I turned around and looked out to the ocean, and I watched how far down it looked like it was peeling. It looked like there was no wall, but that double up, because there's 2 swells in the water, or like a change of the swell with a shorter interval, and another, like, you know, 2 or 3 footer came and doubled up underneath it. So you take a 2-foot wave and a 3 or 4 foot wave, and you got about a 4 or 5 foot wave.
And Pete, that might have been the perfect illustration of the benefit of being on the back end, because I don't know if Ethan would have been able to do as much work, high scoring work on that same wave.
And I'm trying to visualize it. It's almost, I mean, you know, you can do a very tight arc like that, but you lose a lot of speed. You know, you're not able to kind of connect it. It's a disruption of the flow of the wave. If you're really going to kind of punch it vertically like that, it's much more easy when you're a toe edge, kind of hook it and keep that speed going down the line. And you know, that's why the backhand has that a bit of advantage.
Yeah, when you're on the forehand, you're on your heels. It's more of a push-pull kind of thing, you know, leveraging with both feet, but you don't get the drive out of it. And whereas in the backhand with your toes, you can drive back down the face and set into the bottom turn. Whereas forehand, you got to kind of keep your shoulders going down the line and push the tail out a little, so it just mechanically works a bit differently.
Ethan Ewing really consolidating his top at the top end of the WSL Final 5 at the moment with this big semi-final appearance, but he's not done just yet. He's still looking for that breakthrough victory. But right now, we've got some waves approaching the lineup, and Yago Dora's sizing this one up, and he's going to make a move for it. So this is wave number 3, but he is way too deep. He's going to punch through the back of this one, and we'll see if Ethan on the outside sees any potential here. He's getting himself into position nice and deep. He'll be able to get that big turn on the outside done. Plenty of speed, drives up into it, hooks through that first turn, nice cut down, sets up the more vertical approach. And almost there came into contact with Yago, who's paddling out, but Ethan's sticking with this one. It's got a lot of foam on the face. A little tricky to really set that rail and dig into high impact turns, and he gets tangled up in the lip here.
It's going to clean up on the inside though and run a bit, so we'll see what happens here. Maybe a barrel.
Little tucks into the tube, bit of cover. Didn't get particularly deep, but found the exit. But
middle of that
awkward,
wave let him
awkward
down.
moment there. Yago kind of let go of his board almost in Ethan's face.
So
you don't see that too often.
Yeah, it was odd, for sure.
Everyone's messing with Ethan this contest.
Well, I mean, it was a big test for Ethan, you know, at that moment with that priority, you know, to at least match and even get the lead.
Is Yago okay? He looks a little...
I think he's working that shoulder, and we saw you know, Felipe Toledo have a wipeout, Jose Faulkner earlier in the event, and it's on those bigger waves, jumping out with your arm kind of in front to break that water, and I think it maybe ripped his arm upward.
He's asking.
He's all right.
Yeah, Giggs is you know, you tap your head. That's the international signal, you know, tap your top of your head. That
Not in Brazil, apparently.
Just you wave your finger one.
Yago's waving them away, saying he's okay. A bit of a burner there on the shoulder. But 19 minutes to go, waiting on scores to come through for Ethan. Of course, he did win that opening exchange and put a bit more than a point between himself and Yago. Yago's since put an 8.17 up, so he only needs a 6.43 out of that ride to get himself into the lead, but it was quite disjointed, just the flow on that ride.
The middle of that wave let him down. You'll see he kind of gets a start. I think he saw what was down the line. He was going to be able to race to it. Gets that first kind of speed carve, and then I think something was going on with Yago. I don't think he was intentionally doing that. I think something, maybe his hand or his shoulder or something, so he let go of his board, but you can see how this wave just kind of frothed out, and you can almost feel Ethan going, yeah, why'd you do this to me?
There's that type of turn I was talking about. The vertical part of it, it doesn't have the same kind of drive out of the maneuver.
Yeah, and he got a little stuck there, and then he gets to the barrel. This is going to be, I think it's going to be close. Yeah, I could see him going either way on this wave, because like you said, it was really disjointed in the middle. Yeah, see, I don't know what happened. Something happened with Yago physically, I think.
Yeah, it was like he couldn't actually execute the duck dive.
Yeah.
So let that board go. Maybe just a twinge of pain.
Yeah, I mean, it looked odd, but I don't think it affected Ethan at all.
No. No, that wave for Ethan wasn't that great. You could see him just trying to work things out.
Yeah, you can see it with he let the board off the right side, so he wasn't holding on with the left.
So numbers coming through for Ethan looking quite promising.
Is it?
Had that speed track at the start of the ride, and even though that wave did get foamy, he was still able to attack the pocket. Definitely not the most connected wave we've seen him put together. And, you know, for that reason, it's held back a little bit on the scale, but I think they like the tube rider at the end of this one. And it looks like it's going to be enough to see him into that #1 position with just on 17.5 minutes to go.
He would love to hear the score, you know, I mean, because taking the lead right here, it's a bit of, you know, obviously momentum, but you have the lead now and you have a score that you can really build on.
Well, Yago Dora really collecting some great highlights on his road through to the semi-finals, and has had a bigger individual number than Ethan Ewing in each round so far. 8.67 in the opening round, 9.5 in the round of 16, and 8.5 in the quarterfinals. So he's capable of turning this heat quite easily with the surfing and form that he's showing at the moment. But Ethan Ewing, I wanted to talk about his surfing a little bit, Kelly, because you know you mentioned before in his first season as a rookie, he just looked completely overwhelmed. Even though he had all that talent, he didn't have a whole lot of confidence. But he put out an edit last year. He hung out in Mexico for a while after the event, and everyone was just sort of blown away by just the variety he has on the forehand, and kind of had me thinking that if anyone can turn the current criteria, judging criteria, in their favour, and maybe sort of have the judges focus again on rail surfing, it might be this guy, particularly on the rides.
I don't disagree at all. He's spectacular.
He doesn't really need the airs, does he?
No, he doesn't. But that was the. I was just going to say though, the one thing Yago has, those big airs, and even in big, even in right points in El Salvador, he threw that giant air in one of the heats early on.
And he got the jump on Ethan as well over in Rio in a close one too. So these guys have got some history.
Look at this. Look at the variety here. He's done 3 different turns here. Is so well placed and timed. This one, almost like a 4th variety of turn there, because he was almost going to go into layback snap and then opens his shoulders and drives it back. Stays high in the face as he's dropping in, so he's got speed off the bottom again. It's just technically perfect.
We'll talk more about that in just a moment. The winner of this heat is going to be taking on Jack Robinson in the final here at the Corona Open J-Bay, and Jack is with Rosie.
Jack, unbelievable stuff from you. I mean, we just saw so much in that heat, so much physical exertion. Talk us through the board change, running over the rocks, because that was so impressive.
Yeah, I definitely had to fight for that one. Felt like, just the ocean and everything, I was pushing pretty hard, and yeah, just have a reset in the heat too. Yeah, I just pretty much bulldozed the rocks on that board. It was just get me a new one and get back out there and stay focused for the heat, because I mean it was a fair bit of time left, but when there's so many waves like today, it kind of goes away really quick because there's just so many big sets and you lose a lot of time. So yeah, just stay focused to get 2 more and get the job done.
Yeah, you're into the final at Jeffreys Bay. In your career, how does this sit for you as an accomplishment?
Yeah, it's incredible. I've watched this event forever. Kelly, Andy, Mick, Parker, everyone, you know. So yeah, a lot of good highlights in my mind from it, and now to be in the final, yeah, I'm excited. Hopefully a good final.
Well, talking about the final, Yago Dora, Ethan Ewing in the water, who would you like to match up with?
I mean, either it'd be nice. Me and Yago, we've been staying together, and we travel together all year, so hopefully he goes. But you know, also Ethan's incredible, and you know, I think it's a pretty evenly matched heat. Everyone, you know, the guys are shredding. So either or, it's a new generation. I'm excited.
Jack Robinson into the finals. Well done, Jack.
Thanks, Rosie. Yeah, he's got that smile on his face. He knows he's on his way to a spectacular finish on the championship tour this year. He's going to get a shot at a world title too in September.
He's clinched, but can he conceivably take a lead if you were to say he'll win this event and then also win Tahiti? I mean,
well, the door is wide open with that last event
to
get another victory. But yeah, it is going to be
it is
interesting.
A question mark. I don't know, but
yeah, I think obviously I think if he can get the job done here, he's going to have a fantastic shot, because Felipe's going to be hanging on to obviously around a 16 loss
here, yeah, right? So I mean, there's obviously closing the gap by just making the final, but you know, ultimately it also probably depends on how Felipe does in Tahiti, because the rest of the points count. We're no throwaways.
All right, well, just over 12 minutes to go. Have a look at the set waves rolling our way at the moment. Numbers coming through too. Ethan Ewing's got a third score on the way.
Pete and I were kind of scratching our heads there. Yago's last wave was really strange. He was way behind it. There was a closeout section, and he hit it like a half a second too late. Did you notice that?
Oh yeah.
I mean, Pete and I looked at each other like, what just happened? It was really an odd thing, because he would have been better to kick out, because he wasn't going to make it around the whitewater and he wasn't getting the score. And it was, I don't know, it was really an odd choice. I don't know if we could pull that wave back up, but it just seemed like a strange thing to do in a heat. So I don't know if he was in 2 minds about how to deal with it.
It seems like he has been, you know, in this one for sure. I mean, the very first maneuver on his 733 was like kind of like an indecisive move. He's definitely turned it around, obviously, but he felt like he's a little confused on just, you know, maneuver selection.
Well, he did have the big backhand rotation in his last heat, and he came in saying, I almost reconnected with that hillside rail and got myself back onto the open face. So he might see that as the key to turn in that big number that he needs. But also, this is the first wave that we've seen him ride after, you know, hurting himself. So not sure if he's maybe feeling that as he travels across that face as well.
Yeah, possibly.
Just
have you distracted in your mind from, you know, you think about something else maybe, but I don't think that was the wave he was needing anyway.
So the scores coming through for Ethan Ewing, 7.97. And the requirement grows. And Yago Dora now after an 8.88. Stay with us here at the Corona Open J-Bay. Ethan Ewing out in front. Kelly Slater's in the booth with us. Plenty more action coming your way.
Acho que a minha marca para deixar no surf profissional é essa quebra de fronteiras, assim, não importa um brasileiro, é um australiano, é um havaiano, acho que é um oceano e...
I went on a trip with my dad to Sumatra when I was probably 14 or 15, and as soon as I come back from that, I pretty much didn't want to play footy anymore, and all I wanted to do was surf. So what I've been riding lately, my own model.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for. the world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
The Kelly Slater Lost Tapes playing now on WorldSurfLeague.com. Check it out after today's finals action as we see Yago Dora loading up down the line, chasing a big number after an 8.88 to get ahead of Ethan Ewing here. And flowing nicely, plenty of speed, loading up. Needs a huge finish on this ride, and that's a good start. Big hit in the pocket, and here comes the double up. He's going to climb over the top of this and get a whole lot of momentum as he hammers towards the end of this ride.
And watch this one. Bingo.
Whoa. Wow, really pushed the board out towards the beach. And there's the celebration, really feeling it as he comes flying down the line. And he's going to kick out of this one, but that might help his chances. High-risk manoeuvre, made something of nothing really down the line.
And we really haven't seen anything like that yet for the judges to really chew on. So it'll be interesting where he go. He did not rotate out of that as clean as you would like. You know, ultimately, and the judges have been very clear sometimes on those types of errors. You know, the checks here and there, you know, layback or anything like that factors into the score. But I mean, he did save that way for sure.
He did, and my feeling is that my feeling watching is he didn't get the score, but that maneuver was pretty sick to throw at the end of a wave you've ridden for 45 seconds and your legs are tired, burning. But what I do really like about that wave also is that he took the downtime to wait for the section instead of just trying to make something happen in an in-between, because you have so much time to pace it out here, and you can't do more than what the wave offers to you anywhere. But there was after his first, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 turns, then he had that, he just kind of waited, and then set it back up again, bang, bang, before that double up. And then he timed that. You could see him telegraphing that air. And it's a hard one because you got to have speed, but then also sort of brush it off to get the rotation a little bit. And he did it. He does it as good as anybody, doesn't he? His legs are like shock absorbers.
Sean Thompson talks about that connectivity, but when you can't find it on a wave, there is a way to surf it without it looking unpleasing to the eye. And Yago, as you said, he was patient with the wave.
He was, and so a pretty good start there. Watch this one, almost lose the foot there. Just pushes that power on the back foot and then gets the big float, I think, coming up here too. Bang, nice little free fall out of that. So technically a lot went on in this wave. And here's that downtime I was talking about. He just waited for it, perfectly times that little clean section, and gets the cut back into this little thing. And I'll let Pete talk you through the errors here. I used to see Pete do flips at lower lefts.
Oh, easy. You know, he had that crew, but I mean, the laid out backside threes that they can do now, where he gets himself extended. You know, again, not the cleanest in the finish of it, but ultimately it was still amazing.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, what the judges see from their angle, you can see it looks quite steep. Front on, it looked a little different. That tail is high. Wow, it looks amazing from that angle. So inverted.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think this is you know, quite possibly going to get him there.
It might. Now, watching it back again, technically that's way up in the excellent. As far as how he pieced it all together, but he had a lot of variety. He did have the big long floater that he free fell out of. He had his back foot kind of came off. We pushed the power on that one. He might get it. I don't know.
I mean, the judges have not thrown anything out there yet.
No.
So it's a unique wave, right? I mean, in your mind, like, it could go, you know.
I always say when the judges take a long time to give the score.
That's really more often than not.
More often than not, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's the most exciting finish, obviously, in this semi-final clash so far, and that's really working in his favour on the outside. Ethan's had some great work. Thinking back to Ethan's 7.23, though, it wasn't really anything on what Yago just served
different
up.
brand of surfing, really.
And so that's a good one to compare to, but obviously it's the big numbers that they're going to be looking at the moment, and they're clearly looking at video replays right now.
Being out there in those heats, in those positions, and especially with time counting down like you have right now, I had a situation just like this against Samuel Pupo at G-Land. There weren't many waves, though, so we didn't have the luxury of that. We'll wait for this. See if they go on one of these waves first before I talk through it.
This is a well stacked up set.
They didn't call the scores out on our. He had 2 rides and I had 1. They didn't call them out for about 4 minutes. And I was expecting I thought he was going to pass me, and I used my priority in that interim, and then he got the better wave at the end because there were so few waves
without knowing the information.
There were so few waves that I thought I might not get another chance. I got to take this one with about 3 minutes left, and then with 30 seconds left, he got a wave, or 15 seconds left.
But you want that review. You want them to obviously think about the scores carefully, but you want them to do it quickly. And the scores are looking pretty good from the outset here. I think Yago's going to get the number he needs. Here it comes, 8.7. It actually fell just short. The first judge dropped a 9. He needed an 8.88
to get into the lead. He got a 9. And my first thought was right.
Your initial thought was right. And that's the thing. The judges watch that ride. Their initial interpretation of the ride is in real time. And I think when they went back and looked at it, you know, they watched it in real time.
He's got another chance here, and this could be a really good wave.
Good looking wave.
But there's whitewater all in the face. If you look at the wave before it, there's whitewater everywhere. So it's decision time for him right here to think about, because he's probably not going to get back out and get another wave. Oh, he's done well so far. And he'd be begging for this double up too. You see the low road, the kind of double up that happens on the inside car park section? And we'll see if it gets some clean face. Pete, talk us through that.
Well, this is where it gets finally clean, and ooh, little hesitation, and again, in between two minds in regards to what maneuver he wanted to do there. But the finish, again, you're looking at an 8.35 needed. I mean, the whitewater was all over that wave and so hard to ride, and somehow he's going to pull it together, though, and he's going to beg the question one more time. Oh,
unbelievable finish, man. This guy is giving it everything, and you know, he got so close on that last ride, just 0.18 short. And now he's going to ask the question of the judges again.
Yeah, please. Right?
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. I don't know.
That was a hard wave.
It was such a tricky section. He did so well to survive it. But I think you know, if you're looking for a high quality turn, it was more a miraculous recovery than it was an amazing maneuver.
Like we've always said, Jamie O'Brien's a guy who can pull stuff off. He's kind of like Gumby. He just lands back on his board. And Yago's kind of got that. He's got that trait too, where he's got those long legs, and they're like shock absorbers, like hydraulic pumps when he lands off of a difficult maneuver, like those big airs, like that air reverse they showed from Rottnest last year. But that too, coming down and all that foam and lip landing everywhere and bouncing into him, and technically it was amazing, but the wave wasn't a great wave. And this is what happens a lot of times. Let's watch this wave again. See how much foam there is. It's hard to keep your fins just really clean, keep the speed super fast. See, those are kind of both almost sort of setup turns. Here's where the money turn starts to happen. Perfect timing, just bangs that. It was basically like a chop in the face that he timed perfectly. Again, that's another setup turn, kind of waiting it out here, waiting for that clean water on the inside. And you can see the foam starts to lighten up here, and this is where some of the work starts to get done. Pete thought he was in two minds there. I think that was pretty good myself.
It just felt confused for a second.
And then that was a tough climb right there. And then this thing right here, I don't know how he made that. I mean, the wave just threw his board back out the top of the lip. I don't know if you're going to give it like an artistic and a technical. One might make it, one might not. I don't know for the score he needs, but
it's come through. It's a 7.27.
Yeah.
And Yago's trying to listen in and get the call from the judges, but time's running out. 25 seconds to go. He puts his hands together and touch of sarcasm there.
When you're talking about 9-point rides, you're talking about Ethan's first wave. Clearly the best wave in that best wave start to finish in that heat, in my opinion. so clean, so much variety, so much power.
What an event, though, for Yago Dora. I mean, excellent numbers in every single round and getting 2 here in the semi-finals. But Ethan Ewing really set the pace, Pete, on that first wave. It was, as Kelly said, from start to finish, a perfect ride, completely connected.
Yep, and you know, and the best ride of the heat. I mean, what a heat, though. I mean, that was fun to call right all the way to the end. Yeah. Right on, Kelly. Good to have you in the booth.
Yeah, good to talk to you guys. Thanks.
All right, mate. Looking forward to seeing you back out there this afternoon for a bit of free surfing. But again, just check out Kelly Slater's lost tapes. The free surfing footage from down there in Victoria was unbelievable.
Oh, really fun.
Bring the roundhouse back.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun down there. Just went and got away with some friends and found some just beach breaks in the middle of nowhere, and just had a blast.
All right, we'll bring on the women's final here at the Corona Open J-Bay in just a moment. Tyler Wright is going to take on Tatiana Weston-Webb. Stay with us. Like Tyler Wright's going to swoop on one to get started here. She's just really been clicking into that amazing form that saw her take back-to-back world titles.
And honestly, just being back in my process feels really nice.
Answering straight back, Tatiana Weston-Webb drawing beautiful lines on her backhand.
I just wanted to do some of the best surfing that I could, and yeah, obviously this helps the cause, so stoked.
The culmination of 3 magic days of competition, finals at the Corona Open J-Bay, the women's final about to take to the water, and here to talk you all through it, joining myself, Paul Evans, Laura Enover, and Rosie Hodge, 2 of the outstanding surfers. Of course, throughout the event, the waves are still really, really good out there. I cannot wait for this matchup.
Oh, it's so exciting just to see both of these women's evolution through the events. They haven't exactly been the absolute standouts, so I think they're keeping their best for last as they hit the lineup for the final.
Yeah, I've loved the way that both these girls have adapted to every sort of conditions, you know, different winds, tides, everything. And like you were saying, Rosie, just evolved and, you know, becoming stronger throughout the events. They both had their own highlights, but, you know, this is going to be a really awesome matchup.
And Laura, you're fresh from the lineup being out there, and we sit up here and we see these perfect waves and we kind of mind surf them, but it's still pretty challenging. There's loads of power out there and it's asking a lot of questions of our competitors. They need really to dig deep.
Yeah, they really do need to dig deep, and, you know, there's a lot of water moving out there, and the south that's in the swell out here today at J-Bay is pushing a lot of the bigger sets past the point. So we're seeing a lot of those bigger, wider ones come through that are fatter. So the 2 girls here are going to have to try and find those waves hugging the point that are going to allow them to do these critical maneuvers that we love to see from them. First paddle.
Tatiana Weston-Webb taking on Tyler Wright in our women's final, and it is Tati up and swinging, getting down to business. 40 minutes on the clock. We're just over 40 seconds going straight into this wave from her, and it's vertical, it's aggressive, and she'll keep on pushing down the line. The wave will go smaller, around about half the size through to the inside, but it's nice and steep here. Meanwhile, behind her, we're seeing spray fly off the rail from Tyler Wright. Tatiana Weston-Webb looking to finish off strong with a bang of a finish. and she'll hit the lip on the inside. Little fist bump from her, good way to start. Meanwhile, right behind her, dangerous. Tyler Wright, big hit off the top from her, loads of momentum, beautiful grab rail carve. The power, the precision, the aggression, a great opening exchange.
Yeah, that was the opening exchange we were hoping for in this final. And, you know, I love that these girls are evenly matched because they are both so critical in the pocket. I think Tyler, of all the women on tour, the way that she can get in the pocket and throw her tail is what's going to match Tatiana's backside attack out here that's been seeing her get up into that excellent range. So both of those waves, really good, different variety from both the girls. I'm very excited to see those replays. What did you think, Rosie?
Oh, 100% agree. As we watch the skis get to them, it's going to be that fight for priority of who gets out the back first. But the contrasting styles, because you do have the goofy versus natural, but who's going to keep it in the pocket tightest?
I just love how they're not allowed to motor now, so they've got to just kind of do this measured pace out there. Obviously, Tyler Wright, the ski in the front. But Rosie, we talked about how difficult maneuver selection, choosing how hard to hit it, all those sort of things. Thinking about Tyler Wright, she does have the ability, doesn't necessarily need to hit the lip. She does have that face turn she can do. For Tati, she's really going to have to take on the lip.
Yeah, well, when Tati's looking over her shoulder like that on her backhand, she's like a viper ready to strike. She's so coiled at the bottom. And I love this look at this medium-sized wave, but it's got that nice pace and taper to it where she can get vertical, where she can stay tight in the pocket and really hook it when she needs to. One of my favorite waves from Tati, I mean, start to finish, she was able to put together just such a beautiful ride.
Yeah, I love the way that she took off quite deep on that, and I had to race around, but it put her perfectly in the pocket to go up and down on that first turn. And that third turn for me is where all the money's going to be on this ride. But finishing it off nice up there into the lip, floats that felt nice. And Tyler Wright, what did you love about this, Rosie?
Well, similar to Tatiana, she had to get around that section, but it slingshot her with a lot of speed. Look at all the speed that Tyler's carrying, and you said it, Laura, just the way that she's able to stay tight in the pocket, compact style, stays low, and really draws out that bottom turn when she needs to, but then hooks it in that top third.
That board is looking so spicy and fresh under her feet, and I love this carve, grab rail carve, arcs it around, compressed to finish. So many different turns on that wave. It's gonna be exciting to see what the judges think.
Who does that grab rail turn better, Mikey or Tyler? And who copied who? Because it seems like it's definitely a right trademark to grab that rail and hold it for that whole extension.
Yeah, I really love the variety on this wave. She just showed us so many different, look at that grab rail, extending, pulling, holding that rail around and compressing there at the end. That must feel really nice to do at JB.
Great options from Tyler Wright, finishing strong. Did have the feel of just a touch more energy through the wave, a little more down the line juice as well. We did have the opportunity to just flick from one straight to the other. It was the wave behind. It gives you an instant comparison. And just aside from the surf and just thinking about what's on offer from the wave, Tyler's just felt it had a little more of that classic J-Bay energy.
And it did have higher, like a foot or two higher on the face.
Yeah.
So definitely the best wave of that set, the variety that she showed us, just mixing it up, spicing things up for the final.
Yeah, I did feel like Tatiana's wave had, it was steeper at the start. She got 3 steeper sections, whereas Tyler's were a bit, maybe flatter, but the way that she was able to dig in her rail and make the most of those sections and really carve on rail, I think the judges are going to really like that because that is classic J-Bay.
This is why the judges get paid the big bucks, right? They've got to make the big decisions here. They've got to split different waves, different stances, different styles of surfing as well. And they'll need to differentiate between those two crucial numbers to open up. They don't want to throw too much at opening rides as well. So we keep the scale open. All of those factor into consideration. We've got a treat on our hands here, a 40-minute final between these two women. Both of them with success this season. Tyler getting that win at Bells, and with a comeback win for her, Tati in Portugal, really, really strong. And this is a great setup for our final here with beautiful conditions still continuing to come through. And the numbers are really strong to open things up. I tell you what, we are getting things underway for a smoker of a women's final. Waiting for judges, judge number 1, just to drop in numbers for each of our surfers, but they're looking really good. Tati, a 7.83 drops in for her, a 7.5 for Tyler Wright. Excellent quality surfing, good numbers, and there's not much to split these two after the opening exchange.
Yeah, what an exchange to kick off this final. And both these women, their first final here at J-Bay, a historic moment for them both, to be able to be just out there relishing in this moment must be so special for them both. And you know, obviously we've talked about Tyler's road into this final, and how, you know, she's saying that, you know, she has said this is sort of a win or nothing situation, but then sort of reverting on that and saying she just wants to surf. But you know, for Tati, same thing. She needs this result for her, you know, to try and make her spot in the final 5.
Yeah, it's interesting appraisal. Just rowing back a little bit on putting herself at too much of an ultimatum, right? Why heap more pressure on yourself before you've got to surf a final? Try and relax. So smart from Tyler, really there, just to try and go out, find some sections and light them up. That's what she's done on her opening wave, and this one has kicked off absolutely great.
More lines on the way, but for Tyler, this is her 3rd trip to Jeffreys Bay, but the first time that she's competing. I mean, she came here on a free surfing trip with her brother Owen. 2019, she fell victim to that post-viral illness. So first time we're getting a look at her, and she's into the final. Just so impressive to turn, you know, that story around. She said that she does have PTSD coming to South Africa, thinking about what she went through. But it's so cool to see her mental fortitude to be in this position in the final.
So we'll see some big lines stomp through here at J-Bay and catch these two out a little bit. Important to stay in the right position. You do need to take a couple on the head in order to be in the spot to get the good waves coming through. This one getting off to a racy start. Someone got off to a blistering start in his semi-final was Ethan Ewing. He's in the final. He's with Peter Mel for a chat.
Ethan, into your first final of your career. I mean, amazing performance out there, getting that 9 on that first wave. Tell us how it went out there for you.
Yeah, it went pretty good. Yago and I couldn't get off the rocks, and we kind of only just got out there for a heat. So we were scratching all the way up the point, and I was on the inside. And yeah, that wave was really good. It's really hard out there to ride, but yeah, there's still some good ones for sure.
Thinking about Jack Robinson in the final, obviously a big heat for you, obviously your first final. What's it going to take to win today?
I think just the right waves. There's a lot of waves out there that kind of go fat and don't offer up much, so I think I just have to be on my wave selection. So yeah,
I'll let you get to it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ethan Ewing, a measured take on a semi-final, opened up with that strong 9, looked absolutely electric out there. A big charge to come back at him from Yago Dora, didn't quite do enough. Cannot wait for that men's final.
What a heat that was between Ethan and Yago, but Ethan finally cracking his first final. He's had 3 third-place finishes this year, 1 at Sunset, 1 at Bells, and 1 at Margaret River. So, you know, we know how dangerous he is in these big right-handers, and it must just feel so good for him to have finally cracked this final and at a place like Jeffreys Bay. Just like Jack Robinson was saying in his interview, you know, the history, the Parkos, the Andys, the Kellys, all of their heroes that these guys have grown up watching. It's really the new generation now of absolute shredders taking on J-Bay.
It's an iconic event. I mean, you think about which events would mean the most to you in your career. You think about the Pipeline, Jeffreys Bay, and you know, the Triple Crowns and whatever. But this one definitely sits high on that mantelpiece for any surfer that's won this event.
Tatiana Weston-Webb with priority at the moment. Just got the nod and that exchange over Tyler Wright. Judges deeming her surfing just a touch sharper. She did get more maneuvers done. And she got a finish into the lip as well. Crucially, she completed that. The crowd loving this here. Rosie, we talked a little bit about maybe the wind today. We were looking at them a little bit. So far, and I'm touching the wooden chair here. It's still pretty light out there. Still looks really good.
It's so good. I mean, you know, we have seen that wind kind of switch directions coming from that northwest, and then it's going to go a touch more easterly. But it does also create like a bit of a coping with that onshore wind. But like you said, very light. So keeping the conditions just the way we like them. Absolutely perfect.
29 minutes and 45 seconds for these two to post numbers. At the moment, they've already got good scores, so they've already identified exactly the kind of waves that they want. Priority proved crucial in the previous heat for Tatiana Weston-Webb. She uses priority here, and a steep entry into this wave, and it is stacking up down the line. Here she goes with a first snap, and then straight back onto the front foot. Just opens up the shoulders and identifies a section, tightens up the arc, really nice. She puts pressure on the rail and just flicks spray. Oh, that was really nice. A little bit of hang to it too. And she kind of airdrops out of that. Now this is a section that's proved difficult to come around, and that thing just grows and gobbles her up. But really nice work done. It felt like each turn got slightly more intense.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bomb for Tatiana Weston. I think that's going to come in around what she's just had or more. The biggest set wave, all 3 of those turns were critical, big. She just timed them to perfection, just holding off and waiting for the exact right moment to pounce there. And yeah, I can't wait to see that replay.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you, Laura. I mean, you think about the 7-8-3 that's already in the scoreline. She's had that advantage. She got out to the back. She got priority. So everything kind of tipping in Tati's favor at the moment. This wave had a bit more height, and she added a bit more spice to every turn as she winds this one down the line. Look at her eye line. It's always kind of down the line, checking out when she can meet that lip line.
Yeah, loved this turn here, big arcing carve there, and then this is the money turn, straight up into the pocket, airdrop down, and trying to get around this section here, but those turns are the turns that were getting Tati into the excellent range yesterday when, yeah, as we see Tyler Wright.
Here comes the reply from Tyler Wright. She motors down the line and throws in a jam in the pocket as well. Just laying back into that one, leaning into it, putting the power on the rail. Numbers in for Tati. She gets the improvement. The 8-5 goes into the excellent range on an absolute bomb. 3 big turns. Big rewards for Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, you don't need to do a lot of big turns. It's just, I mean, a lot of turns, they just have to be big, and that's exactly what Tatiana is good at. That's what she's most dangerous at, especially on her backhand. And yeah, that is going to make things tough for Tyler. I think, if Tyler can find a wave that's going to allow 3, big turns to answer back. I don't think we saw her whole wave then, so we'll have to see Tyler's replay.
Never had a goofy foot winner in the women's event here. Tatiana Weston-Webb would love to break that stranglehold. Really interesting to think about her technique as well. We just see on that shot, she gets that front foot all the way on that edge of her board, like all the way over on her heel side edge. The whole foot is basically on that side of the board. Contrastingly, the much more orthodox approach of Tyler Wright, it's pure power.
Yeah, what did you like about this, Rosie?
Well, she just winds through this one. I mean, we're really looking for, it's a 2-turn combination, right? And it's kind of lateral maneuvers that she was able to do on that wave. No really critical in the hook, in the meat and potatoes of the wave. So I don't think that's really going to factor in come the end of the heat.
Yeah, I was wondering whether Tyler got something more done on the outside then, but just the 2 turns. So I think she'll be trying to ditch that as soon as possible and yeah, answer back with a bigger score. But 8.5 for Tatiana, that is a way to start with in the first 10 minutes of the heat.
Let's get an update on conditions from Strider Wasilewski.
Yeah, thank you very much out here at the moment. Just honestly, it's super rippable. And I think, that little bit of crumble is going to be there in the lip line when you're coming around the corner. You can use it to your advantage. You can get up in it. You can push harder into the lip line as well. And we saw Tatiana just coming away with an excellent score there. I feel like using that lip line is so important for these heats right now. Into the final, they want to see that attack on that into the critical part of the wave, in the more vertical part of the wave, and that's why she's gotten such a big score there. I think Tyler's doing a lot of beautiful carve work, but I think she's going to have to switch it up and go straight up into that lip line to really match up with those scores. The conditions, though, it seems to be, a little bit of wind, but it's totally handleable. And when those bigger sets come through, it kind of cleans the surface a bit. And that next wave could be really clean, kind of pull the sheets tight, so to speak. What's it looking like to you, Luke?
Yeah, Strides, you're exactly right there, mate. It's saying at noon with the wind's supposed to go around to the east, which is going to come from out the back of the point and come in, so it'll still keep the face pretty smooth. We had a low tide at 10:50, so it's coming in with the full moon the last couple of nights, or I think it was the night before last full moon. The tides are still really big, but it's on the way in, so I think we've got the best conditions of the day still to come.
All right, thanks for the update as we see steaming lines. A beautiful sight to see this swell just lighting up the point here at J-Bay throughout our event. We've been absolutely blessed with swell for this one. Kelly Slater in the studio just before, talking about how lucky we've been out here and how good this wave is when it's on. And it's really delivered for us this event. It's delivering in the final already. Big numbers in. Tatiana Weston-Webb with the better. By far, she's built up a pretty decent lead. She's put a number on Tyler, the 8.83 requirement. She's also got priority as well. So far, so good for Tatiana.
So this was the 8.5. We're going to have another little look at it. So the first turn, a nice slash, but I love the way that she just lined this up, went to the bottom of the wave to get back up in the pocket. A big arcing wrap here, but I think this is where the majority of the points came from. Sorry, big turn there, airdrop. So critical. would have been cool to see her make it around this. One of the, you know, her and Tyler have the strongest legs on tour, I'd say, so out of most of the girls. They seem to be so compressed and really not fall that often at all. But look at this from Tatiana. So good at jamming on that back foot, twisting the body, and then just transitioning her weight onto the front foot in really critical parts of the wave, the steepest sections of the wave, air dropping down, and just a lot of talent there from Tatiana.
It's so critical to keep the head and shoulders placed over the center of the surfboard, over the stringer. As you see a replay from Tati, smaller wave, but winding down the line, snaps it right there. Wow, just such good surfing from Tatiana. Is this her backup score?
This is her 7.83, sorry. So this was the comparison to her first wave. So it was a small wave, but she got those 3 turns done. More turns, obviously, but you know, just showing variety here and just how she's getting these excellent scores. Both such well-surfed waves in the first 10 minutes of the heat for Tati.
Strong start for her, and she improved from there, leaving the judges no option really to go up the scale. They went into the exit range with little hesitation. Great surfing, really well rewarded. The amount of time she's holding that bottom turn in that crouch, holding that rail in the water, going really, really fast. And you just saw on that slow-mo, talked about the eye line, the body position as well. So much control from her. She knows exactly where she wants to put it and at what stage to open up the body and rotate the shoulders. Let's have a look at a concerted paddle of Tyler Wright in second priority. She can afford to do that. She can try and speculate, snaffle something underneath Tatiana, but at the moment it is the Brazilian goofy foot with the advantage in this. Plenty of time left to go for Tyler Wright, but 8.83 that requirement. We've seen her statistics. We know all about been able to win events and world titles, but she's going to need to bring her best. She's going to need to find a decent wave and go pretty hard at it. Don't want to get too much out in the face. It needs to be critical in the pocket, Rosie.
Yeah, definitely. She's got a work cut out for her. And looking how this contest has shaped up in the final that we're looking at, the semi-finals had all 3 of our world champions, but the most decorated ladies falling out of the mix. I mean, Steph Gilmore fell to Tyler Wright, and then, you know, Tatiana overcame the 5-time world champ in Carissa Moore. So both of these ladies, you would assume, just looking purely at the numbers and the years on tour, were the underdogs coming out of those semi-finals and now meeting up in the final.
Yeah, amazing results here for both of these girls. As we see Tati maybe having a look at this set, but just letting that one go. But I think for Tyler to get up in that excellent range, 8.83, it's a pretty big score right now. She's either, I feel like she's going to have to maybe try go one of those, the smaller waves, like she's been getting her high 7s and push into the 8s. She can just get more critical on those turns. You know, she can push her tail so hard and, you know, slide it around. So I'd love to see those more progressive turns from Tyler that we know that she has.
And you were touching on it when you were in the lineup, Laura. It's just the fact that those bigger ones kind of push more towards the deeper water. Doesn't offer you that steeper section. We're also kind of seeing remnants of 2 swells out there. So wave selection has been so key. And I think Tatiana's really been so good at identifying waves that are offering more scoring potential and what's been really suiting her brand of surfing on the backhand.
Yeah, Tatiana didn't really get too started off in that heat against Carissa Moore. That was, you know, such a tight one there, and unfortunate, you know, mix-up between the 2 of the girls there with that interference. But it feels so good for Tatiana to get out of the gates firing here and just going straight up into the excellent range.
High numbers already on the board in this one. Our second semi-final of the men's was a really high-scoring encounter as well. And Yago Dora lit this place up, highly entertaining. Unfortunately, didn't get the nod through to the final. He's with Peter Mel for a chat.
Yago, another incredible performance, semifinals for you. Feeling pretty good after all that injury to come in here and make 2 semifinals back-to-back. So you're feeling good about that. Got to ask you a couple questions. You know, first of all, it did look like you had a little bit of a shoulder injury because there was some stuff going on there. When did that happen?
Yeah, so I had to eject on a wave. I got that closed out, and when I jumped, I actually didn't have my shoulder in a bad position, but the water's pretty heavy out there with the cold water, and when I hit the water, I felt a big shock in my shoulder, like it was dislocated or something, and I needed like a minute to start feeling it back again. And I was scared, of course, because I've just been through an injury, but it feels like nothing happened, so it's all good.
I mean, and perseverance, right? I mean, you had that pretty early in the heat, as I recall. That happened, you know, probably in the second or third wave of the heat. So just being able to bite through that. Also, I noticed you've got a buckle in your board. When did that happen in it?
Yeah, I don't even know. No, I saw I had a little crease before paddling out for the heat, but that was the magic board. I just had to keep riding it.
Okay, well, in just overall perspective, how are you feeling about this event?
Yeah, I feel incredible, seriously. Just to have a really close battle with Ethan in these waves is amazing, and to come far in the semifinals is really good. I've struggled in the past to get good results on my backhand surfing, and now I feel like it's all coming together.
So it's such a joy to watch. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
Third place, a really, really respectable result, but add to the result the performance. So entertaining, so polished, and he's really proven his sort of status is right up there with the very, very best in the world. And he got a feeling still more brilliant stuff to come from Yago. Well done to him on his third place finish. And his performance is ever entertaining. Out here, our final will, of course, see Ethan Ewing take on Jack Robinson from the men. That's coming up in 18 minutes' time. At the moment in the water, Tatiana Weston-Webb, just the 2 waves ridden, both of them really good. A combined total 16.33. Tyler Wright's got one good number, the 7.5. She needs to back that up. She doesn't have first priority either. So far, the wind very much in the sails of Tatiana Weston-Webb. And we talk about being in a position to sort of take advantage when things kind of go your way. Had that priority interference with Carissa Moore. Not able to post big scores, Tati, in that one. Just getting small, modest numbers, but getting through and then opening up this final at blistering breakneck pace.
Yeah, I feel like the semis were a bit slow for the girls. Tyler probably got the biggest score out of all the girls in her first semi against Stephanie Gilmore. But you know, I feel like watching the last 2 heats unfold, Yago and Ethan there, that was such an incredible heat. So these girls would have watched that. So many excellent scores being thrown down. It seems like there are, you know, we've hit that low tide and it has been quite tricky, but it just seems like it is cleaning up, and you know, the excellent scoring waves are out there.
More energy filling in the point here at Super Tubes, Jeffreys Bay, for our women's final. And a big set will just send these two scurrying a little bit seaward. They'll dip under this. Maybe an opportunity on the second wave. Might be a little outside of them. Let's see where that goes. Tatiana with the priority. And she does seem to have a really good read on some of these bigger waves here. This one will just cap outside of them. They'll have to dip under again. Tyler Wright just sitting slightly inside. Tatiana Weston-Webb maybe thinking about some of the smaller waves that go underneath. All these waves that are breaking out the back, not really offering much of these two. Maybe something you could pick up, widen down the point, but while you're up there, you really need to find the waves hitting the sweet spot here. 16 on the clock, time ticking away now for Tyler Wright, looking for that 8.83. It's a pretty solid number she needs.
Yeah, and look how hard when these big sets come through, they just leave so much whitewash throughout the lineup, and that takes a while to clean up. So, you know, in Tyler and Tati's head, they'll be thinking, all right, we're just going to wait for the whitewash to clear and hopefully have a nice clean medium-sized set come through. But it can take a while for that lineup to clean up as we see more sets coming through, hammering the girls.
Another absolute booming set coming through. Those two duck diving under this. And it leads up a little bit of time. Tatiana Weston-Webb won't mind that at all. Things have gone in her favour so far in this, just the way the sets have come in terms of when she had priority to get that bomb that came to get her score. That score of the 8.5 on her second wave has put her in the driving seat of this one. Will never count out Tyler Wright. She's got plenty of time to come back with that 8.83. Just over 15 on the clock. We're going to go to break. When we come back, we'll conclude our women's final from the Corona Open J-Bay.
Semi-final for the men!
First finals!
First finals.
How are you feeling?
Amazing, I mean.
Team Felipe, Team Sammy. I actually want to jump under them with you.
trying to create these ocean guardians that will go into the township, that will represent the oceans, and will, be the ones fighting for it.
We're here today for a surf therapy and environmental education program with the WSL Pure grantee J-Bay Surf Alliance.
There's so much awareness being spread with this little program, from mindfulness to cleaning up the beach and ocean. It's an amazing program, and it's just the first step to making a big impact.
And welcome back to the women's final underway. We're about halfway through, and the crowd is thick all the way across. These little grommets have been loving life here down on the beach. Come on, give them up. Yeah, come on. You were so hyper earlier. There we go. That's what we love. Yeah, it's packed end to end here watching the finals, and that's what we like. We love a passionate crowd.
Yeah, the Groms, as we'll pick up youthful exuberance from Tatiana Weston-Webb, swinging on a bomb. There's that bot turn she holds for so long and hits it hard off the top. Look at this section for Tati. Massive hammer. Airdrop to finish as well. An explosion at whitewater. And Tatiana Weston-Webb just absolutely lighting that thing up.
Wow, 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 wow. That was an absolute bomb for Tati. And Rosie, what do you think?
My jaw's on the floor. Honestly, we came back from that piece with Peter Mel just to see Tati just belting it. We spoke about the whitewater and how, that can sometimes impede setting your rail on a wave, but Tati just ironclad, the way that she's so compact. I think that's all about absorbing that energy in the water and cutting through those bumps. But I mean, where do we go with the 8-5 in her scoreline? Let's see this thing start to finish, Laura.
Yeah, a bit fat at the start. We didn't get to see this, so let's see. But she waited for it right here to just bowl up and get straight up in the lip for that first turn. So nice and critical, slashing next turn. I just love the way that she can just whip her board around, slicing through there just to stay in the pocket and waiting for this absolute hammer, critical top to bottom turn. That was so huge.
Just winding through this maneuver. I mean, she's so unafraid to match these critical, scary sections. I mean, we've seen some of the surfers, Italo this morning on his backhand getting obliterated by these waves and hurting himself. Yago saying that he hurt his shoulder. There's so much thump in these sections, and she just looks so unafraid to meet it.
And look at the foam on this wave. It was so hard to surf, but she just held on and just knew that if she could wait for one of these big stand-up critical sections, bottom drops out, air drops down, so hard to just put your foot on the back of the pad and not have a big nosedive smash. And she did it. It was absolutely amazing. A 9-point ride for Tatiana.
Huge number in for Tati, gets the 9, ups the ante. You had a feeling as you watched that live, she's already got the 8-5. It did feel more critical. The sections were steeper, more speed and power in it too. And the judges improve her number and really turning the screw. 10:40 to go in this, our women's final. Tyler right now looking for a perfect 10-point ride.
Wow, that's hard. But, Tyler, I think if she can just try find any sort of top to bottom wave, she's just going to have to up the ante now and really start slicing and showing her progression and her on-rail surfing, that difference to what Tatiana is bringing right now. But this is the surfing from Tatiana Weston-Webb that took her to winning the Margaret River Pro, that these exact same big under the lip turns in like very, very critical shallow sections. And, there's rocks right in front of that. And she's just so unafraid to fall, and
it gets so shallow too. I mean, when you think about how the wave converges on the bricks over there with that pushing sweep down the points, it's a lot to wrap your head around when you're looking at those sections and actually having no noise in yourself to be like, I'm going to hold back. She's just going for it and really having the confidence in herself and in her ability to complete those maneuvers.
And I think that end section, it's actually quite a hard end section for most natural footers. I think the goofy footers have had that on lockdown. I feel like Tatiana has probably been watching, coming into this event, the Italos, the Gabbies, Gabby having that 19.5 heat total last year, and just the way that these guys have been surfing this wave to get huge scores, and she's doing exactly that. She's surfing Italo-esque, Oki-esque, doing these huge, just committed turns in the steepest part of the wave, and that's exactly what the judges want to see, critical big surfing. So exciting.
No signs of hesitation, and everything working sweetly so far for Tatiana Weston-Webb, thrown away 7.83 for her first ride, which would be the highest number for Tyler Wright at the moment, who now has a very big requirement of a perfect 10 in one wave. If you split it down into two, which is just about enough time for her to get two waves, looking at that total 17.5. So a couple of big numbers required for Tyler Wright. She's going to do it in 10 or the perfect 10-point ride. Let's get another look here at this wave from Tatiana and Weston-Webb, but just so unafraid.
So unafraid, just through this foam here. She just getting straight up. She knew she wanted to get up super tight there, and then I love this, the way she just arced there, showing something different, but waiting for this. This was the turn of the wave, that under the lip slash hook into just, yeah, it's just, it's hard to explain how, yeah, critical and dangerous doing those types of surfing is.
Important wave for Tyler Wright here. Drops a hammer on a powerful section and keeps the momentum. Beautiful section opening up. Big rail jam for her. And she's going to need more of that aggression, more of these steep sections. Another tight wrap in the pocket, keeping it critical. Goes a little slopey here. She's having a look down the line. What's a two-time world champ got for us here? She's just holding her line through a long, drawn-out section. Another tight snap with a ton of aggression as well. Into the lip for a finish. As she hits it and has a little look around, that's going to feel a lot better for Tyler Wright.
Yeah, that's going to feel good for Tyler. Just being able to get that finish, that critical finish as well there, and excited to see that replay and see exactly what she got done at the start.
It's not the 10, but I think the question that we're going to ask of the judges is, does it better 7.5? Does it kind of chip away at that requirement and make it more, you know, manageable?
For sure, I think that will definitely chip away at that requirement. I mean, not definitely, I think I need to see the whole wave, but you know, Tyler just showing, it looked like she was pushing harder, you know, sliding those fins, being more critical, and just had that aggression in that wave. So yeah, let's see what she did at the start there.
A really important fight back wave in the context of this final for Tyler Wright, two-time world champ. We talk about champions, what it takes to become one. Well, it's when you're back into a corner, to come out bringing your best. And a great opportunity for her there to get back in this heat. She surfed that wave really, really well. It's with the judges right now to decide exactly where that goes on the scale. If she can bring that requirement down by improving her high score, that is a 7.5 right now, make things a little easier. And she'll try and get back out as well. Try and find herself another wave. Just over 6 and 15 to go. Does get the improvement as you thought. 8.17 for Tyler. Brings that number down. It's still hefty though. 9.33 now, the requirement for Tyler Wright.
9.33, she can do it. She can do it for sure. And I think just after seeing, you know, I guess the aggression and the criticalness of those turns there, she knows that if she can, you know, string together a few of those on a really nice, clean wall, that's exactly what the judges want to see, and she can get there.
Well within reach for Tyler, guaranteed. I think hearing that number, she's going to get a lot of confidence, hearing that from the beach announcer, hearing that she's got herself into that excellent range and really given herself a shot.
And that's the highest score that she's had in this event as well, cracking that excellent range. So she's going to know exactly what she needs to do and exactly how much harder she's going to need to push for that 9.33.
Ski driver, just taking a little while to get to, maybe just watchful of sets there. She is on the sled now, just over 5.20 remaining. She'll look to head back out. We'll have another look at Tyler Wright in full flow.
So Tyler's taking off in this wave, and she knows she's just got to swing at it. And I love that approach from her, because once she kind of lets the guardrails down, she is just on that rail into each maneuver with a lot of intent. And it's such a cool thing to see when her surfing really shines on a wave. And I think that's what happened here for Tyler. There was a lot of lateral maneuvers, a lot of downtime in this wave, but every time that she was able to do a maneuver, she did it with a lot of class and a lot of speed.
Yeah, there was a lot of downtime there, but getting that nice slash in and being able to finish it off with this nice big floater where she got a lot of projection, almost got speed out of that floater there. But I feel like there might have been opportunity for her to get maybe another turn in when she was racing down the line, but nonetheless, look at this, slicing so fast, so on rail, Tyler Wright, extending and pushing that all the way around.
I almost feel like when you're watching Tyler's waves in real time, you don't really get a sense of just the technical rail work that she's doing. And as soon as you slow it down and really get a closer look at how she's chucking it on that rail, how long she's leaning on the edge of that surfboard for, you see a bit more of a critical approach and what the judges are rewarding.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, our panel and the benefit of a bunch of replays to really assess exactly what's going on. She goes into the excellent range, her third excellent score of the final. She's going to need quite a bit more where that came from. How do you fancy a chance this Strider Wozalewski?
Yeah, it was, well, I mean, I love the wave choice. The wave choice was strategically picked. She pulled herself all the way to the inside on the reef. It was after a big set had come. The sheets had been pulled tight, and the face of that wave just let her go to town. We watched her coming off the bottom, clean rails into the lip line, and really hacking into it. So a lot of power, a lot of low center of gravity base in those turns, and that's the kind of wave that she's looking for. And now she's going to build the confidence, and the headspace is there. She's going to have to deal with, you know, her opponent having the priority out the back, but there's so many waves. I really think she's going to get a shot at it.
All right, final 3 minutes in this one. Priority with Tatiana Weston-Webb, who hasn't really put a finger wrong so far in this final. She's been in the right positions, picked the best waves. She's found the best section on those waves as well. Whenever a big, powerful section has opened up, rather than run away from it, she's attacked, and it's rewarded her with a massive total, 17.5. And that's what you want to bring in the final, right? Talk about getting through these early rounds, kind of doing it by hook or by crook. A weird interference situation, not what she wanted in her own admission from the semi, but right now she's showing us her best. Incredible.
I just want to give the girls an extra 10 minutes. I'm having so much fun watching them right now, just going to absolute town. It's so exciting to watch. I can imagine everyone at home in Australia is tuning in right now. I think it's about 9 p.m. and, you know, in Brazil, everyone's just waking up, having their morning coffee. Tati, obviously, her family live in Kauai as well, so I think that's going to be midnight or something. So I'm sure people tuning in from all around to watch this, and what a show it's been. I just don't want it to end.
Back at J-Bay for the Corona Open after a 3-year break, and it has not let us down at all. The fans on the beach have been loving it too. Massive energy here, huge support for all of our surfers. Really enjoying the show. One of the advantages of this long rope and wave, so many sections, you just hear these cheers from our crowd as our surfers fly down the line and light up this point here. And so far in this final, Tatiana Weston-Webb has been really, really strong with no chinks in the armor. Just a little glimmer of hope for Tyler Wright, bringing that requirement down, but a 9.33 with 90 seconds on the clock. It's going to be tough, but we got lines.
Look, and there's 2 of them, so Tatiana with priority, 1.5 minutes to go. This is going to be a moment where she's going to need to make some very calculated decisions.
Nervy moments to conclude the final. Tyler Wright has identified a wave she wants. She had a concerted effort at it, and it won't let her on. Meanwhile, out the back, this one will cap a little bit. Let's see if anyone can possibly get in position for a little double up here. Maybe a chip in. That one will just back off. And you see on that low tide, shallower out the back, these waves hitting that reef and sort of losing their initial energy. At the top of the point there, Tati will not mind that. She's still hanging on to priority, and what is really a massive lead in this final. We've got
those sets,
40 seconds to go.
That set looks good over our shoulder, Laura. Like, I think the girls weren't fortunate to be out of position for that one.
Yeah, you know, that set didn't have a lot from the start, but it drained really hard through the super tube section down the bottom there. And you know, let's see if the girls can get anything else. 20 seconds to go, but right now it's looking like this could go to Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, and you got to say, really, what an electrifying performance. What a way to win a final. You know, those victories, they'll last long in the memory. However you get it done, it's going to feel satisfying. But be able to do it with incredible surfing, throwing away big numbers, getting excellent scores, posting massive totals in pumping surf. An unbelievable moment here for Tatiana Weston-Webb, who is your champion of the Corona Open J-Bay, a hard-fought final against a brilliant competitor in Tyler Wright. A nice moment of congratulations as Tyler Wright concedes there. And Tatiana Weston-Webb will enjoy a massive roar from the crowd, huge numbers, an epic performance. Tatiana Weston-Webb, your champion.
Amazing performance from Tati, and how scary for the rest of the field as they head to Tahiti, because she'd be a favorite there too.
Got herself into the final 5 by getting into the final. She's won this final as well. 10,000 points for her, as we'll watch a consolatory effort from Tyler Wright, who is flying down the line here at Jeffreys Bay. And Tyler, well done to her. Been outstanding. Surf a tough final, put big numbers up, but unable to get past that woman. Tatiana Weston-Webb is absolutely delighted. Massive finals day energy from Tati, who knows how to get things done. We love the aggression. and taken out a win, a historic win on the backhand for a goofy foot for the women at Jeffreys Bay. Never easy to do. She's done it in absolutely fine style and a very worthy champion, Laura.
What a moment for Tatiana. You know, this is what her dreams are made of. A win at Jeffreys Bay, her name up with all of the greats, a iconic event. Let's see if the jet ski can grab her. She's going to just run across those rocks to get in and celebrate with her team. But yeah, these, you know, the top 5 now has had a big shuffle. I think this takes Tatiana up to 3rd place.
Incredible. I mean, 2 wins this season, 1 in Portugal, now in Jeffreys Bay. She's been just on fire throughout this year. She's had, you know, up and down results through the rest of the events, but so many highlight moments for her. This win is going to feel so good.
A huge win for Tatiana Weston-Webb, who will be absolutely delighted not only to win with brilliant surfing in epic ways, but also at Jeffreys Bay, an absolute A-list break around the world. But Kelly Slater in the studio before, just paying tribute to how incredible this wave is and what it means to win here and how important it is in careers. And let's go and hear from our champion of the Corona Open J-Bay, Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's with Strider.
Tatiana Weston-Webb, you just crushed it out there on the backhand. The Corona Open J-Bay champion. Congratulations. 1 for the Goofies.
1 for the Goofies. Yeah, I just want to thank God for everything. He kept me safe during that event. I probably got like a million waves on the head. That was really scary and almost died on the rocks a million times, but all worth it in the end. I just want to give a shout out to all my sponsors. No, thanks so much. Greg Browning, he basically hasn't slept all week here. He's been helping me. Ross Williams always knows the right thing to say. And yeah, I just really want to thank all the fans for watching. And estou muito feliz, galera. Muito obrigada a todo mundo.
You're number 3 in the world. How's it feeling?
Wow, really? Oh, it's such a good feeling. I just had the weirdest year ever, and I just wanted to just surf good, you know? I just wanted to go and have fun. And gosh, what beautiful waves we had for this event. I'm so grateful just to be a professional surfer.
Well, J-Bay was on fire for you. Now you're headed to Tahiti for Chopa. We can't wait to see you there, Tati.
Thanks, guys. I can't wait to.
All right, Corona Open J-Bay champ, Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Into the history books with an epic performance in pumping waves. Absolutely delighted. Incredible performance, saving the best for last. And Tatiana Weston-Webb, very much a worthy winner here. Commiserations to Tyler Wright. We'll bring that in. Nevertheless, a final position for her. A very decent showing as well. And she will reprocess before heading down to Tahiti. We know how dangerous she is as an absolute charger as well. But what a way to wrap things up with a really entertaining women's final with that woman there getting the nod. We got the men's final yet to come. We're going to see Jack Robinson and Ethan Ewing go hammer and tongs in the men's final. We're going to bring Ronnie Blakey and Peter Mel back in for the call. Join us for the men's final right after the break. action here. Jack Robinson absolutely streaking down the line. Stinging hit into the lip. Game on here as Jack Robinson is tearing this wave apart.
Look at this thing. Sticks that. He's looking at a giant score.
Wow.
And we're going to see Ethan Ewing get things started first here. You'd have to like his chances here at Jeffreys Bay.
That's such good surfing. I don't know how you surf that way better.
We're going to see fresh names on the winners list here at the Corona Open J-Bay in 2022. Tatiana Weston-Webb just winning over Tyler Wright in the women's final. And we are gearing up to get stuck into the men's event. And what a battle it will be. Jack Robinson will be taking on Ethan Ewing. The crowd is absolutely buzzing. And the waves are also still firing. Ronnie Blakey alongside Peter Mell and Laura Enover for the call. And Pete, this is a big matchup. Jack Robinson, he's already clinched his place. He's going to get a shot at a world title this year. Ethan Ewing, he wants to do the same.
Absolutely, but I think more than anything, he wants to get an event win to feel like he has a deserving chance to go for that world title. I think that if you top and win an event, that's really been his main goal. I was talking with his pops just before this final, and that was the one thing he kind of said. He said, hey, he just wants to get an event win. He's not worried about the final 5 yet, but ultimately, it's kind of there at the back of his head.
Laura, thinking about the surfing that Ethan has done this year and this location, he would have highlighted it as a major opportunity to get that breakthrough victory, but it's going to be tough. Jack Robinson has just been in full Zen mode. He's just been an animal out here, finding barrels when other people can't, and really sticking some big turns in some high-pressure moments.
Yeah, Jack Robinson has been in absolute Zen mode. He is, just like you're saying, he's just connected to this wave and connected to the ocean. But Ethan, to me, has been doing the most incredible surfing this event. And, you know, when we look back at his results this year, a third at Margaret River, a third at Sunset, and a third at
Bells Beach. That's where he really looked like he might get on that roll to get that victory. Robbed of opportunity as we see a bit of hustle here on the outside. And it is Ethan Ewing getting into this ride. He's really deep at the moment, trying to drive around to find that open face, and he can't do it. So you'd have to say advantage Jack Robinson in the opening stages here.
Well, and instantly he's going to get priority, right? So now he can get choice of wave, and already he's going to execute it.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was in two minds about this ride, but he's fully committed now. Straight into one of those big drawn-out carves, up into the pocket, drifts those fins. And that's an aggressive approach. He's on his way to a good opener already, bouncing back over the foam, staying close to the bowl here. Robinson showing great variation as he gets on the attack here in the final of the Corona Open J-Bay. The West Aussie surfer on an incredible run this year, chasing his third victory in 2022. And he has kicked off with a bang as he looks to really reignite this ride down the line with something exciting. There's a bit of foam on the face though, so it's going to be tricky, but he is sticking with it, just looking for any extra numbers that he can on the inside. It's gotten a little disjointed down the line, but he did do some great work on that outside section. Didn't get that big high impact finish though, Pete.
Yeah, he left a little open there for Ethan. I mean, that was an amazing start to that wave. Such, incredible surfing. One of the first times we've seen an actual attack into the lip, and that's conducive to what we have on offer, that little light breeze on shore. It's allowing them to attack that lip, and exactly what Jack Robinson's doing, a point of difference. We haven't seen that all event long.
Talk about stepping things up. When it counts, Jack Robinson is going to really just obliterate Ethan on the opening exchange, but there's so much time on the clock here. Ethan wanted to get that quick start, Laura, but this one, it just stretched out.
Yeah, this is going to be hurtful for Ethan to turn around and see that Jack Robinson, the second wave of the set when he had priority, was the one to go. But Jack Robinson just laying in here into the lip there, tail throw. Absolutely amazing surfing here by Jack. So much variety. And the way that this wave bowled out so he could slice there, putting so much power into the rail, and a huge big throw tail slash there. Absolutely, wow.
We haven't seen Jack really go to those kind of turns in the event so far.
Yeah,
he's really relied on rails and those tube rides to get his best numbers.
Yeah, and I think again we're talking about a totally different type of conditions than we've had all event long. You got this little light onshore breeze, which allows you to attack the lip. I mean, it's going to give him that opportunity. That wave, all of that surfing was done directly, the most closest portion of the judges' eyes they could see. It was right in front of them. You know, the fact that that back end of that wave was kind of a little bit slow, I don't think it's going to affect the score too much. It feels like it's going to be excellent, and it's going to be a tough start for Ethan.
Jack knew he would have known that he'd have to step things up because, you know, you compare the two surfers, and Ethan is a little bit sharper on the rail and certainly has a little bit more variety with those open face turns as well.
Yeah, Ethan is so clean. The calves he's been doing this event have just been mind-boggling, the way that he can hold them so long. But look at that score for Jack Robinson.
Well, thinking about that women's final, amazing. Lisa Anderson broke through in 96 here, got a victory. Trudy Todd, Melanie Redmond-Carr, Megan Abubo. Then there was 18 years before we got the women back here in Championship Tour events. 2018, Stephanie Gilmore got a win. Carissa Moore in 2019, but our first goofy-footed champ.
First time we've ever had a goofy footer win here, and that just goes to show that this place is very conducive to backhand surfing.
Sure is. Tatiana Weston-Webb. So strong in these bigger conditions. Jack Robinson, what a start to the final, an 8.83.
Yeah, he felt like it was excellent, you know, from the surfing he did on that outside section. Yeah, it's always kind of a letdown as we watch the champ get chaired up the beach.
First goofy-footed champ on the women's side, also the first Brazilian on the women's side to break through for a CT win here at Jeffries.
I am just not surprised, getting carried up there by Felipe. What an absolute moment. This is going to be seared in her memory forever. A win at Jeffreys Bay, added to the list of absolute heroes. Oh, someone goes down.
See how the way it burned.
Absolutely buzzing, and really has just done a great job of getting herself up into that WSL Final 5 now, and she wants another shot at the world title. She got so close last year.
Yeah, moved into third position. She's going to open up that gap too as well, because there's 2,200 extra points over the next placing. So it's almost the biggest gap you can have, as those wins mean so much.
Meanwhile, back in the lineup, let's see if Ethan Ewing can find the big response to the absolute bomb of a number that Jack Robinson put down on the opening ride. Ethan just has to wait a little bit to get back out in front of this wave. Now starts to go to those turns. Love that kick on the tail. You talked about his extension through these top turns, Pete, as he made his way through the semi-finals, but he's got to really connect some big moves through the inside here to turn this into a comparable number to Jack's last ride. There's a monster hit from Ewing.
Oh.
And he's not done with this ride just yet, so really linking the last section of the wave together beautifully after a bit of downtime through the mid portion of the wave.
Crazy stuff, considering where that was on the reef in comparison to Jack Robinson's, but very comparable surfing happening on that inside section. So you feel like maybe it'll be a little lower, but ultimately those two turn combos was sick.
They were absolutely incredible, those two turns. And yeah, like you were saying, the wave, it just didn't look like anything too special in that middle part, but Ethan just sticking with it to just find the moments of magic throughout, and just that, his surfing's just so fun to watch.
Massive opportunity here for Ethan, already taking a big result here, but if he can get the victory, he'll move into third place, jumping ahead of Italo Ferreira. Jack Robinson already clinched and really closing in on Felipe Toledo if he can get the victory.
This is so true, you know, and again, you know, it would be the opportunity for his third win. You know, and that's, again, when I was talking about that 2,200 extra points, the wins have been emphasized. They like, you know, the points are set up so that those wins mean more than anything.
Jack Robinson sizing up his second wave. Went excellent on his first ride. Still waiting on the scores for Ewing as Jack draws off the bottom and gives up on this one, but was really sizing up his options, and it looks like it was a wise decision, Pete. That wave kind of pushing off the reef.
Yeah, there it is right there on your screen. It's pushing off to, you know, but it was way up top of the point. I was thinking to myself, wow, he's getting the one way up there. It's going to maximize the entire wave, but unfortunately that one backed off, and it was a good choice.
Yeah, we touched on it yesterday, you know, and this morning. It's almost instinctual, that read. You sense the energy in that wall and start to predict what it might do down the line. Ethan saw good things at the end of this ride, and that's why he stuck with it.
Yeah, and there's two moments throughout this ride where he had to kind of sit and wait it out. He gets a nice turn here, didn't get the ability to go up and over on that one, And then again, just the carve out in the face. But this is where it steepens up. And there's a couple turns in here that are just incredible. Not that one there, but this one, just this 2-turn combo with the snap into the lip and just accelerate through it on the forehand. Again, it's very difficult to do to get that type of turn, and then the layback snap again where he gets that extension. Cool stuff from Ethan Ewing. That's why he's been so popular here.
Yeah, but not as high a number as what Jack Robinson put up earlier on. It's a 7.17, but here's a slow-mo of that money turn on this ride.
Right up there at the tail, just blown into the lip, attacking the lip. And again, that's so cool because we get the opportunity for these surfers to do that. And then this layback snap too, just an extension with the back foot. He's just literally karate chopping the lip. And then absorbing it really, and that's kind of, you know, that balance of being able to push and then allow the energy to, you know, absorb. That's that timing, that's everything that makes him so special.
Unbelievable stuff. Yeah, Jack Robinson, 3 finals for 3 victories. This is his 4th. Ethan Ewing in his first CT final strider, and really answering back nicely there.
Yeah, some beautiful surfing from Ethan. You know, the type of surfing he's been doing all year. He's just been unlucky in some of his heats where he hasn't gotten the waves to actually perform that. And so when we see him actually get the waves, this is what we're going to see. And it's just that beautiful surfing we're used to from Ethan Ewing. And from Jack, you know, Jack's I don't think he's ever been known as that big carve guy. You know, he's always been known for the tube. He's always been known for the aerial antics, but not for the type of surfing he's doing now. And I really feel like, I don't know, you guys could comment on this, but that he's kind of grown into the surfer he is now on tour this year. Watching him do those big gouges and those carves out here at J-Bay, I feel like he's just maturing as the year goes on. And it's really impressive to watch a guy that kind of learning at that stage and getting better and better and better.
I think you hit the nail right on the head. I think even his rail surfing since, you know, he managed a victory on a right-hand point break. He relied on barrels at times, and the airs, but over there in Mexico last year, his rail turns weren't as clean and as sharp as what they are now. So he's continuing to evolve, the 24-year-old. As we've got Ethan Ewing now using his priority on this one. Good-looking wall standing up. Smooth first carve, up into the pocket again. And just slicing through the face of this wave, staying nice and close to the bowl. Just a linking turn there. Just trying to put it all together and paint a nice picture for the panel as he drives up into this steeper section of the wave now. Again, just arcing off the top, wants to really get some of these more high impact turns done down the line, and there is a sensational layback jam as he kicks out. So we only needed a 1.97 to get into the lead. That's going to be enough. And again, just pacing himself nicely, even with the way that he's getting back out into the ski now.
Well, he's 27 minutes into it and already surfed a couple heats today. So yeah, you can pace yourself. We'll allow that. But man, that was incredible. That one turn, I felt so sorry for that poor wall, J-Bay.
Yeah, I saw you had a physical reaction to it, Pete, gritting your teeth and really feeling that turn.
And I think that the judges will get the same thing. I mean, I think everyone in the audience watching that one, I mean, it was an incredible display of power surfing.
Jack really careful not to interfere there.
Yeah, smart. I mean, because you cross over the front. We saw that earlier with Chris Amore gaining an interference because she kicked out. But, you know, and oh, man, that just beautiful arc. It's so effortless. I mean, he does not work hard for those turns, and all of a sudden they just look so amazing. I mean, and Laura, this inside turn here, I mean, we both felt that one.
Yeah, we were waiting for this wave to wall up. We just knew that he was going to do something really, really special here. Just carving there. It was still a bit fat here, but look at this turn. This is where the money comes up. That huge layback slash, getting so much speed out of it, throwing absolute buckets of spray back to Australia.
felt like I mean, a speed blur. It was that kind of just the water coming off the rail was so quick. And again, the compression. And he goes into these turns, and this is the technique, the extension, all of the stuff that you got to do, and just the twist. I mean, he does have that ability to twist his hips that gives it an accentuation to the maneuver. I mean, this one feels like it's better than the 717. I don't know if it goes quite the 883, but either way, it's going to give him the lead, and it's going to be another number that's probably in the exit range.
Well, look, Jack Robinson would have heard the cheers, so he knows he'll need something here, and he throws the tail. And we haven't seen too much of that risk on that outside. And Jack is really in attack mode. He's surfing on top of that bowl as he now gets away from the pocket to maintain pace with this open wall and glides out through the cut down to set up this hit on the inside. And it's a very explosive turn to finish this ride off And it's going to be another good number for Robinson. We've got a great final on our hands here. The first All-Australian final we've had since Mick Fanning and Julian Wilson in 2015. Obviously, that year we kind of got robbed of the show.
Yeah, we did.
But it was a different kind of show. 2014, we also saw an All-Australian heat. Mick Fanning got the jump on Joel Parkinson there. So this is a big one. I'm sure family and friends of both these competitors are tuned in and watching this one unfold, and both these guys are turning up in a big way.
That was a different brand of surfing that we saw there. I mean, that was basically lip slides and grinds, and you know, that was kind of like pool skating for Jack Robinson. Totally different from the on the face carvy. You know, it's like who's gonna, you know, the judge tower, who's gonna be more attuned to the style of Ethan or the looseness of Jack Robinson.
Yeah, the way that he read this wave was like, we haven't seen this at all this week. Into the lip here, big tail slide, riding backwards to spin that board around. But yeah, just the read on it was just so fun to watch, exciting, but interesting as well.
Well, you had to chase this one here, but you know, the finish move, you know, going all this way and then getting this finish move and attacking the lip again, just drifting the fins. That hadn't been happening all event long, and now we get to see it in this final. And Jack Robinson just adjusting to what the conditions are offering on him. You know, awesome stuff.
The unpredictability of Jack Robinson, he always seems to do something that I'm just not ready for at all.
Yeah, he's really on at the moment. He had such a frantic semi-final heat and did really well to regain his composure. He skipped across the rocks and got himself back out there. And yeah, this is going to be another good score. We're still waiting on a number for Ethan Ewing as well. But Pete, when you're just sort of digesting those rides, seeing those replays, you know, how do you think the fins-free approach of Jack Robinson is going to compare to the really you know, world-class rail turns that Ethan did on the outside?
And it's a subjective, right? I personally am attracted to the Ethan Ewing last wave. It feels like it's just going to be just underneath Jack Robinson's wave that he just had there. It's going to be excellent, which I believe is to be true. Whereas Jack's wave, again, not going to have as much, even though he had the tail release and all that, I just don't know that it keeps with the flow of the ride as much. So the judges might take that into effect.
Well, we're waiting on the numbers to drop now. They're looking pretty good for Jack Robinson. And he really needed a response because Ethan did jump up into the lead, but we're going to see a lead changer again here. Jack getting the number that he needs, a 6.93 to get himself back in front. Jack Robinson holds the lead here in the final of the Corona Open J-Bay. And this has been a super impressive final so far, Luke, and we've still got just over 20 minutes to enjoy.
Wave for wave, Ron. Can't believe it. I think the conditions are going to keep giving these guys some nice canvases for that next 22 minutes. But I'd just like to mention 2 Australians in the top 5. Pretty proud right now. And we've got 4 in the top 10. So, yeah, a little bit of a comeback for the Australians. And these 2 guys have been hopes for us for a while. And, yeah, they're just showing what they've got. And, yeah, I'm just pretty stoked to see 2 Aussies in the final.
Yeah, it's been a tough road too, and this event, you know, has been dominated the past few years by the Brazilian competitors. They've just been so strong out here, and in the earlier rounds we're again kind of setting the pace. But, you know, there had to be an answer. Jack Robinson's been really competitive against those serious title contenders all season, and Ethan Ewing throwing his hat in the ring as well here, but he's got some work to do. He needs an 8.1, and that's one thing that he's kind of struggled to do throughout each of the rounds. Ethan, he's gotten into that high 7-point range, but he's only once gotten into the excellent range and got that 9-point ride, so he's going to have to flare things up with 21.5 minutes to go. You'd expect he would. Right now, though, let's hear from the winner of the Corona Open J-Bay on the women's side, Tatiana Weston-Webb with Rosie Hodge.
Well, our Corona J-Bay Open champion, Tatiana Weston-Webb, unbelievable throughout this event, but it was your commitment on that inside section. Tell us about the tenacity that it takes to really attack J-Bay when it's showing its teeth.
I don't know, just not thinking, I guess, and just going. Yeah, I love surfing my backhand. A lot of people know that, but it's just been a while since I've put everything together and had things really go my way. And I think this event, things just kept going my way, and I just felt really in rhythm and in flow. And man, the whole time I just was having a blast, and I think that's what set me apart.
And self-belief is so important in surfing. You mentioned those highs that you've had this season, the win in Portugal, the win here in J-Bay, but the lows. How do you keep the confidence, the self-belief, and just backing yourself throughout?
But I just put a lot of faith in God, and you know, I trust that the process is for the better and that I'm going to become a better person at the end of the day. And yeah, I'd like to thank my husband, because without him I wouldn't be a better person. Hi, Jesse. And yeah, my family, mom, dad. I love you guys so much. Troy is my brother, and he's basically pushed me to surf big waves my whole life, so this one's for you.
On the back of the ski, you thank the fans, and obviously that's a big part of this, is the people pushing you. A lot of cheers on the beach, but I know you have a lot of Brazilian support. Let's hear it in Portuguese.
Oi, todo mundo no Brasil. Deu nós. Muito, muito obrigada pelo apoio, por acordar cedo, né, todos os dias. E oh, graças a Deus que deu tudo certo. Deus me ajudou bastante nesse final. Na verdade, foi bem perigoso, né, nas pedras, mas graças a Deus que deu tudo certo. E eu tô muito honrada de representar o nosso país lindo.
Congratulations, this is an amazing win.
Thank you, Rosie. And Tati is beaming for good reason. Job done. Got herself into that WSL Final 5. She'll obviously work really hard to elevate her position there and give herself another great shot at a world title over there at Trestles in September at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. But a bit of an exchange unfolding here at the moment in this final. A seesawing battle between Ethan Ewing and Jack Robinson, and Ethan getting this one, Pete, during the interview.
Yeah, this 4 turns right here are solid as they come. Bigger wave, bigger section. This one here just tail taps, keeps that speed flying down the line into another beautiful arc. And then the finish, the big down carve, feels like to me that this is going to be a number that's going to go into his top 2. And if it's above the 7.67, he's going to cut into that lead. Matter of fact, if he gets the 8.1, he takes the lead. Beautiful arc there, pushing hard. Nice and clean, just the top to bottom. There was a couple double pump bottom turns, but oh, some passion. We like it.
Ethan Ewing buzzing after that ride, and Luke Egan, we don't often see that from the Queenslander.
Finally, Ron, finally. Finally some emotion there from Ethan Ewing. He's just such a quiet dude, and the boys were commenting during the week that when he gets a good wave, his claim is the nose blow. He just like holds the nose and pulls his hand away. But finally we saw some emotion from Ethan, and I think that's going to be the score.
Yeah, well, his heart is going to be thumping right now as he waits on these numbers. 18 minutes to go. There's still so much time left in this final here at the Corona Open. J-Bay numbers rolling through for Ethan Ewing. They're going into the 9s, a 9.13. Biggest set wave on the attack on the outside. That big tail drop, floating re-entry, and then into the huge down carve at the end, Pete. And for the second time, he has gone into the 9s now in this contest, and he's really staved his best for the final.
I love this, and the reason why is now we get to see Jack go off, because he's going to have to, right? I mean, he's looking at a 7.98. It's going to be excellent surfing if he's going to be able to turn this heat, but what a beautiful display of surfing. A lot of that was done, again, those big major moves were done right there in that main section of Super Tubes, right in front of the judges.
Ethan Ewing, 23 years of age. He came onto the championship tour back in 2017 and didn't have great success, actually failed to requalify. And I think the time away from the CT actually allowed him to sort of get his confidence up, really work on his surfing. He grew physically a lot, and now he's got a lot more power and starting to really gather some confidence surfing in his first final here, coming off the back of a 9.13, looking to extend by getting rid of that 7.67. Pick this one off under priority and going to work. And he has hammered another solid finish out here. And he is just really feeling it at the moment. The crowd puts their hands together, but don't count out Jack Robinson, patiently waiting out the back with priority for his opportunity to really answer back in a big way.
I like what Ethan was thinking there. You know, that looked like that wave was going to give him some golden opportunities to do some really big lip work, especially at this point in the day. Light on shores, you can just attack that lip, you know, and he has a 7.67 in his scoreline. That to me it feels like not quite enough. You know, it needs to be probably around 17.5 points if he really wants to put this one out of reach for Jack.
Yeah, I did like that he went in that wave, and we saw the nose blow at the end of it. So a little bit of a claim, but a smaller wave here. He just turned around right when he got back out the back and just wanted to just go, I guess, do some bigger, harder turns on a small wave to try push that 767 to be more, to put pressure on Jack Robinson. Really amazing surfing. That is the turn of the wave, but I'm not sure if this will go into the top 2.
Yep, nose blow.
Just on the little walk here, the little track back down to the Rebel Athlete Zone, there's a pack of core locals watching the event unfold, and they've been really paying attention and loving the approach of Ethan Ewing on his road through to this final. I've walked past them a couple of times during his heats, and I just keep hearing them say that, you know, he reads the wave so well, and they love those big rail carves. You think of the great South African competitors that have chased down the big titles here. Geordie Smith has that same approach, able to hold those rail moves from the top of this tall wall right down into the bowl, lose nothing, and then transition into that big vertical hit. And Sean Holmes used to do it too.
Oh, dude, he took it. I was going to say, Sean Holmes, I mean, he was one of those guys that, I mean, and just so good at J-Bay.
Well, the numbers coming through for Ethan Ewing. We'll update you on the situation, but he has the lead at the moment. Jack Robinson trying to chase him down.
Finals day, all Brazilian semi-final for the men.
First finals.
First final.
How are you feeling?
Amazing.
Team Felipe, Team Sammy. I actually want to jump under them with you.
We're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Welcome back to Jeffreys Bay. I had to get amongst it here in the grandstands. The crowds have been going wild. Every time the surfers have been up on their feet, we got lines out there. Ethan Ewing is in the lead at the moment. Guys, can Jack Robinson answer back or send it back to you?
Oh, thank you, Rosie. We think he can. He doesn't need to even get into the excellent range, but he'll want to do it. And he's up at the moment, chasing a 7.98. And Jack Robinson's just really been strong in these kind of moments when his back's against the wall. He has been fighting his way out of trouble and getting through some very tough surfers to earn his place here in this final. And he's not going to back down to the challenge that's been thrown at him from Ethan Ewing. And there is another big finish from Robinson.
This is crazy. Tit for tat.
And the conditions are perfect. It was tricky this morning. There was some bump on the face. There were still those big sets, but it's dropped a little. It's lining up, and these guys are really just expressing themselves the way they want, Pete, and they're able to really attack these end sections.
It's so cool. I mean, what better ending to this? I mean, we had the threat of onshores, but by the way, it's just this light little trickle wind, and it's just made for some perfect little lips for these guys to attack, and they have been doing it, not disappointing whatsoever. What a final.
And this is one of those events with just that incredible list of past winners that everyone wants to really put their name up against. As we see the replay of Jack, he wants to get his name up there. Have a look at this.
It's so good when he's attacking that first section. Had to pump a few times to get around that section, but look at that. Just digs himself. Look at, you know, petted the little kitty to get back in. And it didn't really disrupt the flow. Matter of fact, it looked pretty darn cool because he really let everything into that turn as he finishes this one This is, again, another one of those waves right in front of the judges that you cannot deny the surfing he was doing there. No change for Ethan Ewing with that last wave, the 737, but look at that vertical approach in the lip.
Yeah, it really feels like Jack's been able to identify the waves that have the cleaner face. Ethan's waves have had a bit more texture on them, but look at this. I love the way that he surfed these. So much variety, slashing there.
You know, he's putting it on edge is what he's doing. You know, he's pushing hard right now, knowing, and that's what we knew was going to have to happen, is that Jack was going to have to start pushing super hard, and he does it, you know, and I think he's going to get himself the number here, a 7.98. You know, is this excellent surfing? Sure.
Look at how much he's put into each of these moves. I think they're going to have a really, you know, obviously the panel always looks very closely at just, you know, how much you commit to these turns. That there was some beautiful work from Jack. The big finishes are really helping him, but there was that one hack at the top where he just got stuck for a second. He recovered well, but just I felt like it maybe stalled a bit of his momentum going into that carve. The scores are starting to roll through now, so close. But it feels like it's going to be short stride. It's a 7.47.
Oh, so close, but you could tell that that wasn't it. It's just a bit of there was a lot of drama in the finishing move where he got low and he tried to kind of sell it to the judges, I felt like. But just a touch on the conditions out here. It is blast off. And there's no wind really anywhere now. I mean, it's just pretty much just really smooth, and I've seen some waves coming in, pushing onto the reef and going really hollow through this midsection. So I feel like we're going to see some barrel riding go down. I feel like we're going to see the best surfing of the heat yet to happen, as the canvas has just been pulled even tighter and looking even better.
Well, the bad news is there's only just over 9 minutes to go.
Dang it.
I'd like to put a bit more time on this clock, because both these guys are just so switched on at the moment, both putting up really solid scores. Jack Robinson just falling shy on that last ride, 7.47, but he's got those big finishes. We might have to see a replay of it, but, you know, I think this wave, more than any other, Laura, the judges get, obviously, a really kind of close look at how much flow you've got between your manoeuvres, any hitches, and they're picking up on that, and you know, but punishing surfers sometimes for that loss of connectivity.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that first, you know, pet the kitty, like you were saying, Pete, might have, the judges might have penalised him on that. And there were a few turns that he did throughout the wave that were just sort of kept in the top, you know, third of the wave. And I think, you know, just not being able to utilise the whole entire wave is what maybe kept that score down.
It's amazing to be just picking that apart. The surfing is still, as you said, Peter, you know, it was near excellent, but he needs that kind of number to get himself into the lead. You could see how hard he was pushing on that ride.
He was, and that's where I felt like they may reward that, but ultimately it kind of disrupts the flow when you start doing that kind of pressing and pushing and doing the little extra stuff there, because, yeah, it disrupts the amount of speed that he carried there. He finished the moves, but again, a lot of those maneuvers were done kind of in a little smaller area rather than a big and open, you know, type of maneuvers.
When we had Kelly Slater in here during the semi-finals, you know, he was really picking up on just the perfect placement of Ethan's maneuvers, and just the fact that he had no slip-ups. You know, the only thing that really was missing from taking his scores to that next level was, you know, that moment where he put the ride on the line and really threw something wild at us. He's still got that in the arsenal. He's kind of reserved that throughout the event, and he might bring it in the final stages here. And if Jack Robinson keeps chipping away, I think he can turn this heat and get himself into the start. And Ethan might have to pull that moment out.
Well, the priority with Ethan right now, so it's an important use again towards this back end. You obviously want to see that 7.67 if you're an Ethan Ewing fan, tossed into the bin.
Where does this event fit in, Laura, for you when you think about what we've seen this year? Pipe was incredible, but this has been one of the great J-Bay Opens.
This has been so special, and, you know, my first time here, and I'm mind blown. I'm going to be back over and over again, and yeah, it's just been at the level of surfing, the waves we've had. It's just been a magic few days. You know, full moon. I'm glad no one was surfing last night. It was it was looking very beautiful, but you know, it's just been a really fun week.
Peter, I think when we condense the highlights from this contest and whack it all together, it's going to be some kind of highlight reel. There's been so many amazing turns laid down, and sometimes amazing turns here at Jeffreys Bay don't result in big scores if you don't find that link through to the inside and put it all together. So
yeah. Well,
there's been huge individual moments.
No, there has been. I mean, and ultimately we've seen that the judging gets refined because of that, because we have been rewarding big single moves a lot this year in the exit range and beyond. But that's because we're at beach breaks or we're at a shorter ride or the conditions aren't great, you know, whereas here at perfect J-Bay, you're going to be trying to link together 3, 4 big moves. So there's a lot of room to be able to get excellent numbers. You put 4 gigantic turns, what are you going to do if you've already given away an 8-5 for just a 2-turn combo? So ultimately, you're always going to see that kind of happen. You're going to leave some room up top there because anything can happen at J-Bay.
Jack Robinson, 3 CT event wins. This is, you know, since that event in Mexico, it's 3 wins, 4 finals in 10 contests.
Crazy, huh?
It's been a mad run that he's been on.
He's been like there. Everyone's been talking about the fact that if he can get to the championship tour, what's he going to do when he gets there? The quality waves are going to be so much better, because it was tough for him to actually qualify. It didn't come easy for him. He had to work for it. He had to learn how to get better in waves that weren't as good as this, as world-class waves, which he's been treated to his whole entire life.
As he takes off on the outside at the moment, Ethan Ewing passing this one up. And Jack's had a look at it down the line. He doesn't like what he sees. I think the most impressive thing, and Jack's had his critics, especially with his open face surfing, but when you look at the championship tour schedule, you think Pipe, he's got a great chance. Sunset, you know, there was a good chance coming out of Hawaii he was going to be the world #1. That's how strong he is at those 2 locations, but he didn't get the big results there. Looking down the line, G-Land and Margaret River, we expected him to do well there. He exceeded expectations. He met the expectation and really delivered. But here he is again at Jeffreys Bay, and he's just put it together so beautifully. His first effort at the Corona Open J-Bay, and he's in the final with a chance here with just over 4 minutes to go.
Strategically, this is a big moment for Ethan Ewing. He doesn't get sold on a lemon. He wants to improve on the 7.67. He's going to play some offense. He's going to have to pick that wave that's going to give him excellent numbers in order to keep that pressure on Jack.
Well, he did a good job on that last wave. He let it go, and
ooh, a little
Jack
fake.
Robinson.
He's
going to sneak into this one. How was that? Just gets that little chip shot into this ride. And let's see if he can convert now. Robinson driving up into the lip.
Oh my
so
gosh.
On edge and hangs onto it. Has a lot of speed as he drives up into the pocket again. So the outside work was strong. What will this wave do through the inside? Ethan Ewing passing this one up, giving Jack Robinson the opportunity. And he was sneaky on the entry. As he loads up now, drives into the lip. Wow, does so well to almost hang on to that turn. Tried to force the reverse, and he's going to go down. So just on 3 minutes to go, and Ethan Ewing, he's going to hang on to the lead here.
I think that was super cool because, you know, he literally did. He faked out Ethan Ewing. I mean, he didn't look interested. So all of a sudden, Ethan's like, oh, he's not even going to go for this one? Not going to try and fake me? And he wanted the wave. That's how he did it. He didn't want to just sell that wave. He actually wanted the wave. And so he somehow figured out a way to fake him out. And he did it. He succeeded. Too bad, unfortunately, that wave didn't pan out as good as he would have liked. But, man, pretty cool.
You ever seen anyone do it that well, Laura?
No, that was competitive aggression at its finest. We just missed it there, but the way that he faked Ethan to get this wave and then turned around and paddled into it, I was just thinking, is he going to make Ethan pay? Ethan was watching this whole wave unfold. It looked really nice from the start. It had an amazing taper and wall on it, but unfortunately it just had this section here that shut down, and the double up just didn't work out here. It had this bump in it, and just didn't make it very easy for Jack to be able to get anything critical here. Decided to go to the air, but unfortunately just couldn't. Almost spun it around.
Yeah, well, not enough pop there.
Really on-edge combo on the outside. I mean, he made the most of that outer section. Here it is again.
Oh, man. I mean, it was literally, he just played possum, sat there for a second, and then just stuck the tail in and got the little squirt paddle into it. Just all of a sudden, Ethan's like, whoa, wait. He didn't even have time to react.
Holding his nerve nicely, though, isn't he, Ethan? Because there's a chance, too, that he takes that ride, doesn't improve on the 7.67, and potentially, you know, a big ride rolls through, a big set, and Jack gets a shot with Ethan not even in the lineup. So it's working out so far.
It is, you know, and again, he didn't really want that wave because he didn't see the potential there. So obviously, he just didn't have to think about trying to block Jack at all. And then Jack just snuck right into it.
Laura, you surfed a championship tour final. What's it like in this situation when you can almost, you're so close to the title, to the trophy?
Yeah. Well, it's hard, but you know, I was very close like Ethan, and Stephanie Gilmore stole it from me, so hopefully Ethan can hang on this time. But he's got to be smart now. A minute to go, I'm sure he's going to just zoom right in and try to stick by Jack Robinson, be his best friend, paint his toenails, give him a foot massage.
As amazing and entertaining as this final has been, I'm so disappointed that it's coming to an end. 50 seconds to go here. Ethan Ewing in his first final and potentially about to shut it down. He answered back in a big way. Jack Robinson set the pace early on. Ethan Ewing, though, answered with the big 9-1-3. And with 30 seconds to go, there's not a whole lot of set wave action on the horizon.
Yeah, this is good stuff for all those Ethan Ewing fans. He is just 20 seconds away from his first championship tour win. And it's going to be well-deserved because he has been one of the standouts this entire event.
10 p.m. on a Saturday night at home in Queensland. I'm sure there's going to be some party people, so everyone tuning in. This is what a moment for Ethan Ewing.
Absolutely massive. Yeah, a few people not turning up to work on Monday morning, especially on Stradbroke. Ethan Ewing is going to break through and get his first championship tour win here at stop number 9, the Corona Open J-Bay. And what a final it was. Have a look at the numbers for these two competitors. Jack Robinson refused to give up. Pete, he had excellent scores of his own, but Ethan Ewing has gotten the job done with that beautiful, elegant approach and that incredible variety on the forehand.
It was so cool to watch and such an impressive win. And again, being pressed. This is how surfing grows. This is how the performances grow, is when you have surfers like this pushing each other in such a beautiful setting with J-Bay walls. I mean, incredible stuff.
This is the future right here. This is some, you know, the next generation of icons to come through. I feel like we're going to see these two making finals for years to come.
I think it's the next generation of challengers. There is still those dominant title contender forces that these two are going to try and overcome, but you know, they've got some work to do. The consistency with which the wins are coming for the Brazilian surfers, you know, it's going to be hard to stop, and they are used to winning. It's familiar to them. And Ethan Ewing is going to take a lot of confidence out of it. And we saw what it did for Jack Robinson last year, Pete.
It sure did. You know, that win, you know, has now catapulted Jack Robinson into the top of the rankings. And now Ethan Ewing is going to make that move in a big way. With this win, he's going to put himself well and truly in that Final 5 picture. And we could see it now. I mean, it's going to come down to what he can do at Tahiti to keep his spot there.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing's had some pretty strong rides and big performances over there in Tahiti as well. But Jack Robinson certainly probably going to go into that contest as the event favourite, especially without John Florence maybe in the draw, and Gabriel Medina possibly missing that contest as well.
Yeah, and we haven't really gotten an update on how Italo is feeling either, because he did have that injury that he sustained earlier today.
You think about the former winners at this venue, and you know, you just felt like Ethan Ewing surfing suited this place. I mean, Mick Fanning, Kelly Slater, Geordie Smith, Taj Burrow, all Felipe Toledo, all incredible regular footers with great variation but amazing flow as well.
That's true, you know, and we've been talking about the amazing flow that Ethan has carried to, and he brought it to J-Bay and did it in a way that got the win. I mean, especially since the conditions changed. You know, he felt like his brand of surfing was going to be really good in those offshore stuff, so being able to adjust and start getting more aggressive in the lip on this finals day, he has done that, and that 913 was the secret.
Let's see how he's feeling. We'll throw it down to Strata.
Thank you, Ronnie. Yeah, well, Ethan Ewing, E-double, easy E. You are Open J-Bay champion, Brand. Congratulations. Welcome to the history books.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I've been so inspired by the young guys this year, like Jack and Griffin getting wins, and I didn't think it's weird when you haven't got a win yet. It's like kind of putting pressure on yourself, but it feels so good.
You're number 3 in the world now as well. You jumped up above Italo in the ratings. It's got to feel amazing.
Yeah, it's been such a good year. I feel like my first year on tour, I just got so smoked, and then last year was kind of a warm-up, but I feel like this year I'm really kind of showing my surfing and feeling comfortable. So.
And what about J-Bay? I mean, we've seen your surfing, your brand of surfing is amazing. Just because of waves, and now you had the waves and you showed the world.
Yeah, I still feel like I had a lot left in the tank. I was just really tired though, but yeah, this event's like one of the dream events to win. So I just want to say a big thank you to my dad and all my friends back home, my 2 brothers, everyone who's supported me, and yeah, we did it. We did it.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Ethan Ewing absolutely buzzing, and so he should be. His mum won bells in 1983, Helen Lambert. Ethan breaking through for a championship tour win here at the Corona Open J-Bay, and you could feel the emotion. He's a pretty quiet, soft-spoken kid, Pete, but he had some big emotion and some outbursts during that final.
Oh, as it should be. You know, you said sometimes those mean that it's pure, right? It's not fabricated, looking for scores, trying to get, you know, the judges' approval. It was straight up pure adrenaline and excitement, because that was the 9-point ride, and it turned the heat for him. It gave him the momentum, gave the lead, and wow, what a performance.
Laura, just thinking about Jack Robinson, what a difficult guy to overcome. Even when you know you've done great surfing, you've put up those big numbers, we've seen it right through this contest. He has the ability just to find his sections and to still deliver, and he's done it again here. And Jack just looking so good to hang on to that #2 spot, even take the #1 position going into the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Yeah, Jack just never ceases to amaze us all. You know, he's the buzzer beater, dialer bomb, just makes something out of nothing, and it's just, you know, he's been the magician this year, just pulling out everything and, you know, just exciting us all. So I mean, for Ethan to overcome him, and Ethan just saying that he's been so inspired by watching Jack Robinson and his performances this year. So, but wow, for Ethan Ewing, the biggest moment of his career, just the beginning. The first time he came here, he came away with a 25th, and now the winner of the Corona Open J-Bay.
There he is, your champion. And Pete, you get the feeling that this is the start of a very special relationship between a wave and a surfer.
Well, the floodgates are open, and I hope it's actually a winning formula for him. Now the belief is going to be there. I mean, we talked about his ability, his talent, all of those things. His surfing, brand of surfing has been right here catered toward the championship tour. It just hasn't really him believing in himself. Now he can look in the mirror and say, hey, I've won a J-Bay, and I did it in fine fashion against Jack Robinson, against a bunch of great surfers. So congratulations to him.
Just an excellent final, excellent numbers, unbelievable performances, and a very worthy champion here. And I think that a lot of people can enjoy it. Chatting to Chris Gallagher over there at G-Land, he said that a lot of people come to him and show him footage of Ethan Ewing and say, can you make me surf like this guy? He's just, he's so easy on the eye, but, you know, also super explosive, Pete. I think that's what makes him so magic to watch.
I mean, there's a lot of flowy surfers, you know, over the years, but he brings a little bit of extra speed, a little extra flair there, and it's just something that's just very subtle, but very distinct, right? It's not something you can just go, okay, what is it that he's exactly doing that seems so much different than the other surfers in the water? And it's just something, there's a little bit extra, and I don't know exactly what it is. I try to analyze it, try to figure it out, but it definitely is there. It's very obvious when you watch.
Throughout his championship tour career, he's leaned into the knowledge and experience of Tom Whitaker, but also working with some locals here.
Good. I think that's the one thing that I mean, Carissa Moore has brought to the table. Is the fact is, it's great to have that one relationship with that coach you can always go to, but ultimately to tap into all the knowledge that's out there is so good. And it seems like he's been working that. You know, he just puts good people around himself, so he feels comfortable to compete in that type of an atmosphere. Being that he is a little more of a shyer guy, you obviously want to have the best people around him. And look, I mean, there's Seth. You know, there's the young guys there, Crosby. All those guys are down there to celebrate. That's awesome.
Yeah, Seth, Griffin, and Ethan are going to be staying in J-Bay to film a trilogy movie 2.0. So the three of them, you know, just next generation for Billabong there. So pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, that's huge. And I think, you know, there's always a great turnout for anyone when they get a championship tour win, but their first one in particular, everyone's very aware of it. And he's a popular guy on the championship tour, as I mentioned before. Super quiet, kind of keeps to himself, but
and he's not
really
one to be like that kind of die-hard competitor, right? He just wants to serve. You know, he's not going to really be like battling super hard for that inside or doing, you know, kind of tricky moves to get waves. It's just like he's just like, oh well, it's going to be meant to be. This wave's going to be for me, and this one paid off for him in a big way. I mean, Jack definitely. I mean, you could have seen that work for him. That wave could have loaded up the entire inside and gotten the 80 needed.
Ethan Ewing, the 2022 Corona Open J-Bay winner, getting the jump on Jack Robinson in a mind-blowing final. And, you know, he's had to really digest some tough results through the year. Bells in particular, you know, it just felt like he had a lot of momentum in that event. Was kind of let down by the conditions, taking nothing away from the incredible Felipe Toledo, who well and truly deserved that Bells title. But yeah, this is great. It just felt like at some point he was going to break through, and Jeffreys Bay is probably the location that we thought it would happen.
Yeah, even speaking to him after Margaret River, his third place of the year there, him and his dad were just saying it's so close, but just they hadn't cracked through to the final yet. But Ethan, to make his first ever final here at J-Bay and take the win, this will be sizzled in his memory for the rest of his life.
It sure will be. I'm sure it's going to be sizzled in everyone's memory. This event has been unbelievable. 3 incredible days of surf, amazing performances from the world's best, and a whole lot to talk about on the Corona Post Show, which is coming up next.
Yeah, I wish it wasn't over, but you know, the competition part of it, but get to review it all right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Of course, so much movement on the leaderboard too, and the race for the WSL Final 5 is well and truly on, and there's only really going to be a couple of positions realistically on both the men's and women's side, and we're going to be having a big talk about that. But the crowd really appreciating the performance of this young Australian as he makes his way up the stairs towards the Red Bull athlete zone here.
Yeah, with that, I mean, this win, again, he's going to, there's going to be a little bit of a spread between 1, 2, and 3. I mean, Jack's going to gain some points on Felipe. Felipe had a big lead, you know, and in this win, again, that extra 2,200 points to Ethan, you know, it feels like 1, 2, and 3 are going to be kind of a little bit of a separation there. I'll take a look at the points later, but yeah, you're right. I think there's probably going to only be in Tahiti 2 real spots left.
Well done, Liz.
A really special moment here for Ethan Ewing, Tatiana Weston-Webb winning the Corona Open J-Bay for the women. We've got so much to talk about. Stay with us. Up next, it's the Corona Post Show.
Having this vision, either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the a mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my fish, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
Welcome to the Corona Post Show. What a day, what an event, and what a classic result. Amazing finishes there for Ethan Ewing and also Tatiana Weston-Webb. Pete, your thoughts on what's unfolded the last 3 days? Are you all right?
I am okay, being that we have just gone through 3 days of perfect J-Bay and we're finishing up, and we finished in awesome conditions. I mean, what better kind of event than you can have from day one, actually, I guess, second day of the waiting period. But once we got rolling, it was just non-stop action all the way to the end, and finally can take a breath.
From the opening rounds, Laura, we saw very exciting surfing right through to crowning our champions.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of the condensed format, you know, with this one swell, we got the whole competition done in these 3 days, and what, you know, what a huge 3 days, but incredible viewing, and just what surfing we've seen. It's been, whew.
We got so much to break down. It's going to be a lot of fun. We got the call bright and early this morning, and we got competition underway with the quarterfinals for the men. Move straight into the semi-finals before crowning our champs this afternoon in dream conditions here at Jeffreys Bay. If you missed any of it, here's what unfolded in a jam-packed day of action. It was unbelievable. Tatiana Weston-Webb up against Tyler Wright in the final. So much on the line for Tatiana, who pushed hard to get herself into the final five. And she'll really look to confirm that position over there in Tahiti. But it's a big charge too for Tyler Wright, who came into this event in 10th spot. Is going to be charging up the ladder as well. But this is a big one for Tatiana, breaking through for her second victory this season. She had some slip-ups at different stages, but she would not be denied here at Jeffreys Bay. Just such a strong performance from her as we have a look at the results from the quarterfinals on to that epic clash. And the return of Tyler Wright getting her first opportunity here at Jeffreys Bay and proving that she's going to be a threat moving into this contest in the years to come. But Tatiana Weston-Webb, what a fantastic result. On the men's side, Ethan Ewing, he looks so sharp from the opening rounds of competition. Really had some beautiful moments, some great classic lines here at Jeffreys Bay. Came up against a guy that's been on fire in 2022, Jack Robinson, with a couple of victories already. Ethan Ewing getting into his first championship tour final and giving us surfing like this. So much variation, so much style, as I said before, and really just cut some deep tracks into these long walls. It's a huge moment for him, a massive confidence builder. He was inside the final five coming into this contest, but he's gone a long way to solidify his position, moving all the way to third position in the WSL Final Five, heading into the final stop of the regular season. Here's what unfolded from the quarterfinals. As you can see, big performances from surfers outside the final five to elevate their position on the ladder. But ultimately, Jack Robinson really locking in a great result once again and locking down that second spot. And in Tahiti, he'll have a shot. But Ethan Ewing, that was a monstrous performance. Kanoa Igarashi came into this event in 6th position. And this was an important heat for him. Italo Ferreira in the final five coming into this contest. And Kanoa held on. Showed great determination in the final stages, and again just seems to be tapping into that pinpoint timing that's seen him take a championship tour win in the past. And he'll be super inspired and really locking in on a huge result in Tahiti to give himself a title shot potentially at Trestles in September at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Concerns for Italo Ferreira. An injury at the end of the heat, came into contact with his equipment, so we'll keep eyes on him. Stay tuned to WorldSurfLeague.com for updates on that. Jack Robinson, what a magic performance in this contest. Came into this event wanting to lock in his position in the WSL Final Five, and he has done it. And he had a beautiful read on the location. Such a good tube rider, but what really impressed everyone here this year was the rail turns from the surfer from Western Australia. A really interesting semi-final clash between Carissa Moore and Tatiana Weston-Webb, and just an uncharacteristic brain fade here from Carissa. Crossed the path of Tatiana, and that is a priority interference, so she lost her second score, and from there Tatiana got the job done and got herself into a position to take this event out, which she ultimately did. And now she is charging up the leaderboard and getting herself right up to the top end, moving into 3rd position. What a dominant performance from the Brazilian, breaking through as the first goofy footer to get a victory here at Jeffreys Bay too. And she was absolutely buzzing with the result. When we have a look at the men's rankings at the moment, there has been some movement here as well. Ethan Ewing jumping ahead of Italo. Callum Robson moved a little bit closer to that final 5 picture. And Kanoa Igarashi is knocking on the door of that top 5 as well. But it is going to be a really interesting event now. Have a look at the point spread between Felipe Toledo and Jack Robinson up at the top end. As you can see, not a whole lot separating these competitors. Check out worldsurfleague.com for all the news, all the big action coming your way, and obviously some amazing highlights from a great year at Jeffreys Bay. Well, let's get into it because we have a lot of stuff to break down here, Peter. It's just been a remarkable 3 days, non-stop action. I don't think we've seen this kind of consistency at Jeffreys Bay before. Usually you have competitors sitting out there, sometimes waiting more than half a heat to get their opening rides, but they had plenty of options to lock in big numbers. It was the perfect storm. It really was. It had a lot of activity. It was a broad storm, which gave a lot of waves, very much high in consistency, even from the first day of competition all the way through to right now in the final. Lots of opportunity, maybe too much opportunity for all these surfers. Now, there's never such thing as too much opportunity, but I'll tell you what, it was that's what made for an exciting event. We had the overlapping heat format that came in on the biggest day. We mowed through some heats and tons of action. I love that. The overlapping day was huge. There was so much unfolding today. It was nice just to sit back, let those big storylines play out and find some very worthy champions. And it's time to crown them now. We're going to throw it down to the presentation with Paul Evans.
Thank you, Ron, and a very warm welcome to everybody to the prize giving for the Corona Open J-Bay 2022 presentation. Before we get this underway, we would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather, the Sand people and their descendants. We recognize their continuing connection to the land and waters and thank them for protecting this coastline and its ecosystems since time immemorial. May we all find ways to walk gently and compassionately on these ancient lands and come to a place where every child ever born is respected, valued, and has a strong sense of belonging. We are also deeply grateful for all our partners who joined us to lead environmental and social impact efforts here at Jeffreys Bay, J-Bay Surf Alliance, Sentinel Ocean Alliance. Once again, a very warm welcome to the awards presentation for the Corona Open J-Bay, the 9th stop on the 2022 World Surf League Championship Tour. What an unbelievable stop it's been. When the schedule comes out, I'm sure you, like me, look at certain events, and J-Bay just leapt out of this year's schedule. It's been 3 years away, 3 years too long, and we've come back in fine style. The energy on site has been incredible, and a lot of that is down to you guys. The support here has been unbelievable. So our first round of applause is for all our spectators here at Jeffreys Bay for helping make this event incredible. Unbelievable conditions as well, delivered to us through a pumping swell. Pretty much flawless conditions 3 days in a row. It's been absolutely epic to behold, and the performances in the water, unbelievable. We talk about some things in surf being timeless. We like to think this wave right here being timeless, but surfing is ever relentless in its progression, and I think we've seen that standard of surfing just ratchet up a notch here. Unbelievable performances from all of our surfers. It's time to thank our partners, our title partner, Corona. Thank you to our event partners, Juja Municipality, Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency. Rosie gave me a little coaching. South Africa Tourism, Pura Vida, Red Bull, Oakley, Hydrofast and Expedia. Special thank you to the local community here in Jeffreys Bay for sharing your wave with us. Thank you to Mayor of Juja Municipality, Horatio Hendricks, and thank you, Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism. To help us award the trophies here on stage, got an esteemed panel of dignitaries. Let's welcome Graham Stapleberg, WSL Africa General Manager. Round of applause for G. Renato Hickel, WSL Director of Tours and Competition. And a lady next to me, you might not need much of an introduction, Sharon Kruk, community icon responsible for putting the first pro surfing event here at Super Tubes. A very warm round of applause. Should we get into it? All right, let's welcome up to open up the prize giving, a man who's had an unbelievable year this year on tour. Got 2 event wins back-to-back, one over in Western Australia. The return to G-Land, got a win there too, and he's been unbelievable all week here at Jeffreys Bay. Electrifying performances, a bit of drama too, running up the rocks. Don't know if any of you guys have ever seen anyone run that fast on these rocks. Let's have a very warm welcome to the stage, your runner-up for the men, Jack Robinson. Well done, mate. Quick word, Jack. An epic performance from you, culminating in a final. Obviously, you would have loved to go all the way for a win, but what a final. We got a massive number with the 883. A lot happened, some incredible surfing for me. Your take on, or return for Jay, but first time competing here for you.
Yeah, it felt good to be back in South Africa. Yeah, finally happy just to be here for a few days, and I felt a good feeling as soon as I got here. Just felt good. It felt like Western Australia. It's like we broke off 1,000 years ago maybe, but same thing, you know. But yeah, really good event. It's a marathon, and good job to Ethan. Surfing an incredible all event. Yeah, I knew it was him or a couple guys that were going to go all the way, but yeah, it was a really good event.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Robinson, your runner-up. Meanwhile, it's time to welcome our winner's runner-up to the stage. A lady, 2 world titles behind her, and she's been very honest about some of the struggles she's had recently. We're stoked to see her back. We're stoked to see her surfing unbelievably well, throwing good numbers. Ultimately, didn't quite get there in the final, but another amazing performance. Welcome to the stage. Make some noise, Tyler Wright. Well, Tyler, a really close fought final between you and Tati. Some huge numbers going down in pretty much epic conditions here at J-Bay. Obviously, again, you would have loved to go for the win, but runner-up pretty decent at an iconic spot like this, absolutely firing.
Yeah, runner-up is, you know, it's a lot of hard work that went into that. So, and Tatiana was clearly, for me, the standout of the event. She put so much hard work in, had so many great 9-point rides this entire event. So, you know, I knew I had my work cut out for me, but honestly, a second from where I started the week to where I ended up is huge improvements, and it's honestly just amazing to surf my first event here.
Let's hear it for Tyler Wright. Well, that leaves us with just a couple of orders of business remaining. We're going to welcome someone to the stage who we haven't seen surf here before in competition, but we thought about his style of surfing and what his strengths are and what he can do and what could be possible at a wave like this when it's absolutely firing, and we've seen those two forces of nature really come together, electrifying. A very warm round of applause for your champion for the men, Ethan Ewing. Ethan, mate, a couple of semi-finals, 3 of them for you this year on tour. A first win here, and not just any win, at J-Bay, one of the iconic spots in global surfing and absolutely pumping waves. Getting a 9 in the final as well, a great final with Jack. Your thoughts on that final?
Yeah, I've been so inspired by Jack this year. He's had a really incredible year, getting wins, and I hadn't had a win yet, and I was just coming here, I just didn't put any pressure on myself, and yeah, Jack started off so well with the 8, and I kind of just tried to keep my composure, and yeah, it feels incredible.
And mate, getting that first win, you think you can go, where can you go from here? The sky's the limit, right?
Yeah, going to Chopes next. I haven't spent too much time there, but yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the year.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion for the men, Ethan Ewing! Well, we've been chatting amongst the commentary team. One of the subjects has been the challenges of surfing this wave on your backhand. There's been some greats down the years, but generally speaking, it's the surfers facing the wall who've been able to make the best of it. Someone decided to flip that script this week. She absolutely attacked this place. Fearless performance in clutch situations. A very, very worthy champion for the women, Tatiana Weston-Webb. Congratulations, get a quick word with you. What an event this has been, unbelievable. The conditions that we've been blessed with, just relentless in the final. Some massive numbers coming from you. You got a great start and you never look back from there.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to everyone that came down to support us. It was so beautiful to have all you guys on the beach after 3 years of not having competition here. So thank you. And then as well as just to have perfect waves for the event. You know, thanks to the locals that gave up their lineup for a week for us. It was just phenomenal. And yeah, I'd like to thank Greg Browning, who's been here with me, supporting me and not sleeping at all. And then Ross Williams, my coach. And then, yeah, this one was dedicated to my brother, Troy, because he's really fearless. And I just try to take after him and not be scared of big sections.
Jumping up into the top 5 with this result here. Just Tahiti yet to come. That's a place a lot of people got high expectations for you. You must be relishing that challenge.
I'm really excited for Chopu, but right now I'm just living in the moment here at J-Bay. So thank you everyone for all the support. I love you guys.
Let's hear it for your women's champion, Tatiana Weston-Webb. Well, that's going to wrap things up from our presentation. Barring one important moment, what have we got to do to get a Corona shower around here? Can we get some Coronas going? I think we need a little bit of moisture on stage. Your champions and your finalists. Thanks once again, you guys. Another massive round of applause. Please make some noise.
Great job there, Paul, and a fantastic moment. Our champions are crowned here at the Corona Open J-Bay. I like that. Need to get a bit of moisture on stage, and they are going to relish this celebration. As Tatiana Weston-Webb said, it's about being in the moment now. That was a monumental event, one for the history books, and very deserving champions. And we're going to have a look at their road through to the final. There they are on screen, lapping up this moment. And it's a very special one.
Getting the selfie with all the finalists. I love it. Yeah, Tati has been, again, I think that she was a standout performer. Tyler had nailed it on the head about, you know, just so determined to make it through each and every heat, doing everything she needed to do in order to turn it. And then the final, you know, saved the best for last.
Well, yesterday in the bigger conditions, no one really attacked the end sections like Tatiana Weston-Webb did. And I think that was the big confidence builder that she could go on and dominate finals day, and she certainly did it. And you know, she did get the benefit of Carissa's mistake with that priority. We're going to no doubt have a closer look at it, but thinking about the road to the final for Ethan Ewing, you know, it wasn't an easy one, Pete, and there was surfers putting up bigger individual scores, but he continued to just post like high range 7s on his road through to that victory.
Consistency, you know, and he was able to do it each and every time. And you know, again, we're talking about some of the best J-Bay that we've ever had for an event. You know, consistently, we've seen days come together, but not 3 consecutive days where we had just optimum conditions as far as the winds go. I mean, literally, I'm looking over my shoulder now, and it's gone straight on shore. It's choppy on the face. We were able to finish in beautiful conditions. So this one was just mapped out perfectly.
There was some trickier surf for the competitors in the quarterfinals, though, Laura. There was a bit of texture on the surface, but once things cleaned up, I felt like Ethan's chances maybe even improved.
Yeah, this morning was hard when we woke up. There was a lot of water moving and the swell was just pulsing through. But yeah, Ethan Ewing, he's just shown glimpses and over and over again what he's able to do. His timing so impeccable, the way he can place his board in the pocket and keep his calves so unrailed. It's just, yeah, it's just really incredible to watch. So I think seeing Ethan Ewing come alive here has been a very special thing.
Well, he did get the 9 in that semifinal, and then all of a sudden he was like, oh, I can do 9s? Okay, cool. It just opened up the door for him.
It sure did, but it was Jack Robinson who really, I think, threw the gauntlet down in the opening stages of the final, getting himself an excellent score and almost changing up his approach.
Yeah, well, and the conditions asked for it, and I think that that's something that you have to do as a surfer, as a professional surfer, as the conditions can change, you know, within your heat, so you got to be able to adapt to it.
Yeah, Jack Robinson, him adapting this year to every condition and always being in the fight till the very end of every heat. You can never count him out, but this was the wave that took Ethan Ewing into the lead, and what a wave it was. It was a hard wave to surf, but he just did exactly what he needed to do it.
Yeah, big turns like that. Just climbed up into the bowl, and, you know, the thing with Ethan, Pete, is that there was no glitches in his flow between his manoeuvres. I feel like that's where he maybe found just that slight edge over Jack in the final.
Yeah, and this was actually, I think, Laura's the way you thought it was. It's the 9 right here,
Yeah,
and that's where it turned it, gave him the lead, and he didn't relinquish it. I mean, there were some chances at the end for Jack, but I mean, these 2 vital turns on this bigger set wave, that's where it was the difference.
Laura, it felt like the whole event, the judges really reserved the big numbers, the 9-point rides for the surfers that got on the big set waves and let go of those huge turns that really did see the surfers traverse from the top of the wall right down into the bowl. So I think that's where Ethan found the edge with the 9.13.
Yeah, I agree, Ronnie. I think, you know, throughout this event, and especially today, the smaller waves were the waves running along the point with more top to bottom, you know, just with more top to bottom on them, and then the sets were quite fat. So I think for Ethan to find a set that was top to bottom, that's where the difference was and why he got up into the 9-point range.
Tatiana Weston-Webb had a huge goal, Pete, coming into this event in 6th position on the leaderboard, and she wanted to get herself up into that WSL Final 5, and we're going to have a look at her road through to the final. Didn't drop a heat, made that opening round count, and made the jump directly into the quarters.
Well, it makes it a little easier, but it's one less heat in the waters of J-Bay. Well, but she has been able to be on the bigger set waves. You had mentioned how she was the one on the bigger day to be able to capitalize on those bigger sections. The quarterfinals for the women actually ran yesterday, so they were able to have that finals quarterfinal in the bigger conditions.
Yeah, I think yesterday it was Tatiana and Steph that really shone through in the bigger conditions. But, you know, I think it's fair to say that Tatiana eyed off the most critical part of these tall walls, maybe better than anyone. And that's why she really did get the big numbers and the confidence to go on with the job today.
Yeah, it really felt like Tatiana took a lot of inspiration from, you know, the boys like Italo, Gabby, what they've been able to do on their backhand here in the last few years. And this was the moment in the semi-final against Carissa Moore, the interference. You know, not a high-scoring semi-final at all for Tatiana, but all she needed to do was get over 10 points, and she made, you know, it impossible for Carissa to get through.
Yeah, it took her a while to get there.
Yeah.
And that must have been a scary moment for her.
I mean, that's the thing, is that, you know, all of a sudden it affects both surfers, you know. Obviously, Tati doesn't want to win that way, and then all of a sudden you're like struggling in your head to find 10 points, which can be a challenge. She was able to do it, you know, and it put the lights out. I mean, ultimately, you get one whole wave taken away. It's a definite disadvantage.
Just the way that the semi-finals played out, it felt like Tyler Wright had a fantastic opportunity here, but, you know, Tatiana's making a real point of just shutting down finals with big performances, holds her nerve, doesn't get overwhelmed by the occasion anymore. She's starting to rack up the victories pretty consistently.
Yeah, for Tatiana to reset after that semi-final and just go out into the final and drop an 8-point, I think it was 7.93 straight away. This was her first wave of the heat, and that last one was the 9-point ride, which was, you know, just shut the door for Tyler Wright. She needed a 9.33 in the end. So Tatiana just finding these huge top to bottom committed turns. It's just absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, that first exchange, I mean, Tyler had the 7.5, and then it was 7.93 to Tati. So a very first even exchange, but that's when the 9 came in, and that put it almost out of reach for Tyler.
Yeah, right. And just on Tyler for a moment, you know, you think about last year, she got to 6th position, was only just missed the finals, and she did skip an event. So she's missed a few. She's making her charge late, but the big mover here at the Corona Open J-Bay was Tatiana Weston-Webb, getting herself well into the WSL Final 5 at the moment. And there are the champs, the finalists on screen at the moment. And there are the scores. Super impressive in both finals.
Yeah, 17.50, another excellent heat for Weston-Webb, right there, 8.7 and a 7.5. I mean, so both finals, you know, excellent numbers getting placed out there, so it was exciting, and we love that. It was 40 minutes of just pure bliss.
Well, we still got so much more to talk about here at the Corona Open. J-Bay, stay with us. This is the post-show, and we've still got to have a look at some other big stories that unfolded here this year. Welcome back to the Corona Post Show. You can look forward to the Tahiti Pro, which will kick off in August. Looking forward to watching it all unfold, that final leg in the race for the WSL Final 5. And it's going to be intense because some of those places are being solidified by some competitors. Ewing moving up into third position now. Pretty impressive performance from him.
That and Tatiana Weston-Webb moving into third place, but it's still very open, especially on the women's side. I was just looking at the numbers here. It's pretty tight. I mean, you still got a lot of shuffling that could happen. I mean, Tatiana went up to 42,000 points, but then at 41,000 some change for Steph. You know, Brisa is right there in the top 5 as well, but then behind that, you got Lakey Peterson just not very far behind, less than 1,000 points. Tyler Wright all the way up to 7th with 36,000 points. So going into Tahiti, still a lot can happen.
Yeah, let's have a look back at one of the big performers in Tahiti over the years, the most winning surfer over there, Kelly Slater. Got a victory in 2016, Pete. Just incredible in barreling waves. He proved again that he is the man to beat this year at stop number 1.
Yeah, and I would imagine that we'll hopefully the swell forecast is there, so we get to see Kelly once again. Ultimately, I think he's planning on going to Tahiti. Even if it's just mediocre Tahiti, he still could win that event, you know, and he's one of the best barrel riders in the business. Still, even at a bit older now, he has been able to produce big numbers. We saw it win at the Pipe Masters again. Amazing performance there this season. And maybe bookends the season with a pair of wins. Never know.
He's certainly capable. Just brilliant performances that he's had out there. And for the first time, we are going to see the women tackling Tahiti in a number of years. It used to be on the schedule, but I just think we can expect a really committed performance from the women there. I know Stephanie Gilmore, Caroline Marks are going to get there nice and early and get some sessions in. But there is a look at the schedule. Just one more event to come. And then we've got the Rip Curl WSL Finals to look forward to in September.
Man, oh man. I mean, what a schedule. You know, finally, I mean, it was a little tough, those last couple events with not the greatest conditions in the world, but made up big time here.
Super compressed too. It's been a really hectic run for the competitors and staff, but it's been great to reach this point in the season. There is a bit of breathing room now between this event, Jeffreys Bay, and the next stop in Tahiti. But let's have a look at the final 5 picture heading into that final event, and we'll have a look at who we think can make that charge or hold on to that position. But we've got 4 surfers that have clinched now. Ethan Ewing's got to be getting close here too, Pete.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can see just the 3, 4, and 5 are separated by just 3,000 points, and then right behind that we saw that Kanoa Igarashi, he was able to close the gap a little bit on that final 5 picture because he's right there as well. And again, behind Brisa, there's Lakey Peterson's right there. You also have Tyler Wright, so there's a lot of shuffling, like I said, that could happen.
And the big shift in the women's side was, Lakey was at number 3 coming into this event, and she shifted down all the way out of the top 5 into number 6. So that was, for Stephanie Gilmore, Brisa Hennessy, and Lakey Peterson, watching Tatiana make that jump from 6 up to 3 today would have been pretty tough, but Tatiana don't care about that.
Don't care. I like it. That was an amazing just picture there. Tatiana making the move in. The men's final 5 remains the same, but Kanoa Igarashi really close there in 6th position.
Yeah, just he closed that gap is what he did. There was a little shift inside of that as well, but he's at 35,525. We saw that Griffin was at 36.8. So again, just looks like just one heat separating those two.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let's dive into the final top 5 moments, I should say, from what has been an epic 3 days of competition here at the Corona Open J-Bay. Here they are, the top 5. And let's kick it off. South Africa. They had 4 surfers to cheer on in the men's event, and they put up some big numbers. And Maddie McGilvray, one of the highest scoring surfers of the contest, Laura.
Maddie McGilvray was one of my picks to win this, and that heat that he had against Ethan Ewing yesterday was just, they were going back to back. It was perfect J-Bay. The surfing he was doing this event right out of the gates when he won his first round was just impeccable. And same with the wild cards. Luke Thompson here.
He was amazing, wasn't he?
Just incredible. He's 18 years old, surfing as like he's been on tour for a long time. And Josiah,
gotta love it, right? Very much the crowd favorite. I think of all these 4 South Africans, Jose had the most influence in the crowd. They loved him. But Jordy, I think he's the king. He's always been one of the most crowd favorites here at J-Bay specifically, and I think today he would have liked his chances. But unfortunately, that's quarterfinal didn't really work out for him.
Yeah, you've got to surf it in all conditions to get that victory, and probably the trickiest heat of the day was quarterfinal number 4. But Jordy Smith, he'll always collect big results here at Jeffreys Bay. Number 4, surfers getting the job done here at Jeffreys Bay. Joanne DeFay clinching her position, getting a world title shot once again.
That's so cool, and she again just very surprised at the situation. And then also Jack Robinson with his performance. I think he was pretty much a lock considering what we have on tap for our last event of the season, but ultimately he came away as a finalist here, and you gotta love that, clinch the spot into the final 5.
All those surfers at the top end of the ladder really just want to hang on to these seeds and surf less heats when they get to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Coming in at number 3, Yago Dora, just so strong on the backhand, particularly yesterday in those bigger conditions. Gave us some real highlight moments and one of the highest scoring surfers of the event.
Yago has cemented himself in as one of the best backside surfers on tour. Up there with the Italos, the Gabriels here at J-Bay, getting 9.5, the highest score of the event, and going to the air as well in offshore winds. So hard to do, but just, the whole crowd was just losing it watching Yago. He was just going inverted at J-Bay. Those knees, so bendy.
Yeah, that was that wave that he needed right there at the end there. We're trying to get the 8.8. It just came up just a bit shy.
Coming in at number 2 and breaking through for a second victory of the season. Just powering up the ratings into that final 5 picture is Tatiana Weston-Webb. Her backhand so strong. The first goofy-footer to win on the women's side here at Jeffreys Bay.
Really, really cool. And I think the biggest part of what she was able to achieve was the fearless factor on these inside sections. She was not shy about going into it. Very tough to do and very brave. She did a good job there.
Really impressive. But at number 1, it's Ethan Ewing getting into his first championship tour final. Just silky smooth on his road through to this effort, and really put the foot on the gas up against Jack Robinson in the final to get his first win, Pete.
Floodgates are open. I feel like this is, again, the little monkey off the back of, you know, wanting to win because he's seen Griffin Colapinto this season, you know, fellow teammate. Also, Jack Robinson, another youngster, just a little bit younger than him. To be able to get there and finally do it, I really feel like this is a winning formula for him.
The emotion, Laura, we've never seen it from Ethan Ewing like that before.
No, we haven't. You know, he's usually the quietest in his interviews, the most reserved. He's such a nice guy, you know, like just very, very nice and humble. But to see him let out that emotion, it just showed how much this meant to him. You know, the biggest moment of his career so far, and the start of something special I think we're going to see from Ethan Ewing. He's unlocked that winning feeling, and I think he could be really dangerous from now on.
Tahiti's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Like we said, you know, they're going to be really dying to hang on to those seeds at the top end and surf less heats, so he'll be going after another victory over there in Tahiti August 11th, Pete.
Yeah, for sure, you know, and you know, again, getting that just to be able to lock his spot and heading into trestles, I really like his chances.
Do you know what's going to be really interesting at Chopu?
Tell me.
The top seeds coming up against the wild cards there.
Oh, it's going to be
Tune
intense. Well, it all kicks off on August 11th, the Tahiti Pro, but stay tuned to WorldSurfLeague.com. We hope you enjoyed the Corona Open J-Bay as much as we love bringing it to you. We'll leave you with highlights, and we'll see you over there in the Pacific in the not-too-distant future.
Welcome, everybody, back to the shores of Super Tubes Jeffreys Bay.
The Corona Open J-Bay, and everyone's very excited. What a battle between Gabriella Bryan and Carissa Moore.
Carissa Moore speeding down the line. There's the hack off the top.
Tati gets another goofy win, straight through to the quarters.
Here goes J-Bay's very own Matt McGillivray.
Again, what a combination on the outside.
I'm so grateful to everyone for coming down to watch. Yeah, let's do South Africa proud.
Faye. She has clinched her spot in the WSL Final 5, and she will get a shot at a world title come September. Good morning once again from the Eastern Cape of South Africa. Day 2 of competition. I can't wait to see what unfolds today.
Chasing down Philippe Toledo for a potential heat win. And Yago Dora's in the tube on the backhand. It's not easy, but he'll come out. He'll go in again. Oh, yes, he'll come out! Oh, come on!
Just one of those gifted waves, and I knew right then I was going to get what I needed.
Jack Robinson is absolutely flying through a barrel here. Shut the front door, Jack Robinson.
As we see now, Italo on the outside. Unbelievable backhand snap. I think one of the most high-risk turns that we've seen on that outside section yet. Just fell out of the sky and still has the momentum as he tucks into the tube. Will he come through this one? He's driving and he reappears. With quarterfinal number 1 shaping up beautifully. Tyler Wright up against Joanne Defay.
Tyler Wright up and riding.
And Steph's got great control on these bigger waves.
Yeah, it's 10 out of 10 out there. These are the days when you just, you know, you can't imagine it gets any better.
Finals day on the Eastern Cape of South Africa. Swell absolutely pumping once again.
Robinson, nice tube to get started, out onto the open face, holds that rail, deals with the bump nicely and tucks in once again. It looks like it's going to be enough to turn the quarterfinal heat and get him a place in the semi-finals. Here is the semi-final for the women. Tyler Wright is on her way to the final here at the Corona Open J-Bay.
Men's semi-final number 1 in the water right now.
I can ever stop, but I'll keep on flying till the day I die.
Ethan Ewing, big hook off the top. Nice power and acceleration out of that turn.
The women's final about to take to the water. Tatiana Weston-Webb, massive hammer, airdrop to finish as well, an explosion at wide water. An unbelievable moment here for Tatiana Weston-Webb, who is your champion.
He's going to pace it, he's going to attack it. Looking for the requirements and more now. Ethan Ewing down the track. Will want to drive the score home. Huge wrapping turn, he loves it.
Ethan Ewing, his first championship tour win here at stop number 9, the Corona Open J-Bay.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.